of peace. We have a full schedule today with many notable speakers, including 4 Nobel Peace Laureates and the former president of Tunisia. If you can kindly silence your phones at this time, it would be appreciated. The event is being live streamed, and we're using the social hashtag Peace for Yemen. The first panel will get underway shortly, but first we'd like to introduce Commissioner Bita Mustafi from the New York Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs. Under her leadership, the Mayor's Office has created programs and policies to advance the integration of immigrant New Yorkers in the city's civic, economic, and cultural life.
Good morning, everyone. So wonderful to see your faces so bright and early. As you just heard, I'm Bita Mustafi. I'm the Commissioner for the Mayor's Office of Immigrant Affairs here in New York. And I'll start by thanking the Tawakkol Karman Foundation for this event, as well as the Center on National Security at Fordham Law for hosting. And on behalf of Mayor de Blasio, I want to welcome you to our great city. We are a proud city of immigrants. Nearly 40% of our population is foreign-born. Immigrants are crucial and inextricable part of our families, our workplaces, our economy, and our democracy as a whole. Our city and state are the home to the largest Yemeni community in the United States. Some 15,000 individuals across our state and nearly 12,000 right here in our city. We have heard through our community's heartbreaking stories of families that have remained separated, mothers and fathers who have sought to reunite with their children and loved ones so that they can leave Yemen due to fear and concern because of the ongoing crises at home. We know that Yemenis in particular have felt the greatest impact from the travel ban. In the last fiscal year, there's been a 91% decrease in the approval of immigrant visas for Yemenis. These are families that want what every human being does, to feel safe and secure. They have been denied the right of reunification with their parents, with their loved ones, because of our federal administration's racist travel ban policy. Yet the strength and resilience of the Yemeni people have been felt right here in New York City, thousands of miles away from Yemen itself. We saw it in response to the issuance of the travel ban and with the organization of the Yemeni bodega owners, who reminded us of the power that each individual has to demand humanity. In the face of the humanitarian crisis in Yemen, we cannot be silent. We cannot sit idly by. We must think of our sisters and brothers, both in Yemen and right here in our great city. It's long past time for real solutions towards a lasting peace. You shoulder today this ambitious vision for our sisters and brothers across Yemen and across the city and beyond. And I thank you for that and wish you all the best in these conversations and look forward to hearing the outcomes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now I'd like to acknowledge and thank Ms. Karen Greenberg for helping to make this event possible. Karen is the director of the Center on National Security here at Fordham Law. The center carries out research and policy work on issues ranging from terrorism to national and global security. Karen is a recognized expert on national security, terrorism, and civil liberties. Her most recent book is Rogue Justice: The Making of the Security State. Karen.
So welcome. It's so nice to see you here. As Jen said, what we do here at the center is try to negotiate the conversation between security issues, human rights, and civil liberties. So you can imagine these days our plate is very full, and we are delighted to be hosting this conference. If you need anything today, just find one of us, and we'll try to make things better for you. It is my extraordinarily great pleasure to be able to introduce Tawakkol Karm to you. She, as you know, is known as the Mother of the Revolution. She is the youngest Nobel Prize laureate She was 32 when she got it, so I don't know, maybe the rest of us should retire. But it's really an inspiration to our students, to activists working around the world, to understand that at least somewhere in the world, youth is respected and honored and prized and can be effective in the world. She received the Nobel Prize in 2011 for her work on nonviolent struggle for the safety of women and for women's rights to full participation in peace-building work in Yemen, and for her struggle against tyranny and against corruption. When she was awarded the prize, she was the first Yemeni, the first Arab woman, and the second Muslim woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize. So I think all of these things speak so well for why today is important and why we're doing this with her cooperation, but also in honor of the foundation that she's established. She was a member of former UN Secretary Ban Ki-moon's high-level panel that advised on the Global Development Agenda beyond 2015. She is the mother of 3, as well as a human rights activist, journalist, politician, and who knows next time she comes back what other great honor or great position will be able to add to her list. So it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce Tuwakal Karam.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon all of you. I'm so happy to be here, so honored to organize this conference, the first global conference about Yemen in the Fordham University. First of all, dear sisters and brothers, I would like to welcome all of you who are participating in today's conference. It is critical importance that we meet to discuss the situation in Yemen. We have taken special care to include participants from inside Yemen and outside Yemen, from inside US and also outside US, in order to integrate the most serious and in-depth views and proposals about how best to bring peace to our country. So, without more ado, I'd like to thank all of you for coming together to help us find solutions to one of the worst humanitarian crises in recent history. I want to thank my noble sisters, Judy Williams from US, from America, Shirin Abadi from Iran, Lima Boy from Liberia, and our great first elected Democrat president of Tunisia, Dr. Mansour al-Marzouqi. So thank you all for coming. I'd also would like to thank Center on National Security at Fordham University School and Mrs. Karen Greenberg, the director of the Center National Security, for co-organizing this event with the International Tawakkul Karman Foundation and for the extraordinary support given to this conference. For decades, the people of Yemen struggled to transform the country into a truly democratic society. Then came the Arab Spring, and it gave people hope that their dreams for freedom and good governance could become a reality. A peaceful revolution swept across the country and forced out the regime of Ali Abdullah Saleh, who had controlled the country for more than 33 years. As Yemen started transition toward democratization, it had the support of the international community, and the country led a successful national dialogue that resulted with the draft constitution. However, a few months before the end of the transitional period, the Houthi militia, with the allies with Ali Abdullah Saleh, carried out the coup. A coup occupied the capital of Sana'a and placed the elected president, prime minister, and other ministers under house arrest. Following this development, a war broke out, and an Arab coalition led by Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates intervened under the justification of resorting the legitimate government of Yemen. The coalition had the opposite effect. The coup and the war resulted in an unprecedented humanitarian catastrophe, the worst man-made human disaster in recent history. Thousands of civilians, particularly women and children, were killed and injured. Epidemics spread, and the country's infrastructure was destroyed. Today's Yemenis suffer from the war and the subsequent lack of basic services and security. Women bear the brunt of the abuse and struggle to care for the lives of children and the most vulnerable. Yemenis strongly call for an end to this war, the end of the Houthi-led coup, and for an end to Saudi and UAE intervention. The internationally recognized government must be restored, and the country must be open for reconstruction. It is also important to strengthen the peace agreement led by the United Nations. Since the Arab Spring, the international community has remained united in strong commitment to the unity, sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Yemen. Today, dear sisters and brothers, we will open the floor to discuss about what is really happening in Yemen for many reasons, is to raise awareness about the root causes and conflict. Also, to address human rights violations and the dimensions of the humanitarian catastrophe and the impact of the war on Yemeni women and children, as well as the response of women's organizations to the crisis. To engage civil society and other key stakeholders across all sectors to help Yemen. And also to discuss potential solutions that will support Yemenis to build lasting peace, highlighting the essential role of women in the peace building. So I open the floor for the discussion, but before that, I want also to thank my colleagues who make this conference happen. Ibrahim Katabi, the event organizer. Thank you so much, Ibrahim. Tilma Vayal from the Permanent Secretariat of the Nobel Peace Laureate Summit. Jennifer Fenton, the responsible of media. Juliet Dittiser, and many, many other, and also Rachel and Liz from Nobel Women Summit, and again for the Karen Greenberg, the director of the Center on National Security at Fordham Law. Thank you so much.
I guess our panel is next. Right. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. It's my distinct honor to introduce the panel, but first I'll introduce myself. My name is Delia Fahmy. I'm Associate Professor of Political Science at Long Island University, a Senior Fellow at the Center for Global Policy in Washington, D.C., and visiting scholar at the Center for the Study of Genocide and Human Rights and UNESCO Chair for Genocide Prevention at Rutgers University. It's my honor and privilege to introduce Dr. Nasser Zawiya, the Dean of the Graduate School at the University of Rhode Island, where he oversees about 90 master's degree programs, professional degree programs, and doctoral programs of over 3,000 students. He's the founder and director of the Interdisciplinary Neuroscience Program and played a founding role in the foundation of the George and Anne Rand Institute for Neuroscience. He's received numerous awards, including from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the FIDA Foundation, the Government of Yemen, the National Institute of Health, and the Indian Society of Physiology. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Nasser Zawiya.
Thank you very much for that introduction. That's really my professional background or CV that I normally share. But I'm also a Yemeni American, and I was a co-founder of the first maybe national association of Yemenis in the US, the American Association of Yemeni Students and Professionals, AYSP. I'm very excited to be here. I normally chair, sessions that are scientific in nature, and this is not really necessarily my area, but when Ibrahim asked me, I couldn't resist, given who is going to be here, and given that, day and night I think and breathe and suffer and about Yemen. So I'm happy to be here, and I don't want to, speak more about myself or my own points of view, but really start with our panel. We did a similar conference like this in 2013 at Harvard. Obviously, we did not have the distinguished, front row that you have here. And at that time, we were trying to figure out the root causes of the, crisis in Yemen, the revolution, the youth, and it was hosted by Harvard University and funded by Harvard University. I'm happy to see that we are continuing, and I commend Nobel laureate Tawakkol Karman to really lead this effort. We need more scholarship, we need more expertise, we need more understanding of the crisis in Yemen. So without any further ado, let me introduce our first panelist. Our panel is supposed to begin and set the kind of the root causes of the crisis and understanding of that, and lay out some background for the subsequent panels that will follow. And our first speaker is going to be Bernard Heikel, who is a professor of Near Eastern Studies at Princeton University, where he directs the Institute for Trans-Regional Study of the Contemporary Middle East and the program in Near East Studies. He is a scholar of the Arabian Peninsula, which focuses on Saudi Arabia, the other Gulf cooperation countries, and Yemen. Professor Heikel is the author of Revival and Reform in Islam, and most recently the co-editor of Saudi Arabia in Transition. He has received several prominent awards, including Oxford's Prize Fellowship, the Carnegie Corporation and Guggenheim Fellowships, and the Princeton Old Dominion Professorship. I invite Professor Heikel to present for about 10 minutes, then we will continue.
No,
Yeah.
Bernard is right.
I would like to speak for Bernard Heikel,
I'm
but
sorry.
I'm Stephen Day.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm sorry. Yes. So we will switch. My mistake. Stephen Day is an adjunct professor of international affairs at Rollins College in Winter Park, Florida, specializing in Middle East politics with a focus on Yemen and the Arabian Peninsula. Over the past 2 decades, Dr. Day taught at St. Lawrence University of New York, Indiana University, and Stetson University of Florida. He was designated a specialist in diplomacy and peacemaking by the Fulbright Scholarship Program between 2012 and 2014. He's the author of the 2012 book, Regionalism and Rebellion in Yemen. I apologize for mistaking you, Stephen. I saw the correspondence by email, but please go ahead.
No problem.
Yes.
Yes, I had prepared a longer presentation on the roots of the conflict in Yemen. Nasser let me know this morning that I have 10 minutes, and as a professor, I can say usually I go on and on for an hour, maybe an hour and a half on a topic like this. I plan to primarily focus on internal, local factors that led to the humanitarian disaster in Yemen. Obviously, there are foreign roles in the conflict, and it's a mistake to ignore those, but I'm sure on the panel we'll have a chance to talk about them. My focus is going to be on what I perceive as old patterns of conflict in the country that one can really trace back decades, if not centuries. Certainly those that know Yemeni history and saw the coup that was carried out in 2014 by former President Saleh and the Houthi group. And then as they proceeded to march south towards Aden, saw echoes of what happened in 1994. I know I certainly felt that way at the time. I think likewise one can see echoes of events in Yemen in the 1960s and what has been happening over the last number of years. The role of the Saudis and Gulf countries in the conflict in Yemen, one could even look back to what was happening in the 1934 Saudi-Yemeni war. So again, I see echoes of earlier conflicts, and I don't think one can ignore that as being an underlying reason for the problems in Yemen. In particular, I will link this issue of patterns of conflict to what happened at the end of the National Dialogue Conference and why there was, first of all, obstruction in the process, but then once the outcomes were reached, that there was an intent on the part, particularly of the Houthis, but also in alliance with Saleh, to prevent the outcomes of the National Dialogue Conference from being implemented. And I think those reasons, again, go back to the underlying patterns of conflict within Yemen. They're really structural issues that I think relate to the question of national unity in a country and the trouble of developing a single authority in a country as remarkable as Yemen, both in terms of the land itself, very unique topographical features, certainly on the Arabian Peninsula, but then also within the population and the fact that over the centuries you really saw multiple authorities within the country as opposed to a single authority that's ruling over the entire land. The perspective that I bring to this issue really draws on the research that I did in Yemen back in the 1990s and then continued until today, when I originally started looking at this question of how do central government authorities, in the wake of the unification of Yemen in 1990, relate to local and provincial government authorities around the country. And that focus on the topic as an issue of research, I think, gave me a lot of insight into the dynamics within the National Dialogue Conference and why that National Dialogue Conference ran into trouble in late 2014 and early 2015 when it came to putting forward a new draft constitution, which was completed, actually, by the end of 2014. And the intent was to present this draft constitution, again, based on the outcomes of the National Dialogue Conference, as the way forward for the country. Today, of course, it's understood that the disagreements and misunderstandings within the NDC, particularly around that issue of the six-region federal plan, sparked the political collapse in late 2014 and early 2015. In other words, the question of decentralization, the need to decentralize decision-making powers over politics and economics and social and cultural concerns, appeared to be driving the country to war in 2015 in terms of the internal dynamics in the country. Houthi leaders with moral and material support from President Saleh warned President Hadi was planning to divide and weaken the country through this six-region federal plan. They argued Hadi and his government acted on the basis of foreign interests. There was this idea that there was some ulterior motives in this, namely the GCC countries and the US. The coup against President Hadi, which was completed in January 2015, was ostensibly carried out by Saleh and Houthi forces to prevent implementation of the draft constitution. The six-region federal plan was clearly the most controversial part of that new constitution. I want to make 3 points about the internal power struggles within the country that led to war. First, President Hadi, who originates from the South, clearly empowered Southerners to play leading roles at the NDC to advance the new federal plan for Yemen. Moreover, he authorized a special post-NDC executive committee to make the decision about how many federal components there would be under the new system, and accept that idea that there should be 6 regions created in the new federal order. The perception, especially among supporters of the Houthi, and certainly this was the perception of President Saleh and his followers, is that Hadi and other Southerners wanted to use that transition period after 2011 to recover much of their political influence and control that they lost in the past. And again, all of that goes back into the history of the divisions and rivalries within Yemen. Second, Hadi was in a position to assert that influence and control during the transition period and the decision of this executive committee that accepted the 6-region federal state, because he was Saleh's vice president, whom Saleh appointed to the post during the 1994 Civil War. Saleh viewed this 1994 appointment as a way to lessen the appearance of northern domination of former southern lands. In other words, Saleh was responsible for putting Hadi in the position to become president after 2011, thus allowing Hadi to be in a position of authority where he could seek a change in the political structure in the country, because Saleh used Hadi for similar purposes in the wake of the 1994 war, when his legitimacy was in question and the question of his leadership was at stake. Third, I think Saleh would not have gone to war in 1994 and been part of that civil war that occurred more than 2 decades ago, and been in the position to appoint Hadi as a kind of token of North-South power sharing within the country, if he had held true intentions toward national unity from the beginning. I think there are a lot of mistakes that were made from the beginning of unification that were an underlying problem through those years, the 1990s and the 2000s, leading to that point of crisis in 2011. If he had held true intentions toward national unity in 1990 and not shown interest in building a family dynasty in Yemen, like the old imams who ruled before the 1960s, then things might have turned out very differently over the last 2.5 decades. I want to make 2 final points. First, what Saleh did in a line with the Houthis and carrying out this coup and obstructing implementation of the National Dialogue Conference outcomes, turned Yemen in a way full circle. As I said, I saw echoes of what happened in the 1994 war and even echoes of what was happening in the country in the 1960s. And as I said, one could go back further into Yemeni history. This is what I mean, that the internal power struggles that we saw play out on the eve of the war, and that obviously continue to cause tensions and problems within the country, derive from problems of national unity and questions about the structure of the state. And I think those have always been there in Yemen. How do you develop a single authority for such a remarkable land? This is important to understand because the actions of specific individual Yemenis who made decisions to launch war in 2015 are ultimately less significant, I think, than the underlying features of this remarkable land and its population that make the country so difficult to govern as a single nation. I know there's a tendency to put blame on failures of particular individuals and particular leadership, but I think until Yemenis can understand what are those underlying structural causes of divisions and rivalries in the country, you're unlikely to see an end to the war. And I think that's what ultimately has to be addressed. Indeed, if we're to find a peaceful path forward, I think there needs to be an address of those issues. I'll stop there. I saw I have a limit of a minute there, but appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And Thank you for staying within your time. I didn't realize I was going to get help with timing, but I'm also keeping a clock. We will take, one or two questions for Stephen, and then at the end, after every panelist, one or two questions to keep it, if you have any fresh questions. And then in the end, we will open it up for, a full discussion. Any questions for Stephen at this stage? One question? Yes. Khalid.
It seemed that Stephen covered what happened at the pipe, but not the real issues. And I see that, and I hope it's covered in the near, maybe somebody else, such as unemployment rates, with poor governance, extreme poverty, external forces getting involved, and most importantly is the type of government, dictatorship in the whole region. So these issues contribute to everything that he said.
Can they also identify themselves?
Yes, feel free to please identify yourselves because the event is recorded. Stephen, do you want to answer that, or that's more of a statement, I think? Go ahead. Just introduce yourself, fella.
Joel Scheckman from Reuters News. This is kind of a sort of a basic question, but why are the stakes? Why do the UAE and Saudi governments consider the stakes so high for them in terms of the outcome of this, that they're willing to have this level of involvement over this period of time? Like, how do they see the threats or the opportunities here as being that important, I guess?
And that's for Stephen to answer. He was more, talking about,
I almost feel like these are questions that are more general in nature. They might be better addressed to all of us
at the end.
At the end of
Yeah.
the panel.
Yeah, we'll take that question up, at the end. I think we'll move to the second speaker. And Bernard, I knew you were at the elevator downstairs, so I started introducing you just to save time. And now you're here, so I've already introduced you as our first speaker. And so now we'll have, Professor Heikel, will present about 10 minutes, and then we will move forward from that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'd like to thank Fordham and, of course, Karen Greenberg for the invitation. So I lived in Yemen for 2 years in the early 1990s as a Fulbright scholar. And first arrived there in 1990 when it on, I think, August 1st, a day before the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. And I've followed the country ever since. And it is by far my favorite country in the world. So what I want to talk about are structural features of the country and why I feel extremely pessimistic about the future of the country. So the proximate or immediate causes for the breakdown of the country, I think, have always been with the misgovernance, the bad governance that was led by President Saleh, really from the moment he arrived in power in 1978. This was a man who deliberately did not want to build institutions, constantly leveraged different people against one another, used, for instance, while I was there in the 1990s, the fake and sham claim for democracy promotion to attract Western aid. Then in the 2000s, there was the Al-Qaeda threat, and he claimed that he was fighting Al-Qaeda and shook down the United States very considerably. Most of that weaponry, actually, and training went to the Republican Guard, which was led by his son. And the U.S. was complicit in this. Very often, if you spoke to U.S. officials or to American officials, they basically said, well, this is the person we have. We don't have alternatives, so we deal with what we have. In fact, the failure of Yemen is in large part due to this man, but also due to a failure of imagination on the part of the West, but more specifically on the part of the GCC and Saudi Arabia. The Saudis and the GCC should have realized decades ago that you cannot have a country with the largest population in Arabia that is demographically exploding with large young people and population, water running out, lack of economic opportunity, bad governance, and that this would eventually end up like a sub-Saharan African country like a Somalia with war breaking out. that this is a country that should have been, whose problems should have been addressed. It should have been incorporated and included in the GCC. The Yemenis should have been allowed to come and work in the GCC countries. So all kinds of things were basically avoided. Big questions were avoided. And this was in part because in Saudi Arabia, the Yemen file was managed by the late Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz, who was the defense minister. And the Saudi view of Yemen was basically keep it sort of decentralized, keep it sort of stable, but pay different actors, don't really address the core problems of the country. And then what happened was that Prince Sultan in the 2000s got quite ill, and he abandoned that file. And after the 2000 agreement with the Saudis on the border, a lot of the Saudi money to the different elements in Yemen dried up. So the country started kind of falling apart in a way, in part because of the loss of Saudi patronage beginning in the 2000s. So let's talk, let me move on to the Houthis and to the reason of my pessimism, or as they like to call themselves, Ansarullah. The Houthis belong to a group of people in Yemen called the Sada, or the Sayyids. These are people who claim to be descendants of the Prophet. They have a history of rule. They're kind of a caste in Yemeni society, a very small proportion of the population, but a very kind of honorable and extremely important intellectual and political movement in the history of Islam. Their first imam who came to Yemen, their leader, a man called Al-Hadi al-Haqi ibn al-Hussein, who died in the year 911, 298 of the Hijrah, ruled over parts of North Yemen around Sa'da, and there's a continuous history of rule of Zaidi imams until 1962. So this is a community that has a deep sense of rule, of dynastic and rule in the country. And then in 1962, they get toppled by a Republican regime that turns on them, turns on their history, turns on their heritage, and starts vilifying them, starts basically saying that these are people who are reactionaries, they were feudal, they were racist, because the Sayyids are northern Arabs and most Yemenis are of southern Arab extraction. This is the Adnani-Qahtani divide. And so the Sayyids, especially those who are committed to a Zaidi political project, become marginalized, discriminated against. The imamate as an institution is vilified by the Republic. And this is something that the Yemeni Republic pushed very hard in conjunction with Saudi support. The Saudis found a group of Yemenis who were Salafis, like the Saudis, but an indigenous Yemeni group, and they promoted a Salafism against Zaydism with the construction of schools, of what are called the Ma'ahid Ilmiya, scientific institutes, with the building and support and promotion of an important Salafi teaching center in the heartland of the Zaydis. This is in Dammaj, just outside of Sa'da. Essentially, the Zaydis felt discriminated against, and rightly so. Then what happened was that Ali Abdullah Saleh in the 2000s decided that this group, which was by now led by one family of Sayyids, the Houthis, he started promoting that these people were against Saudi Arabia, that they were allies of Iran, that he needed Saudi support against them, and proceeded to fight them in 6 wars throughout the 2000s that brutalized and depopulated large areas of northern Yemen, around Sa'da and Marran, Razih, those areas along the Saudi border. These wars radicalized the Houthis and made them, in fact, get closer to Iran. There had already been connections with Iran through Hezbollah in Lebanon, but they got much closer as a result of these wars. And what I see with the Houthis today is that they have developed a new political ideology, which is not connected to the imamate. They never talk about the imamate, because this is an institution that is no longer, that has no appeal amongst the majority of Yemenis. But they have developed their own ideology, which is a kind of form of anti-imperialist, third worldist, anti-Israel, anti-Jewish, Iranian revolutionary inflected ideology that in fact allows the Sayyids to come back to power. They have now, the Houthis, through this ideology of anti-imperialism and Islamic world revolution, are able to rule without appealing to the imamate. And now that they have tasted power, and they have tasted power through this ideology, they will never give it up, never. And moreover, they cannot be defeated militarily because they are extremely tough fighters, and any combination of force, Saudi, Emirati, even Yemeni cannot defeat them because the Houthis are now an incredibly disciplined, well-armed, hard-fighting force that has benefited from the destruction that the Saudis and the Emiratis have created. A lot of the tribesmen have lost men. This ideology is very strong, and they are very strong as a group, even though they're a minority in Yemen. And the Saudis are not going to ever win against them. As a result, my sense is that unless the Saudis and their allies stop the fight and revert to another policy, this war will never end. And the Saudis, I can talk to you if you want in the question and answer period as to how they see this conflict. They see it very much as a conflict against Iran, with Iran trying to produce a Hezbollah-like force in Yemen that would threaten them and threaten the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernard. Before we move on to the third speaker, I just want to make a very, very quick, comment on your very good, analysis that it's very important not to burden the Zaydi sect with the Houthis because they are, what we call in Arabic, Ithna Ashariya. And there's just a minority within Zaydism. It's the same mistake we would make sometimes as burdening Sunni Islam with Al-Qaeda, just because they happen to have, Sunni affiliation, and that's, the roots of their thinking. Yeah. They tend to taint all, Sunnis. At the same time,
I agree with you. Yeah. I mean, the Houthis represent a rupture within Zaydism in the same way that Khomeinism represents a rupture within 12 Shiism.
Exactly.
So yes. They are a rupture, no question.
Exactly, and I was just trying. And obviously, there are people who become, what we call mutahawithin. They become Houthis because they are now the winning horse, as you said.
I agree.
All right. We will move to our third speaker. I think we'll hold on questions and answers towards the end. And our third speaker today is Hassan Al-Tayyib. He's a co-director of Just Foreign Policy. He is immensely involved in various grassroots lobbying efforts for peace in Yemen, which contributed to the Senate passage of SJR Resolution 54, the War Powers Resolution Act, to end U.S. involvement in the Saudi war on Yemen. Thank you, Hassan, for your efforts on that. He has worked with numerous advocacy organizations, including Freedom Works, Defense Priorities, In Defense of Christians, the Koch Institute, FCNL, Win Without War, Committee for Responsible Foreign Policy, Demand Progress, Yemen Peace Project, Peace Action, and many others. Hassan has also taken dozens of meetings with congressional offices alongside national security expert Colonel Larry Wilkerson, who served as Colin Powell's chief of staff during the Bush administration. Hassan, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. So let's look back. So some of this is going to be a little bit of a repeat, and some of it's going to be, my perspective on what happened. 2011 Arab Spring, there was a coup in the country, a takeover, and what resulted is the Vice President Hadi became the interim president of Yemen. He was supposed to be there for 2 years, and he stayed past that interim period, and Yemen was supposed to move to a more representative form of democracy and government. In that time, there was corruption, unemployment, food insecurity, and it led to the uprising between Saleh and the Houthis. And so there was a lot of disillusionment about the transition. So at that time, they actually the Houthis reached out to Iran for support, and Iran actually at that moment said, this is not a strategic priority for us. We're going to, we have other priorities in the region, we're not going to be able to contribute to this revolution. So coalition troops landed in Aden in August 2015, and thus began this horrible war. And I mean, we haven't really talked about the humanitarian crisis, in numbers yet, but we've got about 12 million people on the brink of famine, 1.2 million cases of cholera, 10,000 new cases each week. It's just heartbreaking to see the kind of devastation. I am specifically focused on how the U.S. is involved. So the U.S. has been backing the Saudi and UAE-led coalition. We've been giving them mid-air refueling, targeting assistance. We've been supplying Saudi Arabia with most of their military force, most of their military equipment. And so that's the kind of perspective I'm taking is we can't control other people necessarily, but we can control what we do in this country. And one thing that we have to do is understand that we are perpetuating this by supporting the coalition, through the means I just mentioned. Now, also, we have to look at our own Constitution. What does it say under Article 1, Section 8 of our Constitution? Congress has the power to declare war, and that's the vehicle that we're using in Congress because this war started under the Obama administration and is, continued on in the Trump administration, but we have never gotten a declaration of war or statutory authorization from Congress. So right early on in the conflict, the Saudi and UAE-led coalition, they used their air force supplied by the United States military. They took out agricultural infrastructure, economic infrastructure. Immediately, they took out the sewage infrastructure, and it's this has created the really difficult conditions on the ground. So let's take a look a little bit about the congressional effort to pull U.S. support. So there was initially a vote in 2017 in the House that didn't really get anywhere. We had trouble even convincing Congress that we were, supporting the Saudi UAE coalition. They said, well, we're not even involved at all. And so we kept pressing the issue. We had another vote in the Senate in March 2018, and that got a little further. We got 44 senators to vote with us. And I think it's crucial I think the U.S., our role is, the reason why I bring it up in the context of the origins of this conflict is because I really feel like the United States is playing a major role in this conflict. After that vote, there was a compromise piece of legislation where we required the Secretary of State then Rex Tillerson. It's hard to keep track of the revolving door in the Trump administration, but Mike Pompeo became Secretary of State, and he was required under the National Defense Authorization Act to basically recertify that Saudi and the UAE coalition were doing everything they could to protect civilians. And right after the passage of that, there was the tragic bus bombing in August where a Raytheon rocket hit a school bus and killed 40 children. And right after that, Mike Pompeo came out before Congress and said Saudi Arabia and the UAE are doing everything they can to protect civilians in pretty much one of the bloodiest months for civilians. We're talking about a 50%, for all the airstrikes, about 50% of those were hitting civilian targets. Since the start of the war, 18,000 bombs have been dropped on Yemen, and a third of those have hit civilians. So it's just devastating, the tragedy of this. So after that, Congress said, we can no longer sit by. They reintroduced the War Powers Act of 1973, and that was introduced by Ro Khanna in the House, and then Senator Bernie Sanders, Mike Lee, and Chris Murphy. So each of these efforts were bipartisan. This is not a partisan issue, and I'm really proud of that fact, that we're able to, take a look at this from different angles and come to the same conclusion that it's probably time to end our support for the Saudi and UAE coalition. So in December 13th, there was the first time since the original passage of the War Powers Act in 45 years that the Senate actually passed this, and they passed it with a 56 vote majority. And that actually, I agree that there's a lot of reason to be pessimistic, but each time Congress has reasserted its war authority, we've seen tiny breakthroughs in the peace talks. So UN Special Envoy to Yemen, Martin Griffiths, was able to secure a ceasefire on that same day that the Senate passed this bill. And regardless of who we want to blame, I don't really want to be in the blame game. I think there is blame to be had on both sides, but we want people to talk, and we want the two sides to conduct dialogue. So that was a fragile ceasefire, and that it was just supposed to be in the province of Hodeidah, which is Yemen's largest port. This is where a lot of the humanitarian aid gets into the country. So that's been a fragile ceasefire. The House passed another war powers resolution in January, and that fragile ceasefire got a little boost of energy, and the two sides were able to say, well, maybe we can redeploy forces and military out of the Hodeidah province. So that's where we are right now. Next week we have a vote in the Senate again. And there's a lot of ping-ponging kind of going back and forth. And we're doing a lot of grassroots advocacy work. He read all those groups that we were, it's kind of weird to be in a coalition with the Koch brothers and Code Pink at the same time. And, I love that. I really do. And I believe that, I personally believe that we keep pushing on this grassroots advocacy stuff, and that if people keep making their voices heard, I believe that we can pull U.S. support for the war and continue to put pressure on pressure to keep the peace talks going, and that we can have a better future for Yemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Hassan. Our last speaker is Fatima Al-Asrar, and very quickly read her bio. Is a senior analyst for the Arabia Foundation, and prior to joining the Arabia Foundation, she was the MENA Director for Cure Violence, a research associate at the Arab Gulf States Institute in Washington, a Mason Fellow at the Kennedy School of Government, and International Policy Fellow at the Open Society Foundations. I'm going to just give Fatima a chance to present her talk.
Thank you, Doctor. I want to thank the Tawakkul Karman Foundation for hosting us, the distinguished panelists. Thank you for your talk. And to the audience, I have been working, I am from Yemen, actually. I'm from, predominantly from the south of Yemen, lived in the north, was born and raised in the Gulf. Family is Sunni Sada, so I don't necessarily fit the mold in so many ways. But I've lived in Yemen for a while when I studied in Yemen, and one of the just wonderful things in Yemen at the time period that I was in the 90s is just seeing a sense of just solidarity, and there was just no differences. There are no sectarian ideals. There was respect for women, respect for civil society. There was just a rising trend of democratization, just ideals that we fought for, that enabled you to become a Nobel laureate because you had a civil society, and, you were supported, and you were able to talk and say your views, and not much of that exists today. Yemen today is just an unfortunate is going through an unfortunate place, and I think most of us are interested in Yemen today because of the humanitarian crisis. I remember a decade ago, the only subject that people wanted to talk about was terrorism and Al-Qaeda in Yemen. And it was really hard to talk about, the challenges that we were facing in governance, in democratization, in poverty. Yemen was one of the least, developed countries in many indexes, and still received the lowest amount of aid per capita among, other poor nations. So there's usually this singular focus on Yemen, and ultimately, it lacks the capacity to see Yemen beyond the short term. And I think what we need to do is, understand how to deal and have a policy to deal with Yemen on the long term. But as we talk about the root causes of the conflict, and we talked about the Houthis, and I appreciated Dr. Day's overview, and definitely Dr. Haykel's dynamic explanation of the Houthi movement. And we first heard of the Houthi movement, and someone who was living in Yemen, in 2003. And at that time, we heard of a rebellion up in the north in Sada. It was just such a provincial topic, really. We didn't think much of it. Just a tribe revolting, against the state, and we didn't think much of it. But the war kept going on for 6 wars, and the profile would escalate. The government would get more engaged, and all of the 6 wars between 2003 and 2010, we've really, still had no direct engagement with the Houthis. So they were only concentrated in Sada, and we didn't know what they were fighting for, unless you were a specialist, and wanted to understand further what they were doing. And in 2011, of course, during the Arab Spring uprising, the Houthis were given a platform and participated effectively, as Dr. Day said, in the National Dialogue Conference. And, people, the youth felt that their voice is fundamental and need to be incorporated, and help them, voice their concerns, because one of the good things about Yemeni society is just the capacity for empathy and wanting to help others. This is why the Houthis were incorporated. The southern issue became acknowledged as well, because Yemen was 2 countries before 1990. So Yemen is relatively a new state. And only 3 years after unification, the country fell into a civil war where the Southerners wanted to secede. And having lost, a lot of the Southerners felt a sense of occupation. And most of this was due to one simple fact, is that Yemen has been ruled for decades by a sense of elite pacts, that were rooted in grand bargains that were exclusionary to the core. So, if you were not in that pact, then, you were basically marginalized. So, to your question, when you were talking about unemployment, 2 core conflict issues I would identify as things that led to the failure of the national dialogue, in addition to federalism. The first is the unequal distribution of political power in Yemen. Nowhere was that fair. And the Southerners felt excluded, Houthis felt victimized, and definitely the youth felt that there's really no space for their ideals under that system. And the second thing is the unequal service delivery. This is where you had, institutions weren't as strong, and therefore you had high unemployment rates. You had, high levels of illiteracy. Health and education were just not as prominent, and Yemen truly struggled in that period under just a highly corrupt system. Most of these, and I think these core fundamental issues needed to be dealt with seriously, and the national dialogue was able to address them on paper, But when it came to implementation, I think, the Houthis did not give it a chance to be implemented. So I saw that when I was in Yemen. I returned to the national dialogue, and I saw everyone, they were all talking under a room, and everyone was commending Yemenis' ability to come together and talk and shake hands and what have you, but it was so clear, the tension was so high and rising among everybody. For me, it was like seeing a wedding where no one wanted to get married, So the process was forced. And when I came back to Washington and I tried to say, the National Dialogue Conference is not going to go anywhere, I was the messenger that everybody wanted to kill because people were clinging into a process. They wanted a process that would work. And it couldn't, and I feel that the same is repeating itself in the Stockholm Agreement, where we had in late December, the UN envoy Martin Griffith is definitely trying his best and, got the parties together after former failures of peace talks. But what was interesting is that regardless of the violations that are happening in the Stockholm Agreement, it seems that there is a desire to hold on to that process and stay. Stockholm is working, although people are dying on the ground. I think Stockholm had managed to effectively reduce the amount of intervention of the Arab coalition, but it does not address the Houthis' brutal control of the cities that they have. I have 1 minute left, and in that minute I want to say that a lot of people just see the conflict as a Saudi, conflict on Yemen. Saudis, let's just assume that they go. The Saudis and the Emiratis go. We don't want them. But, effectively Yemen is going to still be embroiled in conflict. Yemenis need to put down their arms. The Houthis need to put down their arms. This is the only thing that can solve the conflict. And we need to start addressing that. We need to also realistically, address the issue of the Saudis' concern of Iranians, opportunism in Yemen, where this has been, the use of Iranian-made ballistic missiles into Saudi Arabia has been the excuse that is allowing Saudi Arabia to continue its intervention. And there is a dimension of Iranian soft power, and it's a historical dimension in Yemen that I can't, explain in 10 minutes. But I think it's one of the things that needs to be paid attention to. So, effectively, what Yemenis really need to do is, and what the international community also need to focus on, is find a way to pressure the Houthi militia to withdraw from the cities that they are occupying illegally. They have no claim in Hodeidah. They have no claim in Taz. They have no claim in Sana'a. If they can withdraw to Sada, and if their rights need to be protected, that's what an agreement needs to do, is that you need to protect the right. But at the moment, everything is really, hanging, I feel, in my opinion, in the whim of their militia leader, Abdel Malik al-Houthi. I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatima. Before I open it up, Yemeni, from summary from the four panelists, Yemenis are actually fighting 3 wars. One war, they are fighting against a religious movement that's exclusionary and wants to impose, the master-slave kind of tradition. The Yemenis are also fighting against their neighbors who are supposed to be their allies from occupying their land and taking away their sovereignty. They're also fighting a war against their legitimate government, who is, by its inability, and sterility and inaction, is weakening them and allowing others to really take over. So I'm gonna, open it up for questions. Please identify yourself. If you have a question, you want to address it to a specific panelist, name that person. If it's a general one, we will decide who will answer it. So, and I'll try to keep, track. So first question from back there.
Thank you so much. Nidal Bitari from Yemen Peace Project. Actually, I have two questions. The first one is for Haykel, Dr. Haykel and Dr. Stephen. Do you think that Houthis have the mechanisms and the tools to be, and the context to be Hezbollah in Yemen? As you said, like they are developing some new ideology that is kind of similar to Hezbollah. And do you think that Houthis can reach a point that they would sit with the Saudis and talk? They did not have the chance yet, even though like Saudis supported Houthis like many times before this war. The second one is
How about if we just keep that one question itself will take 1 hour to answer? And, Bernard, I think that was aimed at you.
You know, there's a difference between the Houthis and Hezbollah. Hezbollah believes in Wilayat al-Faqih. They are part of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. They're an extension of the Iranian state. The Houthis don't believe in Wilayat al-Faqih, but they share a lot of the ideology of Hezbollah. And if you look at the way the Houthis have organized the discipline, there's a lot that's similar to Hezbollah. But in the case of Yemen, you don't have to be very disciplined, very organized to be the most powerful single group on the ground, right? Because your opposition is so splintered and divided and just not a serious fighting force. So as they say in English, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed is king. The Houthis are the one-eyed in Yemen, in the sense that they're the best organized, the best disciplined group, and they've been helped tremendously in their ideological war and in their propaganda by the killing by the coalition of large numbers of Yemeni tribesmen. So, in a culture where you have, the culture of Yemen is a culture of tribal vendettas, of tha'r in Arabic. So the Houthis know how to play on this culture to rally the tribes to their side. And those tribesmen, by the way, who do not come to the Houthi side are killed. So in that sense, the kind of discipline that the Houthis can enforce is similar to Hezbollah's.
Thank you. So my question also to Bernard. Based on your assessment that the Houthis will never give up and actually there is no military solution to this war, and also like with this lack of imagination by the GCC countries, where is the U.S. role in this? So they think that there's no end to the war militarily. What is the solution?
This is a question I was going to ask one of my co-panelists, which is, it's one thing to argue that the U.S. shouldn't be involved with the coalition, but would you stop the U.S. from attacking Al-Qaeda and ISIS in Yemen, which is something that the U.S. has been doing since soon after 9/11? How do you distinguish between U.S. fighting against global terror and the efforts at helping the coalition? For instance, an American was just released by a joint U.S. UAE attack on an Al-Qaeda group in Yemen. So I'm not sure how you can make those kinds of fine distinctions. I don't think you'll get a resolution passed through Congress that says we can't fight Al-Qaeda or ISIS. But to get back to your question, my sense is that the U.S. can play actually a very, very important role. Because part of the problem in Yemen is that it's become a regional war between Saudi Arabia on the one hand and Iran on the other. So ultimately, you have to get those two sides to understand that they can't just keep destroying Yemen like Syria was destroyed. in order to fight their war, in order to fight their rivalry. Iran has to understand that there are limits, and also Saudi Arabia has to understand that there are limits. And that ultimately the long-term solution of Yemen, for Yemen, is, as I said, its incorporation into the GCC.
So I think you can distinguish between fighting Al-Qaeda and, and supporting the coalition. Because everything the coalition has done is weaken the legitimate government of Yemen, which if you have a very weak, legitimate government that's not able to enforce its sovereignty over its land, Al-Qaeda will thrive. So there needs to be a distinction between, if the goal of the U.S. in supporting the coalition is solely to, fight Al-Qaeda, they should not be supporting them in other logistical, manner to continue, their fight in different areas of Yemen.
Mind if I also so the issue of terrorism is actually something that's very personal to me. My cousin is Muath. He was the Jordanian Air Force pilot that was killed and burned alive by ISIS. So terrorism is an issue for me. And when I see Saudi Arabia supporting Al-Qaeda and using them in their anti-Houthi army, that to me is really problematic. Right now, the War Powers Act, there is a carve-out for our operations against Al-Qaeda in Yemen, and that's kind of personally, I would like to, I want to end U.S. support for the coalition and then, try to hopefully bring negotiations and then, basically go after that, but we have this pragmatic tool that we need to use to cut off support for the coalition first. So
I'll take this question here, and then I'll need to move to this side that I haven't, yes.
Joel Scheckman from Reuters again. This is kind of a basic question, but did U.S. actions in Yemen, like drone strikes or other special operations, did it have any? Is there any connection or causal link between that and the way that this war kind of got started?
It's a really good question, actually. So the Houthis are anti foreign intervention. And one of the things that they cite is, the lack of state sovereignty, Saleh's lack of sovereignty in dealing with Al-Qaeda threat. And they're also, sworn enemies of Al-Qaeda as well. So seeing the government weak, and of course, the corruption of the former government just didn't help, enable them to take action by themselves. So, the Houthis feel extremely proud of their imperialistic or anti-Western sentiments, and they stand just vehemently against.
I agree with what Fatima is saying, but it wasn't just the Houthi. I remember even before the 2011 revolt, I'm pretty sure this was a conference that was held in Sana'a among Salafist leaders within Yemen, and I'm pretty sure Sheikh al-Zandani and others within Islah were part of this. But it was a gathering of senior ulama. Maybe someone knows around what time that occurred. But I remember they made this comment about foreign intervention in the country. And I'm fairly sure it was around the time that the British formed the Friends of Yemen group. But I remember very distinctly that Sheikh al-Zandani and others were there in Sana'a. They were raising all of these fears of Yemen becoming divided, like a new Sykes-Picot, I remember, was the argument that was made at that time. So it wasn't just the Houthi. Mm-hmm. There were others in Islah and among Salafists that were complaining that Saleh had allowed the U.S. and Britain to have a greater role in the country. And of course, that goes back, I think one of the first drone-launched assassinations of an individual occurred in Yemen. I think it was in 2002.
2003.
Yep.
2003.
Ibrahim.
Yeah, so since that time, there had been that sense building among many different parties within Yemen that the country was losing control of its sovereignty.
I'll take one question here, then I'll move to the right side. We'll come back.
Afaf Ahmed, journalist from American Radio from Michigan. I have a question for both Mr. Heikel and Mr. I'm not wearing my glasses, but both of you. I'm Arab American Lebanese, born and raised in UAE. I do not agree and accept Arab and Muslims attacking another Muslim country. United States had the ability to stop this war, but they failed in Iraq in 2003. They did not want to do another mistake in another Arab country. They had the Muslims fighting each other. United States had the opportunity to stop supplying Saudi Arabia and Emirates with weapons to kill civilians. All victims, most of them are civilians. Yemen does not need donations to supply them with medications and food. Yemen need us as Arabs in United States to go and stand in front of a Trump and tell him, stop supplying those countries with weapons. We need the war to end. United States are enjoying it, watching us fighting each other and making money out of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think she should sit here, and I'll.
Next time, in the next panel, I'd like to take a question, 2 questions from this side, and then I will come back to you here.
Yes, Nancy Word. I'm here with the Nobel Women's Initiative. I actually live in Texas. I have a question about the vote in the Senate next week. I'd like to call our senators and express my opinion on this vote, which would be that they would vote to end this support of the coalition. Yeah. What is the likelihood of this bill to pass, and do you have information I can use to voice my support of what you're doing?
Yeah, I've got information you all can use. There's a number that FCNL, which is a nonprofit that set up this phone number, at 1-833 Stop War. If you just dial that, there's a voice recording that will actually help you go through. It'll kind of give you a little bit of background, tell you the bill number is SJ-Res 7, but if you just tell your senators to vote for the Yemen War Powers Resolution, and I think this bill will pass. I think it's going to be on Trump's desk pretty soon. It might actually be his first potential veto of his administration.
Second question from the front, yeah. And ask a question, we don't want no statements.
My name is Hussam Khalid. I'm a victim of the war in Yemen, and my mom is a refugee who has not been able to come to the United States due to Trump's Muslim ban. My question is, as a religious extremist group who has executed the coup and ravaged the country to the point where a coalition had to be formed led by America's best ally in the region, why are the Houthis so victimized, considering that their slogan literally says death to America, word for word? And how come they have not been classified as a terrorist organization?
You know, the former ambassador to Yemen, when he was asked that question, he said, they really don't mean it, you know. Anyone wants to take that answer that?
I think that there are a lot of misconceptions about the war, and I think that the Saudi-led intervention did not help because it had created another layer of grievance on a very toxic conflict. So right now the attention is on the humanitarian crisis, and rightly so. But it's as I mentioned, it's just a short span thing. And the other thing is, in my conversations with people in DC is, people feel that they are, Americans feel that they are part of the coalition, so they need to be held at a higher standard, especially, when it comes to using, American-made weapons in Yemen. So they're tackling it from that perspective. So I can understand the frustration, and this is actually a very common. This is why a lot of Yemenis clapped. It's a very common complaint that I always get. Why is it that the United States don't understand anything about the Houthis? And in part, it's because the United States don't have any leverage on the Houthis. They're chanting death to America, so they can't. And the only thing that they can do is exercise leverage on the Saudis and the Emiratis. But, where does that leave the tribes who are being supported by the coalition? You know, currently there's the tribe of Hajur in Hajjah, which is ironically has been anti-coalition because Hajjah has been hit, you know, civilian targets in Hajjah, and the tribal elders there decided that, you know, they are anti-coalition. But things turned around this year as Houthis have started shelling them, sending ballistic missiles a couple of days ago on a village. So and they required coalition for help. The one thing in Yemen is that alliances shift every second. You can never know. You know, I will not doubt if the Houthis and the Saudis will shake hands. I think they will at the end of this. I mean, you know, they will. Yeah, definitely. You know, so the alliance shift. The ironically 2003's conflict by the Houthis. I mean, it was a rebellion against Ali Abdullah Saleh. Ali Abdullah Saleh killed the leader of the Houthi militia. 2014, they allied. You know, Houthis and Saleh allied. So things shift, and, you know, ultimately the poor people and the civilians pay the price of just these political, you know, devastating, you know, decisions.
2 questions, one here, and then after it. He stood up. Well, no, go ahead. You know, I pointed to you actually. Yes, go ahead. Yes, we have 5 minutes left. We'll try to accommodate. You know.
Yeah. Okay.
Questions.
I will try to do my best.
Yeah.
I mean, my name is Anis Al-Matlahi. I'm one of the victims of the Saleh regime. I was a pilot, and right now I'm the member of the Yemeni South Association in New York. Actually, I'm sorry to saying that, but I felt that's the conference here, that's al-Islah, not the to make the humanitarian crisis to discuss that issue in Yemen. Actually, I have too many questions here, but the time does not helps. Mr. Stephen, or Dr. Stephen, he go through a lot of issues. We go deep to resolve it. What's the problem in Yemen exactly? And Mr. Hakel, or Dr. Hakel too, he go through deep, like long story back, which is what's going on in Yemen. Actually, the issues here, I'm trying to send my message regarding the South Yemen crisis too, the humanitarian issues. Which is we suffering in the south a lot about the Al-Houthis and about the President Al-Hadi and all his government.
Yes, I'd be glad to answer that. I'm glad you raised that issue about southern Iraq because it hadn't been raised yet.
Right.
And I will say that I have long thought, given the number of expat Yemenis living around the world that are engaged in business around the world, international commerce, if Yemen could ever develop a structure of government that would encourage reinvestment of Yemenis around the world in the country, the economy would take off. Someone earlier asked, you know, about the general issue of poverty in the country and providing opportunities to people in the country. I have always thought that this issue of allowing different regions around the country, and it's particularly true in the South, to have more autonomy, to be able to elect their own governors and their own mayors, that would allow, through democratic processes, encouragement of that kind of investment at a local level. And sadly, I felt all through those years in the 1990s and into the 2000s that the Saleh regime was too slow in allowing that. I had many conversations with governors around Yemen as well as government officials in Sana'a in 1995, 1996, saying that that was intended to be part of the resolution of the civil war in 1994. Before that war, there had been this document of pledge and accord that emphasized decentralization, allowing local government processes in the country. And Saleh actually agreed, I think it was through UN diplomacy at the time, that he would take seriously that issue, the demands of decentralization, especially in the South after 1994. The research I did showed that that was all lip service on his part. I mean, for the most part, he kept putting that off. And I would say he put it off until it was too late. He finally allowed, they were indirect elections for governors in all provinces around the country in 2008, I believe it, March of 2008. But that was after the Iraq movement had risen up and, you know, hundreds of thousands of people out in the street. And you began to see the flags of the former South Yemen appearing. So obviously he took that initiative in 2008 because he realized that the game was shifting and that he had delayed, in fact. So I think that's the way to move Yemen forward. As I said, I think there has to be agreement on those underlying structural issues within the country. There has to be some kind of agreement, whether it's federal or confederal, to bring Yemenis together around some sort of consensus.
Thank you. I'm going to take just one last question, from Bushra. And because we're almost approaching 10:30, or actually we're at 10:30, and you want... Yes, quickly ask your question and then we'll... we can hear you, you can speak up.
Warning for another 9/11 by the Houthis, because as you said, they flip quickly, and it isn't their chance. And this is a threat that should be addressed deeply. If there is this article by this person coming out later,
Okay.
it's something that makes me really shake.
Thank you, Bushra. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I think with that, we're going to end, our panel discussion. I want to thank the panelists for doing a great job. This topic, obviously, we could be here for hours just talking about the root causes. And we just, in 10 minutes, we cannot address all these questions. But I thank you so much for, making your best efforts. And thank you.
You all right, man?
So we're going to go straight to our next panel. So keep your seats. And we will begin almost immediately. man, this woman, the man, the woman. Okay, if you could take your seats so that we could stay on time, almost.
Yes, please. I forgot my glasses there.
You're a sweetheart. Hello, everyone can hear me? If you can kindly take your seats so we can get started with the next panel, session 2, the humanitarian crisis and the impact of the war on the ground, which I think the last 2 questions wanted us to focus on anyhow. So the humanitarian crisis in Yemen is one of the worst in modern history. Nearly 4 years of conflict and severe economic decline are driving the country on the brink of famine, exacerbating the needs in all sectors. With an estimated population of 30 million people, the United Nations says 80% of them, or 24 million, are in need, with 14.3 million who are in acute need. And the severity continues to deepen, with the number of people in acute need staggeringly 27% higher than just this time last year. 2/3 of all districts are already pre-famine, and 1/3 face a convergence of multiple acute vulnerabilities. More than 20 million people across the country are food insecure, including nearly 10 million who are suffering from extreme levels of hunger. A total of 17.8 million people lack access to clean water, to sanitation, and 19.7 million lack adequate health care. Add to that poor sanitation, waterborne diseases, and cholera, the needs continue to intensify in all sectors. And just last year, the United Nations Emergency Relief Coordinator warned that 14 million people, half of Yemen's population, are at the risk of starving to death. So widespread conflict, severe economic decline, food insecurity, the collapse of essential services continue to take an enormous toll on the population of Yemen. And this panel is going to address just that. The humanitarian and human rights situation in Yemen, the guarantees of humanitarian access, travel both in and out, documenting what's happening and its challenges, the absence of government control and violations, and to that end, let me introduce our distinguished panel. They will each give a few introductory remarks, and then we'll have a moderated Q&A, and then we'll open it to the floor to all of you. Our first speaker is Catherine Achilles. She's Oxfam's Senior Humanitarian Policy Advisor since 2017, leading advocacy with the United Nations Security Council on crisis contexts, including Yemen. The next speaker after her will be Priyanka Motaparty, is a senior researcher for the Emergencies Divisions of Human Rights Watch. Prior to joining the emergencies team, she was a children's rights researcher for the Middle East and North Africa. Following Priyanka, Afra Nasser is a Yemeni journalist, founding editor-in-chief of Sana Review. She was a 2017 recipient of the Committee to Protect Journalists International Press Freedom Award. And finally, Raya Uraga, who I've followed for a very long time, is Amnesty International Senior Crisis Advisor. Her work here includes documenting the violations of human rights violations in the Philippines, Syria, and Yemen. Prior to that, she was a journalist for 15 years, covering the Middle East and Africa for the Associated Press and Al Jazeera English. Their extensive bios are in your booklets. We're not going to take any more of your time discussing their bios, so I would please like to turn the table first to our first speaker, Catherine Achilles.
Thanks very much. Thank you for the introduction. I should probably start by introducing my own organization, which is the reason why I'm here today. And Oxfam has been working in Yemen for about 30 years, which is an incredibly long and shocking amount of time to be providing humanitarian assistance in a country. And since July 2015, we've reached more than 3 million people in 9 governorates, working in the north and in the south, to provide everything from cash assistance to allow people to buy food, water and sanitation services. We work with local women's leaders to support local peace-building processes and to support their engagement in the international peace process. I usually start these types of talks by talking about the numbers, and I think the numbers have already been introduced and are shocking. I mean, what we are looking at in 2019 is 80% of the country are going to require some sort of assistance from humanitarian actors this year. And that is worse, and it continues to deteriorate every year that we have conflict. And I think it's really easy to listen to numbers of $2.4 billion required to support 24 million people. And it's really easy to lose sight of what that actually means to people, and it's very easy to become overwhelmed. And a lot of the time how we see that iterated in the media is in very visual images of children in health and feeding centers and starving children. And those photos are powerful and important to show the real scale of the human tragedy that is behind the conflict in Yemen, but there is so much more behind those pictures than is ever told by those one images. I mean, those children are already lucky enough to have been able to access a feeding or nutritional center. That means that their families have the resources to be able to travel. It means that they've often taken great personal risk to cross front lines, to travel down roads with checkpoints that may be at risk of airstrike, that may be mined, that may put them at different types of physical risk. It often means they've left other children at home or have not been able to go to work because they've taken their children to be looked after. And it often means that they're living in a place where food is available and they just can't afford to buy it. And it means that has happened for months and months and months. It's a slow decline to when we get to those images of children, and it affects the entire family. Children become more vulnerable to disease when they don't have access to food. People often can't make food safely for children if there's no clean water. And so the crisis in Yemen and the visuals that we see belie an incredibly complex humanitarian disaster, and it's multifaceted and it's multi-layered, and it affects every single member of families, and it affects people in multiple different ways. And the scale of what that means for people who are trying to survive cannot be underestimated. I want to talk a little bit and just raise, I think, quickly 5 key factors that for humanitarian agencies really impact and affect our ability to support Yemeni families right now. And I think the first that I want to talk about is imports and the importance of imports in Yemen. 90% of Yemen's food comes in to the country, it's imported. And about 70% of that currently comes through the ports of Hodeidah and Salif. And that is humanitarian assistance, yes, but it's also commercial food options. And a lot of the restrictions and blockades that we have seen on food and other goods being imported into Yemen have a direct consequence for families. It makes them much more expensive. It doesn't mean that they're not coming in, and it doesn't mean that there is no food in Yemen. It means that it is simply unaffordable. And the coalition restrictions on imports have had a massive impact, and we're still seeing those today. So while the November 2017 blockade was lifted, only 1 container cargo ship has been allowed into those ports since November 2017. And that means that no commercial imports or humanitarian imports of milk powder, of medicines, of cooking oil have been able to go there. They all have to go to Aden, and that makes it much more expensive for both commercial importers and humanitarians to be able to move food and goods around the country. And it also puts those moving those goods around the country at personal risk. I mean, we're asking truck drivers to drive across front lines every day to make sure that food gets across the country. And associated with that is the massive economic crisis that has engulfed Yemen, particularly over the last few months, that has had huge impacts. Where food is available and people used to be able to afford it, massive price increases of up to 124% have simply rendered many families who were coping completely unable to cope anymore. And it also has had direct impacts for humanitarians to be able to do programming when we can't guarantee when we're giving cash support, for example, to families to be able to purchase food on the market, that the cash support that we're giving them will be adequate to meet their needs from week to week or month to month. And so that is having a massive impact on people's lives, but also on our ability to support them. And it's important to note that the reliance on imports makes the humanitarian situation in Yemen much more fragile and much more difficult to plan for. Any disruption to Hodeidah, any escalation in fighting, despite the fragile ceasefire, would have catastrophic impacts. There is no way for humanitarian or commercial actors to be able to get sufficient food into the country if Hodeidah port and Salif ports are taken out of action. Aden and other ports are also vital, but the food security situation in Yemen has always been so fragile that none of the ports can compensate for each other. We need them all open and fully functional to be able to support people. The second issue that I want to raise is the issue of institutions. I think everyone here knows that poor governance is and has been a feature of Yemen for many years. And the fact that public services have ground to a halt means that a lot of what we would call safety nets or support networks for people to access simply don't exist anymore. And the split in the central bank has meant that many civil servants, who are often supporting around 8 people themselves, have either not had their salaries paid or have only had partial payments in the past 2 years. And so again, this is eroding people's ability to access food and other services because they simply don't have the financial means to do it. Third, I want to talk about, just to raise the issue of infrastructure, and IHL, the conflict and all parties of the conflict have constantly had a disregard both for civilian lives but also civilian infrastructure. That means that bridges, hospitals, schools, factories that produce food and medicine that are necessary for people to survive have all been damaged or attacked by all parties to the conflict. And that has had a massive impact on the availability of those goods, but also again on the cost, and have real impact on people's ability to provide water for themselves, to be able to grow their own food, to be able to purchase goods in the market where they're available, and has increased the costs. And so the effect of those attacks on infrastructure that should be protected under international law is an ongoing issue and will be for years to come, even if the conflict ended tomorrow. Repairing those would be massively problematic. And then finally, humanitarian access in Yemen is an incredibly difficult process. Nobody has clean hands in Yemen when it comes to facilitating or ensuring that civilians in need have access to the services and the assistance that they require. And that is everything from the attacks that I mentioned on schools and hospitals. It is the attacks on water facilities, including humanitarian-built water facilities for civilians, to bureaucratic impediments, requirements that we get travel permissions, requirements that we submit proposals, requirements that everything is authorized, all delay our ability to reach people as quickly as we need to be able to, and especially when people are being freshly displaced and we might need to try and provide more immediate response. Those impediments have a huge impact on our ability to actually support people. To finish quickly, we often talk from a humanitarian perspective about what we do and the issues that affect us. And I think it's really important to note that Yemenis are not the passive recipients of international aid from organizations like Oxfam. We, as Oxfam, work with many Yemeni organizations, and most of our staff are Yemeni from across the divide. And Yemenis have been at the forefront of supporting each other. Most of the people that we talk to, give food to friends and neighbors when they need it. They loan cash when people need it. They're on the front line of trying to build peace initiatives, of trying to negotiate access, of trying to ensure that people have access to the services and goods that they need. And the humanitarian response in Yemen would not be able to be run without it being led and run by so many Yemeni people. But the humanitarian situation continues to get worse and worse and worse. And a lot of people's ability to cope, the ability to be able to lend cash, the ability to find medicine from somewhere is being eroded, and it continues to be eroded. And we have been very fortunate, I think, that Yemen hasn't hit a formal famine as yet, but that does not mean the situation is good, and that does not mean that it is not very imminent, and the situation is very fragile. In 2014, before the war broke out, 14 million people in Yemen needed assistance. Today, 10 million more people require that assistance, and that is just because of the war. That is men with guns who have ruined the lives of millions and millions and millions of people in Yemen. And we can bandage it and we can plaster it over as humanitarians, and we can provide the assistance to keep people alive. But to thrive and to succeed and to have a dignified life, Yemenis need peace. Humanitarians need money and we need access, but Yemenis need peace. And as for Oxfam and other humanitarian organizations, at the end of the day, that is our core message. We need the peace process to succeed, and we need to see a drastic escalation in violence and much more improved access so that we can ensure that people in Yemen have the ability to access and receive the support that they need in the short term.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll turn to Priyanka.
Thank you so much.
I will restrict myself to three main points. I've been personally visiting Yemen since 2003, and I've been working on the conflict in Yemen as an investigator for Human Rights Watch since 2016. And since that time, we've really been puzzling over this issue of humanitarian access, humanitarian aid, and what was causing the dramatic deterioration of the humanitarian situation in Yemen. And by puzzling, what I want to say is so many people that we speak to would like to see a single, unitary, easy to solve cause for the humanitarian situation in Yemen. They would like to say, this party is to blame, this, particular side is to blame, this particular obstacle, if only we could remove that one large obstacle, then we could solve this issue. But over the years that I've looked at the humanitarian situation in Yemen, speaking to humanitarians working on the ground, humanitarians like Catherine, humanitarians who are Yemeni nationals, working for local organizations, working for international organizations, we've heard that it's not just one factor, but just multiplicity of factors which people have started describing, which people describe as death by 1,000 cuts. What does this mean? So a lot of focus on the humanitarian situation has focused on the naval blockade, the coalition-led naval blockade, which has prevented food from reaching ports in Yemen. And that is certainly a significant and important factor. But when we've looked closely at the humanitarian situation in Yemen, what we find is that goods, both humanitarian and commercial goods, which are a key part of the picture, as my fellow panelist has pointed out, face obstacles at literally every step of the way. So from the moment they, try to reach the territorial waters of Yemen, the pre-approvals that they need to get, the types of insurances that they need to get, then the permission to enter the port. If goods are able to enter a port in Yemen, the process of leaving that port, the capacity of the port to actually accept, offload goods, and then to transport those goods to other parts of Yemen. What does this mean in human rights terms? Under international humanitarian law, also known as the laws of war, it is prohibited to deny humanitarian aid. It is prohibited for states to deny humanitarian aid, and is prohibited for parties in control of territory to deny humanitarian aid. It is also prohibited to use starvation as a weapon of war. And yet, it has been very, very difficult to advance this argument because there are so many factors contributing to the humanitarian situation. So the blockade is a part of it, but then we also have a number of bureaucratic burdens placed on humanitarians by different parties to the conflict. We have the issue of humanitarian visas. Numerous humanitarian organizations bringing international staff into the country have talked about how difficult it is for them to get visas, both to the north and as well to southern Yemen, depending on the time period and the political situation. We have, multiple examples of Houthi authorities trying to dictate humanitarian programming. So saying, X hospital should not be providing, for example, maternal and infant care. They should be providing only assistance to combatants or assistance to trauma injuries. We also have the attempt to divert aid, to collect beneficiary lists that we see a lot in the north, and to, through these means, control how aid is being distributed. The second point I want to make also builds on Catherine's point, which is how the conduct of hostilities, how the hostilities are being conducted. Human Rights Watch has documented numerous attacks on key civilian infrastructure. Speaking of water points, in late 2016, I visited a village outside of Sana'a called Arhab, where villagers had pooled their money together in order to build a water well. They had hired a drilling rig and worked for months to finance and then execute the project. The well was on the verge of being completed when, in the middle of the night, it was struck. It was hit by an airstrike. In the morning, when people came to collect the bodies of the victims, it was again hit by multiple airstrikes. And this is just one example of how a community struggling to survive has had its chance at a better life, its chance at access to water for farming purposes, water for livelihood, has had that access to a key element necessary for livelihood completely destroyed. I've visited medicine factories, food storage facilities that have been hit by airstrikes as well. On the side of the Houthis, there has been widespread use of landmines since the earliest days of this war in 2015. On my most recent trip to Yemen last month, we again documented widespread use of landmines in the Western Coast operation. And these landmines are not just a problem for victims who are often young children, like 15-year-old Abdu, who I met, who had been fleeing the conflict with his family and lost his leg below the knee. They are also a problem for humanitarian access. We met with multiple humanitarians on the ground who told us that they were restricted to traveling on hard asphalt roads. They could not reach some of the communities that were most in need because those communities were only accessible by traveling on dirt roads. But they couldn't travel on those roads because there was no map of where these mines had been laid. No one could guarantee that they would be safe. The landmines have also destroyed access to livelihoods, and this is, I think, a key third point in looking at the humanitarian situation. Both landmines and the way that hostilities have been conducted more generally have resulted in the destruction of livelihoods that have kept families alive for generations. When we were meeting people fleeing the Western Coast, we met many people who relied for their livelihood on date farming, as well as people who relied on deep-sea fishing. Date farmers told us how they had been caught amidst warring parties, how their date farms had been mined, and how they were no longer able to access those lands, leading to the death of trees that they had cultivated for years and sometimes for decades. Fishermen told us that journeys to the sea that used to take them, 15 minutes, a few hours, now took them days because they had to pass by multiple military checkpoints. And then they risked attack at sea. We interviewed multiple fishermen who had been out in the deep sea waters, attempting to continue their livelihood, only to find themselves attacked by coalition forces. So these 3 points, the bureaucratic obstacles by all parties to the conflict, the conduct of hostilities, the destruction of infrastructure and livelihoods, and finally the long-term effects of the war that prevent people from earning their living have contributed to the dire humanitarian situation we find today.
Thank you so much. Afra?
Hello? Oh, okay. That was a very clicky picture. Within the 21 speakers in this conference, none of us came from Yemen directly. As someone who's going to speak about the civil society organization in Yemen, I would have loved that someone would come from Yemen and speak about their work inside the country. But, the first challenge for that to happen is the on and off travel ban. And it's such a shame that only the privileged people could go and have access to Yemen, while Yemenis are trapped in siege and not able to come and speak to, policymakers here in the US or even to the public to raise awareness about their situation in Yemen, while American bombs have an easy access to be dropped in Yemen. Yemenis are not wanted. Yemenis are trapped in borders. Just last week, one Yemeni journalist was found drowned in the Algerian coast as he was fleeing Yemen, aiming to reach Spain, I think. So it's shocking how all powers seem to be against Yemenis and trapping them and not allowing them to, let their stories reach such important places like the US or UK or, other European countries. It's very, very personal for me to talk about the Yemen Civil Society Organization because I owe everything that I know, from my political awareness to the women who really led the civil society organizations in Yemen. As someone who comes from, non-political family, from Harat al-Raqas in Sana'a, I had really, my expectations or my aspiration were really limited as a woman, as a Yemeni first, and then second as a woman. But because thanks to places like late Dr. Raufa Hassan Center in Sana'a or Tawakkul Karaman, Yemeni Women Journalists Without Borders organization in Sana'a, the Yemeni Women Journalist Forum for Rahma Hujaira, which seems all like coming to be led by Yemeni women. Thanks to these places, I had, feminist schooling, my political awareness about democracy, social justice, and freedom of press and freedom of expression. These places really that fostered my understanding and led my path to where I am today. The travel ban seems like the first problem for an access, but also there seems to be unwillingness or a deliberate desire to exclude Yemen from especially foreign funding opportunities to the civil society organization, because how challenging, and it could be sometimes time-consuming, money-consuming. It could be like a full-time job just to try to have an access or to get someone from Yemen to travel outside to the US or other places. Because of all of these challenges, organizations and foundations tend to be kind of segregating Yemen from other opportunities given to other countries, affected by conflicts. Unfortunately, Syria, for example, because they're able to reach to Germany and other places, they have had, in comparison to Yemenis, they've had a better off situation when it comes to foreign funding opportunities. But another problem also, like talking about the external problems, is that something that you mentioned, because of the deteriorated Yemeni economy, some of the funding opportunities really lacks understanding of how the currency exchange could really limit or make some people really in a disadvantaged position because of the value of Yemeni rial has lost most of its value. And also, it's very important to have the support for these organizations and trying to understand how the polarization in Yemen has become. It's really, really difficult without having really the absolute strong bond or a connected kind of coalition to support individual or organization from the civil society. Sometimes they would be in a very risky situation. For example, just yesterday, Radhiya al-Mutawakkil from Muwatana organization in Yemen, she had a very powerful hearing in the U.S. House, you call it? The U.S. House Foreign Affairs. And it's shocking, like the amount of hatred and attacks she got online, because everyone changed or depending on their political affiliation, would absolutely attack you if you don't fit into their side. And also, it's very important that to know that this venue for civil society organization have been also hijacked by other powers. Let's say there are organizations funded by the Yemeni government or by the Saudi Arabia or United Arab Emirates just to attack the other side. And it's very important to take that in consideration whenever you're trying to create some solidarity with organizations similar to Muwatana. Since I don't have much time, but I would like to finish with just one story that maybe could give you an idea about what like one person could go through coming from the civil society community in Yemen. There was a newspaper called Ashara that had its peak fame in 2011. It's a locally led publication. It doesn't have a website. It only has a Facebook page, but it doesn't even like publish the text online because the group depend on the revenue that when they sell the newspaper. 2011 was it was the honeymoon for democracy in Yemen. And it was very popular. I would say it was the first or the most popular newspaper at that time. And then 2014 happened, and the Houthi-led coalition with Ali Abdullah Saleh took over of Sana'a. And guess what? The first enemy they went to attack was to hit the state TV, state radio, and also like start to attacking journalists, harassing them, threatening them, arresting them. And then the newspaper really fell off. Most of the journalists, they were like in prison or harassed, or some of them even fled to their villages, escaping or trying to avoid the risk. And then the chief editor was sent death threats, and then because he was very vocal on social media, he was hit in his leg, Nabil Subay. And there are other examples where Mohammed Al-Absi, for example, who was assassinated by the Houthis. I mean, we can debate and investigate, but many people believe that he was assassinated by the Houthis. So, and other journalists from the newspaper, Nabil fled to Egypt. I had the chance to meet him and spoke about his situation, and he's dealing with a lot of traumas because of that incident. And I can see we just lost one of the most vocal and partial and respectful journalists, because he really don't have the energy anymore to report. Other colleagues of Nabil, for example, Hani Al-Junaid, he had to flee to Taiz because he was harassed by the Houthis in Sana'a. And in Taiz, because of his also writings on social media, he was criticizing what the armed groups were doing in Taiz, and he was also again harassed in Taiz, and he had to flee to Aden. And in Aden, he started also like reporting about the situation in Aden through his social media. And again, he was harassed and sent death threats by terrorist groups funded mainly by Saudi Arabia or United Arab Emirates. And he could even give me some names of people who really, he knows, like it was not random, it was systematic and targeted. They wanted to silence him. He was kidnapped for one day. He sent me, no, we didn't hear anything about him for one day. And luckily, because of a lot of local and regional pressure from other pro-press organization, we were able to free him. He was freed, but after like a horrible 24 hours of torture that he cannot even reveal today. Thankfully, he fled to Egypt. In Egypt, he also like faced a lot of threats because Egypt is in a good shape, as we all know. And today, he's in Korea, South Korea, that rejects Yemeni refugees. And that tells you like the agony of these individuals trying to build their country, but because of all these factors coming together, the situation has been, I think, even if you speak to the old generation, it has never been this difficult before.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Maria?
Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning, for the Foundation and the Center for National Security for putting this incredible event together, and Dr. Dalia for moderating this important discussion. Incredible points brought up by all my fellow panelists here, so I'll try to keep my remarks very brief. As a senior researcher with Amnesty International, my work on Yemen has touched on all of the themes that my fellow panelists here raised, and I must say this is my second all-women panel in this exact room, so thank you, Karen, and everyone. So it was really amazing to come here. As I mentioned, as a researcher for Amnesty International, I've been part of the work on documentation of human rights violations in Yemen. And if we just take a look at, I'd like to acknowledge the date we're gathered here today. In just a few weeks, we'll be marking what is 4 years since the campaign of bombardment led by the Saudi and UAE-led coalition targeting the Houthi armed group in Yemen. And since that coalition-led bombardment started in March of 2015, Amnesty International has been documenting all sorts of violations committed by all parties to the conflict. So essentially all parties have been violating international humanitarian law, their obligations under international humanitarian law through attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure. And what I want to point out here when we talk about the conflict in Yemen, and I really dislike sort of comparisons, but if you take a look at the more recent conflicts in the region and the intractable conflicts in the region, when we take a look at Yemen, the reality is that a lot of international parties have actual leverage in this particular conflict, right? There is much that can be done to stop these violations. This humanitarian crisis is an entirely man-made crisis. Yes, even before the war, some of the communities in Yemen were in a very difficult position, humanitarian-wise, but a lot of what we're seeing today is entirely man-made, and there's so much that can be done to stop it. The question is the actual willingness and all sorts of other calculations that come into play. So for example, if we take a look at the attacks that we've documented, whether Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, or even, if I may cite the most recent reporting that we have from Muwatana, one of the more preeminent human rights organizations, one of the largest human rights organizations in Yemen. They just issued a really important report yesterday, which Afra mentioned, Radia was testifying to Congress about. They documented from 2015 to 2018 at least 27 apparently unlawful coalition attacks in which weapons or parts of weapons from the US and the UK were used, right? So hence, the involvement of the international community is not just when it comes to leverage, there is essentially indirect involvement. Some may even call it complicity, when you have weapons from all sorts of Western countries, from Australia, from South Korea, all sorts of governments providing weapons to the coalition that end up being used in illegal attacks in Yemen, causing massive civilian harm and damage to civilian infrastructure. There can be much that can be done, and that's why we have a consistent call at Amnesty International. In fact, it's a call that other human rights organizations share to halt armed transfers to these countries that are involved in these violations in Yemen, because we've seen their track record and how these weapons are being used. And it's been very inspiring to see the traction this is the movement that's happening, the bipartisan really activity that's happening on the Hill when it comes to this particular issue. But it's not just obviously the United States. There's so many other countries involved in this. One of the other aspects or violations that I'd like to bring up before we open it up for remarks, I just want to keep my remarks very brief so we have as much discussion as we can, is the issue of detention-related violations. We've documented violations by the Houthis as well as by the coalition in the south when it comes to arbitrary arrests, enforced disappearance, torture, and ill treatment. And this particular issue is really very close to my heart. I mean, one of the images that I find very difficult to get out of my mind from one of my recent trips my last trip to Yemen last summer were these group of mothers standing in 50-degree heat in Aden outside the house of the Minister of Interior. Some of these mothers hadn't known the whereabouts of their sons for up to 3 years. Imagine the agony of not just knowing that your son had been arbitrarily arrested, not knowing what he was arrested for, but not knowing whether he's even alive or not for 3 years. This pattern of violations is particularly problematic because it gets very little attention, and it's one that has the potential for very long-term damage, right? Once the bombs end, once the campaign of bombardment ends, people tend to forget about those who are missing and disappeared for years and years and years. Hence, it was very important to see the discussion about prisoners' exchange as part of the, or revealing the fate of the disappeared as part of the conversations in Stockholm and Sweden in the ceasefire talks. So that pattern of violation, again, and it's, by the way, one of the pattern of violations that, again, international parties have a lot of leverage in addressing. So just to give you a quick example, when our report this summer was coming out on enforced disappearance and torture by UAE forces and local forces backed by the UAE in southern Yemen, even before the report came out, in the 2 weeks prior to the report, when we submitted our findings to the government of Yemen and to the UAE authorities, sharing with them our findings and asking questions about some of the violations, that letter coincided with another story that the AP had really been leading on this coverage, as well as Human Rights Watch. Our report came as a one-year follow-up to that work by AP and Human Rights Watch. So our letters to the governments coincided with a new story by the AP about serious allegations of torture in these network of secret prisons that had been revealed the year prior. And just as these two pieces of, the letters and the stories came out, were handed to the governments, we saw large numbers of people being transferred from unofficial facilities to official facilities, as well as some releases from these prisons. In other words, pressure does yield results when it comes to the question of detentions and enforced disappearance. The important thing is to keep up this pressure and to keep up this kind of work and documentation.
Thank you so much. So in the 25 minutes we have left, I'm going to ask one large general question. All of you can address it, and then we'll open the floor because I feel the questions. The first is, as a professor of conflict studies, when we look at what is violence, there's direct violence, right? The actual killing. Then there's the structure of violence, what leads to endemic famine and poverty and everything affecting Yemenis today. But then there's the culture of violence, everything that causes us to not see what's happening and to not care. And it's tied to everything you've spoken about, the international linkages, that it's not just the direct hunger and the direct needs of people, but that there are fundamental international violations by several countries here. And the international linkages are what we don't usually focus on. We talk about the human rights violations, not just the secret detention centers, but that we're turning Yemen's seaports and airports into detention centers and military barracks. We're looking at several international violations by countries, not just the US and the UAE and Saudi Arabia and Iran, and all of these linkages that continue this conflict, not for the sake of Yemenis, but at the expense of Yemenis. And so when we think about this culture of violence that continues to allow this to perpetuate, in all of your experiences, and several of you have returned from the region recently or up until last year, we see the agreements out of Geneva saying, well, there's going to be $2.6 billion for humanitarian aid. But what is after that? What comes after? It's not just about feeding the hungry. It's not just about poverty alleviation. It's not just about attacking the direct violence, but it's the structure of violence and the culture of violence and its continuation. So I was wondering if each of you can take a few minutes to speak to that, and then we'll open the floor.
Dalia, I think that's just an incredible question and a really, a great way to frame this issue. And I really want to thank Afrah as well for calling attention to the way in which the conflict in Yemen, the humanitarian crisis, and the situation in Yemen has really been cut off from the rest of the world in such a profound way. The only reason that I am here, that many of us are here sitting on this panel is because it is so difficult to bring Yemeni voices from Yemen to this situation.
Because I live in Sweden, that's how I was able to come. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that, I would like to see as many of us as possible to take it as our personal mission to do this work of trying to elevate Yemeni voices, of trying to bring the people most directly affected by the conflict into the forums where their voices really should be taking the forefront. So I just want to really, emphasize that point as well. In terms of, but again, in terms of, then as a non-Yemeni, as a foreigner trying to draw attention to this conflict and to situate it within a system of global violence, I also want to call attention to how difficult it has been for others who are genuinely concerned with the situation of Yemen, who, would like to see human rights standards being protected for people to be able to live in human dignity, how difficult it also is for us to go to the country and to be able to access accurate, verifiable information from the ground. It's an extraordinary privilege that I was able to travel to Yemen last month, and it took months of work in order to organize this visit. And if for me, as a holder of a Western passport, a member of an international human rights organization, if it takes that amount of effort to simply visit, to be able to document what's happening there, and this is not my visit was only to the south. I mean, the difficulties of going to northern Yemen are only compounded or exponentially more difficult. I visited Yemen, I think 3 or 4 times over the course of the conflict, and every time I visit, I'm afraid that it will be the last time I'm able to go there. So I think, we need to situate our discussion within this profound disconnect, this purposeful isolation that has been imposed on Yemen from the rest of the world.
Your question touches on so many themes, and I will pick one that's also very close to the causes that we call for. I think one of the biggest problems when we look at the situation in Yemen is an ongoing culture of impunity, right? And when human rights organizations like ours, when we ask for accountability, when we ask for justice, why do we ask for this, right? Are we being quixotic? Is it because we love international law? No, it's because accountability and justice have actual, tangible ramifications, right? It's what we call a guarantee of non-repetition, right? How do you ensure that the pattern of detentions in southern Yemen stop, detention violations rather, or by the Houthis for that matter, right? You have to have investigations. You have to have these problematic officials removed from position. You can't have a situation where the same officials continue to be in position and then expect that these secret prisons are going to disappear. They're not going to disappear. If you don't have remedy and accountability, there is not a guarantee of non-repetition, right? And we rarely ever see the question of justice, accountability, investigations as part of the conversation when the conflict is happening, because parties to the conflict, so in a situation like the talks in Sweden, for example, right, one of the calls that Human Rights Watch, Muatana, and Amnesty had made was you have to have the questions of these human rights violations at the heart of the conversation, because parties tend to have a very narrow, interest-focused, because they don't want to make it a bigger, complicated discussion. But the reality is that these issues of accountability are at the heart of the discussion because they prevent the ongoing pattern of abuse from repeating.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try and make two very different points. I think, firstly, just to say about Geneva, money is generous and needed and welcome, but checks are not an ease on the conscience of the states that are supporting parties to this conflict. And too often, money is seen that way, and is certainly can not always mean that pressure is put on those parties. When people write checks for $1 billion, I think in many quarters that allows that blind eye to be turned and allows for that discussion about what they're actually doing in the country to not happen. In terms of thinking about what next, the humanitarian crisis might end next week or next month or next year, but the lifelong health impacts and quality of life impacts on ordinary Yemenis will last a lifetime. If you are malnourished as a child, you carry around consequences for the rest of your life. It affects your development, it affects puberty, it affects the rest of your life. Access to health can leave, improper health services can leave lifelong health consequences. And so it's really important that we focus on not just the short-term impacts of violence and the humanitarian crisis now, but what that crisis is going to look like in people's lives in 20 and 30 and 40 years, even with a resolution to the conflict. And then I want to make maybe a much bigger point, which is most of my job here in New York is talking to the UN Security Council about Yemen and lots of other parts of the world that they don't always want to talk about. And I think, when I started in September 2017, the idea that the Security Council would pass a resolution on Yemen, host a monthly briefing on Yemen, talk about Yemen more than every 3 months was laughable. I mean, it was seen as completely unrealistic that we could have conversations about what was happening in Yemen because of the alliances at a regional and international level. And I think a huge amount of pressure has been borne by humanitarian and human rights and Yemeni organizations particularly, including the diaspora especially, to really increase the accountability of the international community and make that increasingly unacceptable for that to happen. And I think where we are now is that at least bodies like the UN Security Council are forced to talk about Yemen on a monthly basis. And I think that discussion is far from perfect, and I think that discussion is far too influenced by those regional dynamics, and those alliances are not really focused on people's lives and what Yemen actually needs. But it is a start, and I think that pressure to make sure those debates continue really needs to be maintained as well.
Yeah. Well, I have a view about the money and funding. I've had the chance to report from the UN Security Council, the UN General Assembly last year, and I saw, it was a game kind of. I think if the Saudi-led coalition destroyed Yemen, they have to pay and build it. If they destroy it, they build it. As they started the war, they have to end it and build it. They have to pay the money. But for a lot of Yemenis, we do understand this is not just a violence. It's like ruining Yemen. It's like pancaking Yemen, If you look the way cultural and historical heritage places are destroyed, why? What did that do? Anything to do with the conflict? Is it Iranian funded? Is it Houthi? Is it what? So we do understand there is a certain intention in this conflict. As a Yemeni woman also, like the way I see how women's rights is being eroded and all political rights are being eroded in Yemen, while Saudi women are allowed to drive, to go to cinema and all of that, it's like we're being, kept behind while they're trying to progress. Why is that? They're trying to ruin Yemen. all these power coming together are trying to ruin Yemen, and for that we need accountability. Not only for the damage being done, but also for destroying our dreams, for destroying our future. That has to be taken accountable, and all these parties have to, for justice have to be served.
And really served, not just promised. Like you have a joint investigative, mechanism that then acknowledges mistakes in airstrikes, but then we don't know who's being questioned or anyone remedied.
So we're going to open the floor. I see hands shooting up already. Awesome. Okay, I will start from this side. Yes, ma'am.
Weapons. Do I start over? Okay. So you described illegal weapons being sold or sent to Yemen. Why do you think these nations are providing the weapons? And why is it their interest what is their interest besides money in the region? And whose interest is it to see Yemen fall apart?
Maybe just in the interest of time, we'll take 3 questions at a time. Is that good? So maybe 2 more questions. Go ahead, sir. We'll take both of you. Go ahead. Yeah.
So as we heard, and we all know that there's a widespread suffering in Yemen. There are millions of people who are in need. However, there are hundreds of millions of international aid to Yemen. Where is that money? My question to Oxfam, if $100 is given to Oxfam, how much of that $100 actually goes to the people in need in Yemen? Not to the local organizations who are actually corrupt, and they are much better than the Yemeni people in need. How much of that $100 actually goes to the people of Yemen? Thank you.
Just right behind him.
Thank you. Actually, they are all interesting points, but I think there is something missing here. Mm-hmm. Unlike Syria, unlike Iraq, unlike other recent crises, there is something underfunded in Yemen, more than the other crises. And it is like building the capacity of the civil society inside Yemen, and building the capacity of the human rights organizations inside Yemen. These are all underfunded. Actually, in the last 3 or 4 months, we discovered that INGOs and UN agencies are asking local organizations inside Yemen and the IPs either to sign a paper or to write in their bylaws that they don't have any political position in order to be funded. So I think the international community set a tone inside Yemen and prevented INGOs or engaged the INGOs in something that they did not do in Syria and Iraq and other crises where they took risks. And actually, I really like to have a comment on this.
Sure. Does anyone want to take them?
Shall I start? 2 very good and often quite tricky questions to answer. What I will say in terms of how, at least from an Oxfam perspective, we partner with local organizations is based on humanitarian principles. So principles of impartiality, operational neutrality, and independence. That means that we work with organizations that adhere to those, and that doesn't mean that staff or individuals do not have perceived or actual political affiliations. I mean, Lord knows humanitarians also get accused of having political bias all of the time in places like Yemen and elsewhere. And we work very hard to maintain and base all of our work based on those standards. I certainly can't speak for the UN or for other INGOs, but with regards to how we work with civil society, that's kind of where we start. Oxfam also has committed under a couple of processes about the structural reform of humanitarian assistance to work more closely and with local partners in a way that doesn't treat them as implementing partners, and so is trying to build the capacity of the organizations that we work with to give them proportions of funding directly and to support them to be able to access funding directly through the UN and other networks. And those are under processes called the Grand Bargain and the New Way of Working, and they are global processes with metrics that Oxfam is required to perform against, and that reporting is done publicly on a global level, so in all countries that we work on. In terms of how money goes to people in Yemen, We take our commitment both to our public donors, because a lot of Oxfam's money actually comes from individual contributions and donations, as well as to our government and UN donors extremely seriously. And we devote considerable time to ensuring that we have the monitoring and evaluation systems in place to make sure that if there are concerns about aid diversion, whether that is at local level with partners or with the authorities who are in control of the areas that we're operating under, that those are identified and investigated as quickly as possible. I won't take up too much time, but I'm happy to talk to you afterwards about what those look like and about the standards in which we operate, both as Oxfam but also as the international community trying to work in Yemen.
On the question of weapons, quickly, that the question that was asked, I just want to clarify. It's not a question of illegal weapons, it's the use of the weapons illegally. It's just a semantics thing for international law purposes. But so, because there's a distinction between an illegal weapon and then a perfectly legal weapon that's used in an illegal way because it's used in targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. That semantics issue aside, obviously I'm not in a position to speak on behalf of these governments and why they engage in these decisions. You've already touched on the financial considerations that are obviously at play, the political alliances between governments and, there are certain allies in the region. But what we can clarify for these governments is that this puts them in direct involvement or complicity in violations of international law that they can't absolve themselves from. And we've tried to take this to courts in the UK, in meetings, in advocacy meetings around the world. It's interesting, for example, when the issue of the particular issue in the court, and I'm using one of our former colleagues from Human Rights Watch when she was clarifying on the issue of arms sales particularly, when the issue was the UK arms sales case, for example, was taken to a court in the UK, NGO reporting on the weapons being used in illegal attacks was disregarded, partly because of the lack of access to airstrike sites, right? So it is all connected to issues of access and, not that we're unable to do our documentation remotely, but obviously to be able to access these sites is of much bigger as I've seen at times of much bigger value. So all we can do is to keep up the pressure and to continue documenting this problematic use and to continue to support certain pieces of legislation that are ensuring that this pressure is definitely stepped up.
Maybe 3 questions from the center. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Zaid Nagy, a Yemeni American activist.
Just the mic.
Zaid Nagy, a Yemeni American activist. My question is for Sister Efrah. You said that the Yemeni activist, Radi al-Mutawakkil, the controversial Yemeni activist, Radi al-Mutawakkil, gave a testimony in front of Congress and later faced a backlash and harassment on social media. And you came up to a conclusion that that harassment came from different political parties. My question is, that harassment, that backlash, being that the social media is the only source that the ordinary Yemeni on the ground who is not aligned with any faction, being that's its only mean to say, why couldn't U.S. policymaker use that backlash as a warning that something was wrong in the testimony? Why couldn't that backlash represent the real Yemeni voice? Thank you.
Go ahead, sir. Right here.
Since the war started, many Yemenis NGOs have emerged in the U.S., and a lot of them have been reaching out to the Yemeni diaspora for funds. However, the capacity is very limited to reach out to U.S. farmer. I know they allocate certain amount of funds for nonprofit organization. Because of their capacity of not being a 501c, have organizations such as Kathy's organization been involved in, especially we have a lot of issues with waterborne diseases in Yemen. The second question, which is very political, is most of the Yemenis in the US try to send funds to their family members, and companies such as Western Unions and MoneyGrams don't allow funds to be transferred because of issues with national security. Can that be addressed? Thanks.
Go ahead, right there.
Thank you. My name is Marie-Christine. I am a survivor of the Rwandan genocide. I'd like to talk to Ms. Ashir about the impact of humanitarian impact on the ground. You've mentioned about, also Ms. Lagay has mentioned about the women she saw looking for their sons whom they didn't know where they may be in prison and how long, why they were put in prison. So I would like you to mention most of the humanitarian aid that is on the ground is for basic needs, actually, food, medical, but there has been issues. It's been 25 years since the genocide of Rwanda has been, and I've been working with survivors since through different organizations like UNHCR, ICRC, International Red Cross, and through my own organization. Been helping survivors to know, to overcome the trauma, but I have realized that there are many issues that can be happening in Yemen affecting the children now, but they don't know, affecting the parents, affecting everyone on the ground, but they are not aware of the effects such things can cause to them. It's been now 25 years that we find some children, some survivors who had children that time, now being affected in mental health issues because they had issues that they had never been told of, they had never been dealt with. So is there any help of making awareness of such kind of effects of trauma that may affect these people? Also talking about dignity.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll address them. Thank you so much. Anybody want to take care?
Yeah, sure, I can jump in. Just on the last point, I think, the long-term impacts on physical, mental health, and emotional well-being of conflict is underinvested in, and often we respond to short-term needs because we have limited funding, and those are the ones in front of us. And I think there are lots of organizations inside Yemen trying to do what we call psychosocial support, especially with women and particularly with children, to try and support those. And I completely agree. I think taking a longer-term view and making sure that we plan appropriately for Yemen's recovery and for people's recovery is going to be vital. On this issue of Yemeni diaspora funding and funding into Yemen, this is a huge problem for humanitarians as well as the diaspora, although I think our issue always pales in significance compared to the amount of money that the diaspora send to Yemen. We often have to try and rely on the same types of systems, the Hawala systems, informal networks to be able to move money around Yemen. And what we find is that a lot of the same issues start to restrict our work, which is banks' confidence and banks' concerns about who we're all giving money to. So our colleagues in Oxfam America do quite a bit of work here in the US, looking at Yemen, but also with Syria and Somalia, where this is also a particular issue for diaspora funding, to look at the impacts, the formal impacts of legislation and sanctions and restrictions that prevent us from being able to send money in certain ways, but also what we call the chilling effect of that legislation on banks' ability or willingness to take on the risk, given the complexities of access and banking, formal banking services inside Yemen and other places. So it's certainly something that we are very attuned to, both in terms of the massive contribution that diaspora communities often make in the humanitarian response, as well as in our own work as well.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah. I think if we discuss Radhia in personal, or in specific, she had faced many threats, not only online, like her peers, like other journalists, other activists. Unfortunately, especially in the US, among the Yemeni American community, there seems to be a monopoly about any narrative about the conflict, and any kind of independent thinking or independent or free thinking is being attacked or rejected. But you're absolutely entitled to have your opinion, but I have nothing else to say.
We have one more question for closing remarks.
Well, actually, can we address her question on mental health? Yes, I want to address the question on mental health because I think this is such an important point that it's very easy to lose in the urgency of what's happening in Yemen. First of all, international humanitarian law, the laws of war, does actually require that both physical harm but also potential mental harm be considered when attacking parties are planning and assessing the civilian impact of attacks. What this means is that if someone is planning, if a warring party is planning to carry out a bombing, it is part of their duty to consider not only the civilian lives that may be lost or the injuries that may occur, but also the mental injuries, the mental harm that could occur as a result of attacks. It's not an area that's well developed in the laws of war. It's something that advocates in this area are working to advance. There's actually a very interesting project done by the Sana Center for Strategic Studies in conjunction with the Columbia Law School Human Rights Clinic, working to study the impact of the conflict on mental health in Yemen and look at the provision of services both by the Yemeni government and by other actors. So there is work being done in this area, but I really want to thank you for raising this point because these effects will, of course, last for decades to come.
Last question? We're out of time. All right, so my, I guess, most important announcement was that lunch will be served in this room in the back. Please help me in giving a round of applause to our wonderful panelists. It's been an honor to be with you.
Please, lunch will be served in the back. You have about 20 minutes before you have to resume your seats, and then we will have today's keynote.
Okay, لا انتوا الستات بس.
If you could take your seats, we're going to get started. Can you get the president up here? Is he going to be here or there? Did you ask Mohammed? Where are they? No, he picks one of you. Get her me. Give me her. I'll tell you.
Hi, if you could all take your seats. We're going to get started again after lunch. And if you could silence your cell phones, that would be appreciated. We're about to begin our keynote address. So I'll give you another minute. Could please take your seats. Okay, thank you. It gives me great pleasure to introduce one of my favorite journalists who's joined us here just for this event today in New York. Geeta Fakhri is the host of the Doha debates, as well as an anchor on TRT World, and she's traveled in the Middle East, in Europe, and here in New York in just the past week. So it's a real pleasure to have you here with us today.
Thank you very much indeed, Jennifer. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you to the Tawakkul Karman Foundation as well for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with President Monsef Marzouki, who's our keynote speaker. This conference, of course, has been focusing on all the incredible challenges that Yemen still faces today, but also on the potential solutions on the way to economic and political recovery, stability, of course, first and foremost, and social mobilization. So in a way, it's very interesting as well to draw on the experience that other countries have had on their way to recovery as they have figured out a way out of the instability that their countries have faced. With me here is Monsef Marzouki, who served as the first president of Tunisia after the 14 January revolution. He is a doctor of medicine, a human rights activist, the founder of the center-left Congress Party for the Republic. He's also an author who has published numerous works, both in Arabic and in French, on Arab democracy and the rule of law in the Arab and Islamist world, in Arab and Muslim societies. President Marzouki will deliver his opening remarks, after which I will have a few questions for him. And if you have questions as well, we will gladly open the floor to questions. President Marzouki, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank very warmly my sister Tawakkal Kerman and the university for this invitation. I'm very proud to be here, but I wouldn't say that I am very happy to talk about such an issue. I would have liked to talk about the construction of the success of the Arab Spring or something like this. But unfortunately, we have to tackle all those the situation, those kind of problem. I wonder what can I add that could be interesting for you after what we have heard this morning. I am not a Yemeni, of course. I am not involved in the political struggle. I don't know everything about this Yemeni situation. I think I can add something interesting just by giving you the whole picture, because I do believe that you cannot understand exactly what's happening in Yemen if you don't put this crisis in the broad perspective of the crisis of the Arab world. I'm afraid to say that, in fact, the tragedy of Yemen is a little piece of the tragedy going on the whole Arab world. So if you want to understand this small crisis, you have to understand the huge crisis going on the Arab world. You probably know that I have been in charge as president in a very difficult and very difficult and very painful part of the Tunisian history. But I was also with Tawakkal Kerman, part of the whole movement of the Arab Spring. I remember in 2011, before I became president, when we had the first outburst in Tunisia, I was so happy to see that Yemen is joining the club, because the club of the countries of the Arab country were at the moment were Tunisia, then Egypt, then Libya, then and Syria, and Yemen joined the club in February 17, if I remember well. I was so proud at that moment, and I must confess that I was also a little bit upset, because I thought, my goodness, what would happen? Because at the moment, we in Tunisia, we want our movement to be as peaceful as possible. We want this revolution to be a democratic and peaceful revolution. So I said to myself, look, here in Tunisia, probably we can manage, even in Egypt, but what would happen in a country like Yemen? Because the idea we have in Tunisia about Yemen is that a country of warriors, fierce warriors, a country where you have a lot of mountains, where you can have an endless guerrilla war. And I thought to myself, maybe they could revert to a kind of, violent revolution. And I was so relieved. We were so relieved and so proud and so happy to see, even if this country is supposedly to be a violent country, etc., in fact, they had the most peaceful revolution within the peaceful revolution of the Arab Spring. And this was extremely, for us, we were so proud and so sure that probably we would succeed everywhere, because if in Yemen people are able to tackle peacefully the deep crisis we have in the whole Arab world, then we can expect everything. And then I was relieved also to see the political process going on, the discussion, the national dialogue, the writing of constitution, etc. Everything was okay. So. And I began, at that moment I was head of state, and I began to dream about a new Arab Union with, democratic states, free people, and so forth. And then the beginning of the nightmare with the coup, and then the civil war, etc., etc., etc. And then at that moment, I realized that, in fact, what's happening in Yemen is normal, because it was now up to the Yemeni to pay the high price of the Arab Spring, because all the members of the clubs, they had to pay the high price of this revolution. You know, you remember that how the things went on in Libya, the civil war in Libya, very soon. Then the civil war in Syria. Then the coup in Egypt. Then the war, of course, in Yemen. And even in Tunisia. Tunisia is always supposed to be the, Tunisia is the good example, etc. You have this kind of myth that Tunisia is the success story of the Arab Spring. But in fact, it is not. It's not that. Of course, when you compare the situation of Tunisia to the situation currently of Yemen or Syria, it looks like a success story. But in fact, the Arab Spring failed also in Tunisia, because you have the comeback of the old regime. What happened? What happened? You have to, here once again, you have to put the tragedy of Yemen within the whole perspective, the wide range of what happened in the Arab world. In fact, what happened is part of the struggle between two political forces within the Arab world. I would talk about Arab civil war going on for more than 1 century, sometimes with huge crises like we have had in 2011, sometimes, with just I would say, a normal amount of repression. But in fact, we in the Arab world, we have this kind of civil war for more than 1 century between two parties. You have corrupt elites that use the state as a tool for preserving their own interests. And then the new generation, mainly what I call the E generation, the new generation, fighting for more democratic states, for the rule of law, for real use of the wealth, etc., etc. And then what happened during the Arab Spring, that you have had this success of people taking to the street and getting rid of their dictators and sending very powerful message to the other dictators. Hey, now it's our time now. And I think this message was well received by the other dictatorships, and those dictatorships, they decided that game must finish, that we must get rid of this. We must tackle those revolutions everywhere. And also we have to give a good lesson to the peoples so they don't begin again to bother us. And this is what happened exactly. When you talk about the intervention of the Saudi regime and the United Arab regime, you talk mainly about the intervention of the old political system. The old political system feeling that is threatened by this Arab Spring, and feeling that if something is not done, they would be the next victim of this uprising coming from within the society. So I think in 2011, the decision has been taken that we must destroy the Arab Spring. And I can say that they succeeded, because the Arab Spring has been destroyed by civil war in Libya, by civil war in Syria, by civil war in Yemen, by the coup in Egypt, and by using in Tunisia media, corrupt political parties, etc., to help the old regime to come back democratically. It's an irony in Tunisia that, in fact, the people who fought against democracy, they could come back using the democratic system, the democratic election, to come back once again and to try now. They are trying to do everything they can do now to get rid of even the souvenir of the revolution. So. This is my point of view. You cannot understand the tragedy of Yemen if you don't put it in this perspective. It's a struggle between a new political order and the ancient political order. The second level to understand what's happening is that because now the Arab world is divided, because the Arab states are extremely weak, now we are battlefield for proxy wars. This is the second level to explain the situation. For the moment, Yemen is a battlefield. Syria is a battlefield. Libya is a battlefield. I can say that even Lebanon is a battlefield, for proxy wars between the new superpower, regional superpower, Iran and mainly Saudi Arabia. So if you don't understand also this level of the problem, you can miss something very important. So the Yemeni are not suffering only because they have to pay the high price because they revolted against dictatorship, but also because they are now battlefield of this game power between Iran and Saudi Arabia. And the third level, of course, is the intervention or the non-intervention of the West. I must say that when I was in charge, I was extremely surprised by the attitude of the West, and especially the United States, because I thought we are going to get a lot of support because we are Democrats, we are human rights activists, we are close to the West, etc., etc. In fact, we didn't have this support. We were said, yes, you are good guys. It's good what you have done, but look, we don't like that democratization means Islamization. And you should say, no, it doesn't mean anything. It means democratization. It means the rule of law. It means freedom of association. It doesn't mean Islamization. Even if the Islamists are part of the game, what's the problem? No. We don't believe that democratization can go with the Islamization. And remember what happened when against Mohammed Morsi, the coup. After the coup in 2013 in Egypt, I was quite sure that I will be the next. And this is exactly what happened, because I saw the whole plot. So this whole plot against the democratization and against the Arab Spring, you have the first level, the old political system, the old Arab political system, and then, of course, this proxy war, this war between the regional powers, and the full support of the West. Look the way that the West is dealing with Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Abdel Fattah al-Sisi is the worst dictator that we have had in the Arab world, probably worse than Bashar al-Assad. And this guy, first of all, his success means that the Arab Spring is over, and the message was sent to the Egyptian people that, look, you got rid of Mubarak. Now we are going to have a dictator worse than the previous one. So shut up and don't move, because you will have to pay the price, a higher price, if you move again. And Abdel Fattah al-Sisi said it very clearly. He said that, look, we are not going to accept anything like what happened in 2011. And look how this guy is supported by the West, by France, by the United States, and so forth. So the message sent by the West to the Democrats like me: forget about it. Forget about it. Democracy is good for us, but not good for you. This is the message. And if you want democracy, you have to tackle the problem by yourself. Don't expect any real support from the West. This is the message we have received. And I think the message now in Yemen is the same. Of course, we have to do everything. We have to do everything we can do to put the pressure to raise the awareness in the Western public, because the Western public is, I think, it has been our ally during the battle against dictatorship, and still is our ally. But I really doubt that the Western government would really help in doing something, accepting, going back to the old situation that, okay, you will have peace, but we will have to accept to live under our dictator, our dictators. Our dictators are good dictators. Look the way that the United States, they are dealing with the Venezuela problem and the way they are dealing with the Egyptian problem. So both can be considered as dictators. But the way this is a good dictator, this is our dictator, and this is a bad dictator because it's not our good dictator. So I'm sorry to say that we Arabs, we have got the lesson. We do know that we have to rely on ourselves, that democracy is no more a Western value, it's international value. We have to adopt it, and we have to fight for it against our corrupt elite, against regional power, and also against the attitude of the West. This is very sad to say, but it's my conclusion. Now, I heard this morning Mr. Heikel saying that he's very pessimistic about the outcome of all this story. I like the word of one of the most important writer, a Palestinian, Emil Habibi. He invented the word mutasha'il, which means optimistic. And so I am also a mutasha'il. I think that we have to accept that the situation is extremely awful, dangerous, etc., and probably it will take a long time to solve the problem. But I also optimistic. I see the resilience. I admire and I salute the resilience of the Yemeni people. I see the resilience of the Egyptian people, the resilience of the Algerian people, the resilience of the Sudanese people, etc., etc. I do believe that in the long run, we will win. We will win because we are the expression of the new hope of the majority, and we are dealing with corrupt elite that have lost everything. They have lost the battle for hearts and mind. Now they are sticking to their interest only with violence. And even if they are supported by the Western government, I think they are losing ground and they are losing the battle. So all what I can say that I'm so sad for what's happening in Yemen because I'm a human being. I remember this, this photo of this Yemeni girl. It's something unacceptable that in the 20th century, children would die by hunger. It's extremely painful. But we have to accept that situation, and we have to know that it's probably the price we Arabs have to pay for our freedom. The price for freedom has been always very costly. We have to pay the price. We will pay it, and we will gain, and we will have this freedom that we are longing for. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, President Marzouki. Interesting, disheartening, and at the same time refreshing to hear you speak so candidly about what many of us might have thought was a success story, at least in Tunisia. Many of us thought the so-called, and I say so-called Arab Spring because it never really materialized, did it, in so many places. And you referred to the failed experiments in Egypt, the disastrous situation in Syria, the situation in Libya with the foreign intervention and the state of chaos and civil war that country finds itself in. It'd be interesting to get your thoughts on what's going on today on the streets of Algeria with young people being fed up, as you say, with the corruption, wanting to weigh in once again and take the situation into their own hands because their president has announced that he wanted to run for a 5th term. So keeping that in mind, I do want to touch first off on the 3 key issues that you mentioned. You say there's a struggle between 2 political forces in the Arab world, and that has gone on for centuries. You mentioned the proxy wars that many Arab countries find themselves the battlefields of with the regional dynamics going on, particularly between Saudi Arabia and Iran. And you mentioned the non-intervention of the West. So let's pick on that point first, perhaps, and then walk our way back to the other 2. To be sure, Yemen, as you mentioned, is a proxy war. No one can deny that. Different forces pulling in 2 different directions with Saudi Arabia and Iran, the main protagonists. But can this war, in your opinion, end? As a human rights advocate, can it end without the kind of pressure that the West can impose on Saudi Arabia, principally the Crown Prince, to be specific? And how do you explain the quasi-silence that is going on? I mean, there's virtually no outcry, it seems, with the numbers of deaths that we have already seen in the country, there is not the outcry that you might expect. What needs to happen? What can happen?
Yes, of course. The war cannot end if there is no pressure from the United States, from Europe, etc., etc. But the problem is that the Saudis have also a lot of possibility to put the pressure, their own pressure, on the Western government. I don't know exactly what are the relationship between the current U.S. government and the Saudis, but I'm afraid that they both have pressure on each other. So I'm afraid that the American or the European are not totally free, you know, to put the pressure on the Saudi to stop the war. But the Saudi will stop the war, not because of the pressure of the West, but because they are losing the battle, because really, because of the resistance of the Yemeni people, and because the cost of the war. This cost of the war is extremely important for their economy. And I hope that this would be probably this would work, and this would put the pressure on the Saudis to end the war.
But as long as they keep getting the weapons that they do, principally from the US and the UK, can you see them stopping the war?
Yes, I know. I know here, perhaps if the opinion, the public in Germany and in the United States put the pressure on the government, this could be a way of dealing with the problem.
What about the second point that you mentioned, that battlefield for proxy wars? We mentioned it between Iran and Saudi Arabia. How do you see the dynamics playing out?
Because of the failure of the Arab states, because of the failure of Iraq, the failure of Syria as a state. And you know, when you have a void, this void would be filled by anybody, you know, having the weapons, money, etc., etc. Because of the failure of Arab states, because of the failure of the Arab national defense policy, etc., you have a lot of failed states. Now, Iraq is a failed state, Syria is a failed state, Libya a failed state, etc. And then this would lead to the intervention of foreign. And this is the first time I have been political actor and watching the situation for more than half a century. This is the first time that something like this is happening. Because even under Saddam Hussein or at that time, you know, you have had real states. But because now we have this failed states, that this make us now a battlefield for proxy war. And this would probably, I'm afraid that many other states would fail for the same reason, because they didn't make the reform, the needed political reform, and therefore we will. After being a failed state, then it became a battlefield for proxy wars.
So then what is your advice to neighboring countries where we see the youth moving, wanting a change somehow, because as you say, there is corrupt leadership that just won't go. When you talk about the failed Arab Spring, what is your advice to these neighboring countries,
I think
Algeria, Sudan, and so on?
It's a long process. It's a long process to reconstruct real states. Real states meaning states that are accepted by the population, the states that are run by law and values, etc. We Arabs, we have this challenge. I don't know exactly how long it would take, 2 decades, 3 decades, but we have to reconstruct states in Iraq, in Syria, everywhere. And then when we succeed, the reconciliation between the state and the population, and when we have a real state, then we would tackle the problem of the proxy war. Otherwise, we would be, for a long time, the battlefield for foreigners, whether they are French, Americans, Iranian, Israelis.
And when we talk about repairing societies, it may be a little premature since there is still a devastating war going on. But let's say we get to that stage. I know your experience in Tunisia in December 2013. You launched, as president back then, the Truth and Dignity Commission, which is a truth commission of sorts. Has it worked, in your opinion, in giving the people of Tunisia a sense of justice and bring the events to a closure? And what do you think needs to happen in the case of Yemen? Because there you've got a different level of crimes that have been committed.
No, let me answer you talk about the success story. I'm supposed as former president to say, look, Tunisia is a good success story, etc., etc. But I have to be honest with you. If we didn't know the fate of many countries, it's because of not because we Tunisian were better or smarter or etc. It's because of the very structure of Tunisia. For instance, we don't have the army, the Egyptian army. Our army is a tiny army, is a disciplined army, no business army, etc. So it's extremely different than this is why the army sides with the people during the revolution. Unlike Syria, we don't have, we are a very homogeneous society. 99% of Tunisians are Arab, Muslim, Sunni, and this is also very helpful. Unlike Yemen, we don't have tribes, we don't have, we also are a very homogeneous society. We are a middle-class society, we are a westernized society, etc. And we are, the country is a flat country. We don't have desert, we don't have mountains, we don't have jungles where to hide, where we can make a guerrilla war. So because of the geography, because of the history, because of the very structure of the society, we could deal with the problem. And also something very important, we are far from the battlefield of the Middle East. So we are not involved in the battlefield of the Middle East. And then also, we are very lucky Arab people because we don't have oil. And this has been very, very important. All those reasons, can explain you why we managed the transition peacefully. It's not, once again, it's not because we are better than the Yemeni or the Syrian. No. It's because of the very structure of the society, etc.
But what about the tools that were used to enable the society to make that political transition, which was successful, political transition of presidential power? What about that commission? Do you think that something similar could work in the case of Yemen, even though in the case of Yemen, as I say, there are war crimes, serious war crimes, alleged war crimes that were perpetrated by foreign powers? I wonder if you think the Yemeni society itself can take care of this issue, or it's something that needs to be referred to the UN Security Council and the ICC.
Yes, the Truth Commission, the Truth and Dignity Commission was set by the, I can say by me, because when I was president, I really battled for this commission. Nobody wants this commission. Very few people wanted this commission, even within at the time, the political system. And after my departure, this Truth and Commission was extremely, the regime, currently the regime, they did everything, to stop this commission from working. The idea at the time was, look, we have to if you want to go to move from the dictatorship to real democracy, we have to, of course, to have some change. But we would like this change to be not that costful, because don't forget that the new regime, many of us, we have been in prison. I have been in prison myself. I have been harassed. A lot of the minister in the government was subjected to torture. And so we suffered a lot from the dictatorship, and we said that if we want Tunisia to move peacefully to the democratic state, we have to do something about justice, but we have to be very careful because we don't want to initiate a new civil war. And this was the idea, and we took this idea from South Africa. And in the 1996, after I went to South Africa to study the process, to study the problem, because at the time I have had the honor to meet Nelson Mandela, and Nelson Mandela is my. I have always tried to be his, to follow his path, and I knew at the time that this experience would be useful maybe in Tunisia if we can topple the dictatorship. And really, I did my best, to promote this idea and to set up the structure and to fund it, etc., etc. But what happened? It's a half success. Once again, it's half success and a half failure, because The idea is that the people, who have been responsible for torture, etc., they come to the tribunal and say, "Look, I'm sorry, I did wrong. I ask for pardon," and then you are pardoned, and that's okay. This didn't happen in Tunisia. It happened in South Africa, but in Tunisia it didn't happen. All what we achieved is to write the real history, and to try to ask the victim to talk about what happened to them in public hearing, and this public hearing was aired by the television. It was a very moving moment in Tunisian history, but that was all. The perpetrator refused to ask for pardon, and now I can say that the transitional justice is half success and half failure. Because this guy now would go to the tribunal and they would have to face the normal justice.
But the idea is, do you put justice before peace or the other way around? And do you focus on referring some crimes to the ICC if you can?
Yes, of course. But once again, about Yemen, would it work in Yemen? I hope so. I think you have to try it. You have to try it. But probably you have to prevent them and say, look, don't forget that, for instance, for crime of torture, by the law, it's not, you can be sued at any moment. So don't, so if you don't ask for forgiveness, for pardon, then you will have to face the normal justice. You have to prevent them from the beginning, what we didn't. Maybe at the time they will come and ask for forgiveness. And if they ask for forgiveness, I think you have to forgive them. But the most important thing is, for the victims, that the victims should be heard and the victims should be, treated well and get compensation. And this is very, very important.
A tricky balance, no doubt. Let's open the floor to questions. We've got one here. Please introduce yourself, and if we can keep it as brief and concise as we can, that would be great. Thanks.
You spoke about revolution, then you spoke about counter-revolutions, but you didn't, and also proxy wars, but the most important thing that I see is who's funding the counter-revolution. In the case of Yemen, we see Al-Amarat plays a huge role, and specifically Mohammed bin Zayed is leading not only the war against Yemen, both the Houthis and the current government, but creating chaos and creating an atmosphere for genocide.
Yes, of course. I said that the counter-revolution, the counter-revolution is led by Saudi and by Emiratis. And Mohammed bin Zayed is probably the most important leaders in this counter-revolution. And the intervention of the Emirates everywhere, the coup in Egypt, was, of course, mainly due to the support of the Saudi and Emiratis. And even in Tunisia, they put a lot of money. They put a lot of money in the corrupt media, etc. So they played an important role in comeback of the old regime. But they are behaving on behalf of the old political system, not only on behalf of the Emiratis or the Saudi. I think they are. This is why they were supported also by many Arab leaders who were not involved in directly in the counter-revolution. They were. Once again, now in the world, you have the old political system, and the old political system is based on the power of a corrupt elite, repression, control of the press, etc. Classic dictatorship. And on the other side, you have the new generation that are fed up with this kind of regime, and I think they would topple this regime tomorrow or after tomorrow, but I'm quite sure that they will win. But the question is the price, because in fact, when we have had this revolution in Tunisia, because of this transitional justice, the message we sent to the dictatorship, it was very simple. Look, we want a change of regime, but we don't want civil war. We don't want blood, etc., etc. And what was this, the response of the dictatorship? Said, nothing, we are not going to cede anything. And you are going to pay the high price, and you are going to be always our subject, and we are going to use the most important level of violence against you. And what happened in Syria, I think it was to show the example. Look, this is what would happen to any population who is going to revolt against us. And now when you see what happened in Algeria, we see that the Algerian or Moroccan or everywhere, they were so afraid of the fact that if we revolt, then we could go to have the situation like in Syria or in. This has been, the people in the Arab world now are afraid. They are tempted, to revolt because they cannot live under the dictatorship, and they are afraid of the price that has been paid by the Yemeni and the Syrian. I think the choice is extremely difficult and extremely painful, but at the end they will revolt because nobody would be able, to live under this corrupt and failed state.
Corrupt and failed state. And before getting to another question, let me ask you briefly, you mentioned Syria many times, and of course we all know about the influx of jihadists, foreign jihadists into Syria. Apparently, according to many reports, the biggest contingent of jihadists were Tunisian. How do you explain that, and how do you actually answer some of the accusations that were directed to you in that you facilitated, along with some regional powers, that influx into Syria?
No, we didn't facilitate the departure of Tunisian jihadi. I can assure you that it's exactly the contrary would happen. But let me explain to you how I am very often asked, how come that Tunisia, which is supposed peaceful society, etc., and the human rights activist, where the human rights activist movement is extremely important. How come that you have this kind of, the terrorist, bloodist and numerous? In fact, the Tunisian society is a complex society, like every society. Facing the dictatorship during the 90s, there were two kind of response. I would say that the bourgeoisie, Western bourgeoisie and the middle class, etc., reacted to the dictatorship by saying we are going to fight for our dignity using human rights association, using peaceful process, etc., etc. But you have also a tiny portion of the population, the poorest population, the young people living in the poorest area of the country, would say, no, we cannot topple this dictatorship by this means of the bourgeoisie. We have to go to the violence. So the response of the society was extremely different. One part, we will fight peacefully, and one part, we will fight with using violence. And when the dictatorship was toppled, part of this young people who were against Ben Ali, who used terrorism and violence under Ben Ali. Don't forget that. We used to have terrorism attacks under Ben Ali, not only after. They said, no, this is not our revolution. It's the revolution of the bourgeoisie. We don't accept, etc. We are going to fight. They fight us. We have a lot of terrorist attacks in Tunisia. Don't forget that. I probably lose the power because of the terrorist attacks. And many people would say, United Emirates are behind. Maybe, maybe not. It's our local problem. But many of these young people said, okay, we cannot do a revolution now in Tunisia. We will leave and we'll go to Syria. But in fact, it was a very tiny part of the society. We have had, let's say, few hundreds going to Iraq and to Syria. But the people who were responsible for the peaceful revolution were millions.
But their departure was facilitated, encouraged? Was their departure facilitated or encouraged in any way?
No, it's not. At the beginning, after the revolution, the borders were open. At the time, we were not in office. At the time, during the 3 months when the dictatorship was over, then at the time, many people, about 30,000 Tunisians, left the country. 99% of them went to Europe for job, and 1% of them went to the battlefields of the Middle East.
Let's take a question there.
Thank you. My name is Tawfiq, Yemeni American from Seattle. It's a pleasure and honor to be here with you, President Marzouki, and we really appreciate you being honest and straightforward regarding the fact that Western governments are not really interested in real democracy when it comes to our countries and our nations. They are only interested in democracy in those regions when the winner is a dictator, when a dictator comes in power as in charge. So don't you think we are wasting our time chasing the support of those Western governments and United Nations, when in fact that you said, and it's a fact that we all know that they're not interested in real democracy, and when democracy brings someone who's a fair-minded person and who wants to advance his nation, his country, then they find ways to topple him and bring the old regime or other people who will not be in support of real democracy.
Okay.
So
thank you. I think we'll leave it there because we've got other questions to get to.
Shouldn't we spend more time inventing or coming up with our own solutions, even if we have to go and engage our own enemies within our societies, our own tormentors, because we're not going to get the help or the support from those governments, and that's a fact. Thank you.
So any alternatives to Western support? The perennial double standards are...
Yes, I have always to deal, in Tunisia, people, having an anti-Western discourse, very violent, they hate us, they despise us, we have to rely on ourselves, etc., etc. And I always repeat to them, say, look, forget about the West as a whole. The West is values, civil societies, and government. So you have to consider that we have a lot to learn from their values, because I think we always have to learn from other nations, other people, etc. For the second level, don't forget that, in fact, we can rely, and we have always relied on the Western civil society. I can assure you that if I am just now before you talking, and if I am alive, I owe it to the human rights organization in the 90s, like Amnesty International, like Human Rights Watch, etc., etc. I can assure you that at that time, we have had a lot of support from the international Western civil society organization. And then you have the government. And the government, quite sure that they are dealing only with their interests. And I have been, for the beginning, I waste a lot of my time in France, for instance, trying to convince the French government, etc. But I saw the way that I was extremely shocked by the way that the French government in 2013 accepted the coup in Egypt. I had a lot of words with François Hollande, who was at the time president of France. I can say that, I would say he's a friend of mine, but I know him very well, and we discussed, and I said, look, how come that you, socially Democrats, etc., you can support this guy? I say, no, you know, etc. You know. No, I don't know. What's happened? What's the problem? No, you know. Well, this is the situation. This is the reality. So we have to force them. We don't have to reject the values of human rights or democracy because supposedly they're Western values. They are no more Western values. They are now international values. This is the most important thing. Then we have to rely on our. I do believe that we can rely on civil rights, human rights organization in the West, and forget about the government. Forget about the government. Forget about the government.
President Marzouki. We're out of time. If there's anything else you want to say just before we close, I wanted to get to a couple of questions, but unfortunately we can't. Final thoughts, President Marzouki, as we close this conference.
Thank you so much. I hope I haven't been too pessimistic, but once again, I do believe that we will win, that we will overcome.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all very much.
no attractive way to do this. You're gonna.
How do we access this ramp?
There's no real good way to do it. أنا بساعدك.
Give them the full mark.
I'm not good at pronunciation.
Don't give them options.
All right, everyone, if I can kindly ask you to remain in your seats. We're going to start session 3, or panel 3, but session 4, Healing Yemen from the War, Messages. No. Session 3, Considerations on the Future, the Possibilities for Peace. Allow me to introduce our renowned moderator for today, Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi is an award-winning British journalist, a broadcaster, author, political commentator. He's presenter of both Upfront, filmed here in the United States in Washington, D.C., and Head to Head, filmed in the Oxford Union. He's a senior contributor at The Intercept and host of The Intercept's Deconstructed podcast. He's been named one of the 100 most influential Britons on Twitter and is included annually in the global list of the 500 most influential Muslims in the world. And you must catch his show tomorrow night where he interviews Eric Prince on human rights violations in Iraq. Thank you. Ahdi.
Dalia, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure, privilege to be here with you all. It's been described by the United Nations, as you know, as the world's worst humanitarian crisis. Not Syria, not the Horn of Africa, not Burma, but of course, as you well know, Yemen, the poorest country in the Arab world, currently blockaded, besieged, bombed by some of the richest countries in the Arab world. Many of you here know the stats, tens of thousands of people killed, maybe more than 100,000 wounded, more than 2 million people displaced from their homes, a record 1.2 million cases of cholera, 10 million Yemenis just one step away from famine, 24 million Yemenis, more than 4/5 of the population in need of food, aid or protection according to the United Nations. Is it any wonder then that a senior UN humanitarian official said last year, and I quote, "The situation in Yemen today to the population looks like the apocalypse." The apocalypse. But here's a statistic you may not have seen. And as a journalist who's tried to raise awareness about Yemen in my own media organizations, it's a statistic that fills me both with anger and with shame. Last summer, the US media monitoring group FAIR pointed out that on MSNBC, one of America's top cable news channels, liberal progressive news channel, the US-backed Saudi-led war in Yemen had not been mentioned for an entire year. For 12 months straight, 0 news segments on the US-Saudi war in Yemen, and in that same time period, 455 news stories on Stormy Daniels. There's your point of comparison. Just this past week, we had a new report out from a coalition of US and Yemeni human rights groups, which found that American and British-made bombs may have killed or injured nearly 1,000 Yemeni civilians, including women and children. 122 children killed by US or UK-made bombs in Yemen. Will that get any traction? Any major coverage here in the US, or will the media continue to just obsess over the latest tweet by Ilhan Omar on the subject of Israel? That seems to be the only story in town right now, until the next crazy Trump tweet. But will Yemen ever get a look in? Is it any wonder that Amnesty International and others have dubbed the conflict in Yemen the forgotten war, a conflict that we have averted our eyes away from? Our collective indifference, and I say this as a journalist, has been both a travesty and a tragedy. So I want to thank both the Tawakkul Karman Foundation and the Center on National Security here at Fordham Law for hosting this global conference, for casting a much-needed expert spotlight on an underreported, under-discussed, under-examined, but brutal, murderous, and seemingly never-ending conflict. And so without any further ado, let's get into today's discussion, which is on the prospects for peace, on the prospects for justice in Yemen. The format is very simple. There'll be opening statements by our 4 panelists, 2 minutes, 3 max. Then a moderated discussion between me and the 4 panelists for around 20, 30 minutes. And then audience questions for about 15, 20 minutes, and then closing remarks from our panel. We have an excellent panel of genuine experts for you today who can really illuminate this discussion and enlighten us as to what is going on both on the ground in Yemen and in the corridors of power, from Riyadh to Tehran to the UN in New York to London and Washington, D.C., and they're going to answer my questions and I hope your questions about what happens next. Paul Williams is the former legal advisor to the UN Special Envoy to Yemen, currently holds the Rebecca Grazier Professorship in Law and International Relations at American University. Paul is also the co-founder of the Public International Law and Policy Group, a pro bono law firm providing legal assistance to states and governments involved in peace negotiations and in the prosecution of war criminals. Nabil Khouri is a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Hariri Center for the Middle East. After 25 years in the US Foreign Service, he retired from the State Department in 2013 with the rank of Minister Counselor. Nabil served as Deputy Chief of Mission at the US Embassy in Yemen just over a decade ago, I believe. His commentaries appear on the Atlantic Council's website, in The Hill, and on his own blog, Middle East Corner. Ibrahim Khattabi is an expert on Yemen, senior legal worker at the Center for Constitutional Rights. He also serves as an advisor to Yemeni Nobel Peace Laureate Tawakkol Karman and was a lead advisor on the UN Secretary General's high-level panel on the post-2015 development agenda. He's a frequent commentator on Yemeni affairs, and he co-founded the Yemeni American Coalition for Change during the Arab Spring. Bushra Nasser Kretschmer is the founder of the Sabah Consulting Services. She's an expert on finance, economic development, has been in this field for more than 15 years. She has worked with various international financial organizations and entities, including USAID and the Malaysian government. She's also a fellow of the Women in Conflict program at the Beyond Borders nonprofit in the UK. Ladies and gentlemen, give your panel a round of applause. So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, Nabil, why don't you kick us off with your opening remarks?
I'm the meanie,
Your mo.
I guess. Okay, in 2 or 3 minutes, and I know that Mahdi is a tough mediator and questioner, and that he will hold us to it. So very briefly, there are 3 points I want to make to leave my own sort of opti-pessimistic view of Yemen, as President Marzouki said. Number 1, all wars come to an end, believe it or not, and Yemen is no exception. So please do not despair. This too shall pass. This too shall end one day. Number 2, the Yemen war, as complex as it is and as complicated as many people call it, and they complicate it even further in their descriptions of the complications, it's really simple, comparatively speaking, compared to other wars in the region. There are certain keys to this conflict. And if you touch on those keys locally, regionally, and internationally, you can and must resolve this disaster in Yemen. Thirdly, there are obviously 3 layers to this conflict. The local Yemeni level, the regional level, which involves the regional big powers, and small wannabe big powers in the region as well. And the international level, which involves mainly Western powers, although there are others trying to sneak in, trying to offer their advice like Russia, but it's really mainly the US and Europe at the international levels. The problem with peace envoys, with all due respect, is that they have mainly focused on the local level, because that's where they can have leverage with the warring parties. All Yemenis want peace, they want this war to end, and therefore they respond. They don't want to be blamed as the spoilers. They come to the peace talks. The problem with the peace envoys, from Jamal bin Omar to Martin Griffith now, is that they have no leverage on the regional or the international powers. And therefore, they have no leverage on the Yemeni participants in the war to implement. So they bring them to the talks. They even shake hands on agreements. But then the implementation cannot be done without the region deciding that it really wants to end this war, and the US and Europe. The US and the UK are the partners in crime, in my opinion. And until today, they have not made up their minds that they truly want to end this war. And that's my opti-pessimistic view.
Okay. Thank you very much. Bushra, over to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Mahdi, and thank you very much for the audience. I'm here wearing actually 3 hats. I'm a woman. I'll talk for the woman. I'm representing the Yemen for Women Network, and I'm an economist, and I am Yemeni. So I'll be talking a bit emotional as well, because this is really hard, breaking what's going on in Yemen. It is women who is mostly affected by this crisis. However, women is always absent from the politics and from the peacemaking processes. So I urge here that women should be represented, especially that she is the householder in this war, and she is the one who bears the most economic burden in this war. The second aspect I will talk about here is there are layers in this conflict, but there is one layer that never mentioned or discussed in the narrative or in the media. It's the economic layer. What brought this conflict to happen is the fail of the state, the economy. The country was before this, the war after the transitional justice. The international community supported Yemen with the transitional justice, but after the transitional justice, everybody pulled out. And that's what happened. So let me just give a quick background about the situation going on in Yemen. There was the assignment of Dr. Ma'in Abdel Malik, the new Prime Minister of the government. As soon as he assigned, there was some improvement in the financial currency exchange rate. It went from 810 riyal per dollar to 560 riyal for dollar. So this is a good improvement when it comes to facilitate for the people to buy, purchase the food. And payment of salaries for 40,000 retired people, and recently they announced that they're going to pay for the health sector and for the and for Hodeidah people. Though these improvements has been doing well, but they are not by themselves, stand by themselves are enough. So there are projects that are implemented by the World Bank, funded by the World Bank and implemented by SFD and SMEPS. These projects show really good examples of resilience programs and sustainable development for sustaining this, for people to sustain in this conflict. So some of these projects I will just mention quick, that they have managed to provide agriculture projects for farmers where they have been able to recruit 1,700 farmers who recruited 22,000 workers for short and long-term jobs. 40% of those people who are working in these farms left the front lines. So these projects provided food security and peace. This is what Yemen needs. Actually, what we are listening that the humanitarian crisis, Yemen needs aid. There are a lot of food on the market. The problem is in the purchase power, and this is by the report by the World Bank. The problem is in the demand, it's not in the supply. So what we need, Yemeni need, we don't want to have another example of Somalia. I just want to, I have prepared a long paper, but okay. I just want to say here that Somalia has received over 55 billion since 1991, making it the top recipient of aid. These funds, unfortunately, did not help Somalia's economy. Rather, they helped to deepen corruption, weaken the economy, and fuel the conflict. And Yemen, tragically, is on the track to follow this example. The complete dependence on relief on donation is not the strategic economic approach needed to lift Yemenis from the crucial crisis. And I have many recommendations how we could support the state economy and how we can support the security to bring in peace through economy development.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bushra. Ibrahim.
So, if we are about to bring peace to Yemen, I think the agenda has to be people-centered. We always talk about fighting parties. We always talk about war criminals, but we never talk about the population of over 27 million people. So, if we are to talk about peace, we have to see what the people want to begin with. And the next point is we need to talk about accountability. The problem that we in today is just because we don't have accountability. The international community, along with the Saudi and the GCC countries, gave the Salih's regime immunity, which allowed him to basically stage the coup along with the Houthis. That's the problem that we have in Yemen today. We cannot talk about peace when we given when we given the platform for war criminals. They're supposed to be belong behind bars. I think the problem in Yemen has to do, one, with accountability. The first thing if we need to do to achieve peace is to end the war. We need to put an end to the war. The humanitarian disaster cannot be used as a bargaining chip. We have to lift up. All the blockades has to end, whether they by the Houthis, internally speaking, inside Yemen, or by the Saudi UAE-led coalition. We cannot talk also today about the so-called legitimate government when it's functioning remotely from within Saudi Arabia. We cannot have a government functioning remotely if we are to have some sort of any kind of peace negotiation. So that's one thing. Currently, the other problem is that the UAE and Saudi Arabia thought they come in to fight the Houthis in order to restore the legitimate government, but what they end up doing, creating their own militias loyal to Saudi Arabia and the UAE, undermining the actual government they claim to support. So that cannot continue. All throughout South Yemen today, we have secret detention led by Saudi Arabia and the UAE. We have countless human rights violations, from massacres to kidnapping to assassinations to all kinds of crimes committed by these countries that are supported by USA and the UK, and that cannot continue to be the issue. We cannot bring people to the table while we supporting them to do all these massacres and continue the war. So that got to stop. Then we need to ask the question about what the Yemenis want. And I think they spoke loudly during the Arab Spring. They want a democratic system that everyone have equal access to it. Distribution of wealth and power are to be distributed all across the country. People are to be given autonomy because we have so many internal issues, from the Houthis to the Southern movement to the central part of Yemen, because what we had during the Salih regime is this centralized government where one family, one tribe control everything and left everyone, struggling for their own. So we need to know, one, it's the humanitarian disaster. Two, that needs to end. The bombing of Saudi Arabia and the massacres committed by Houthi needs to end. Houthi need to submit to basically hand in their weapons in order to talk about peace. We cannot continue to have that. International community, including mainly US and the UK, need to help support the initiatives that we need some sort of investigative party, an international party to investigate all these crimes and hold these war criminals accountable. And instead of giving them the power, exactly what we're talking about today, bringing all these people who committed crimes to be rewarded with power. That got to end, and then we need to talk about people.
Thank you very much. And last but not least, Paul Williams.
Great. So, prospects for peace in Yemen. Big sigh. Wars end, as Nabil points out. The question is when and how. Will this war end before there is the large-scale famine? And will it end in a way that it's actually durable and isn't just a pause, rearm, and repeat? The prospects looking at the Stockholm Declaration, which I understand we'll talk about in the Q&A a little bit, are concerning. Many months of energy and diplomacy to get the guys with guns, we call them the parties, but basically it's the guys with guns, to Stockholm to agree upon a half of a page framework agreement. Now, we've negotiated framework agreements in the past, and they're generally pretty thin, but we try to get them to page 2 or 3. This is just half a page. A page and a half ceasefire, but an unsigned ceasefire. The first provision of the ceasefire says, this ceasefire shall enter into force upon the signature of the parties. There are no signatures, there are not even signature lines. And you do have a TAS agreement, and it's a third of a page, which essentially says the parties, the guys with guns, will consult on what to do with TAS. There is room for optimism, because all wars do end, but there are 4 key puzzles that have already been identified by my fellow panelists that must be solved in order to end the conflict in Yemen. The first is accountability. As President Marzouki pointed out, there is a delicate balance between peace and justice. Peace and justice were not balanced in the 2011 Gulf Cooperation Council Accord. Article 1 provided for amnesty, impunity for the president and members of his party. And we see what happened. It kicked us into this conflict. There's going to need to be a substantial mechanism for accountability as well as truth and reconciliation in whatever peace agreement comes to play. But you immediately hit the, are you delaying an end to the conflict if you're trying to seek accountability? But without accountability, you may end the conflict, but it may be pause, rearm, and repeat. Federalism, just touch on it briefly, huge issue during the national dialogue, during the constitution drafting situation, seen as a panacea for Yemen. It is likely to reemerge as part of the peace process. Exceptionally difficult for any country to move from a unitary to a federal state, especially a post-conflict country, and especially a country without a long tradition of decentralized governance. Third puzzle, guys with guns. Mediators get agreement by getting the guys with guns to sit down and sign something. When you have an agreement with guys with guns, there's no room for women, as Bushra has pointed out, no room for youth, no room for marginalized populations. How do you build a durable democratic structure if you're just accommodating, appeasing, negotiating with the guys with guns? That puzzle must be solved. The fourth and final puzzle, before I get the high sign from Mehdi, Southern questions. It's not just the Southern question anymore, it's the two Southern questions. It's what do you do with the Southern interests, and then if the South pursues self-determination, either internally or externally, what do you do with Hadramaut and their push for internal or possibly external self-determination? Okay, I'm trying to be a, optimist, pessimist? I think I sort of came a little bit on the pessimistic side, but let's throw it open to the Q&A.
What was it Gramsci said? Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will, or something like that. You advise the UN. Let's go backwards. You finished speaking, Paul. You advise the UN, right? 3 special envoys to Yemen in the last 8 years. That's a lot, some would argue. I was at a conference in the UK on Saturday where Yemen came up as a conference about justice, international law. And what was interesting was whether you're on the left or the right, there was a consensus view is that the UN is a waste of space in Yemen. The UN has failed in Yemen. Do you think the UN has a credibility problem in Yemen given the last 8 years?
I worked with Jamal Benomar as his legal advisor, one of his legal advisors during
the first
negotiations. Yes. The UN has a credibility problem, and I should also mention we've done a number of negotiations through PLPG in Syria, Libya, other places. The UN has a credibility problem everywhere, but it is oftentimes the only shop in town, and that's what the difficulty. There are no, if you look at the situation in Yemen, you can go through a long list of over a dozen potential honest brokers, none of which are honest. And so you're left with, you go through the usual suspects, you're left with the United Nations as the body. And so what you need to do is redouble and energize the effort behind the UN to bring the parties to bear, which is why this type of conversation designed to build public pressure is so important, because you need to get the major powers, the regional powers, aligned with what the UN is trying to do.
As someone who's been inside that system in part of that envoy process, how much does quote unquote Western public pressure come to bear on things like how much was Ben Omar, looking at what people are saying back in the US or the UK? I mean, people don't poll Yemen, but you know what I mean.
The envoys and the UN infrastructure looks to the Security Council as well as the General Assembly, but it's the Perm 5 plus the other members of the Security Council that are the boss, so to speak. And that's where the public pressure is important. And I say this because oftentimes we go home and we're like, what's on YouTube? Because you're thinking it's, you know, the activism on Yemen or Syria or other issues is you feel like you're hitting a wall. But that is the pressure point. It's to get those governments to respond to civil society, to respond to public pressure, and then to implement that through the Security Council, or in some cases, through the General Assembly.
Nabil, you opened with your rather positive remark about all wars come to an end. Indeed. I'm from England. England and France fought for 100 years. They literally called it the 100 Years' War. I mean, just because a war is going to come to an end, let's talk time frames. When you look at Yemen, it's been at war, well, it's been at war for a long time, but the specific conflict we're talking about, 4 years coming up to, how many more years, if you were a betting man, would you say?
So I was born and raised in Lebanon, and
they know about long wars as well.
It lasted for 15 bloody years in Lebanon. Eventually it ended, and the sad thing is when they went to Taif in Saudi Arabia, back in the days when Saudi Arabia used to mediate conflicts and not stir them up and fuel them, they went to Taif and agreed on basically adjusting the Lebanese political structure in very minor ways. And the issue of Palestinian presence and armed Palestinian presence was resolved in a way that had already been agreed on before the war. So the war ended and should have never started. And if people are only rational about what is it that we seek, and we can just, believe me, if the Yemenis sit down, really the heads of, not 550 as Jamal bin Omar had, the leaders, 8 or 10 of the main factions, and have a serious discussion about what's the end goal, what do we want to get to.
But why wasn't that serious discussion in Stockholm?
I think, in Stockholm, the mistake, in my opinion, is that they focused on Hodeidah.
The port.
Right, because of the humanitarian crisis and the urgency on the port. And, okay, so we achieved a ceasefire in Hodeidah, which is, you know, wobbly but more or less holding. But in the rest of the country, the war went on. So really, if you want Hodeidah, okay, fine, Hodeidah is the first step, but get a general ceasefire. I mean, nobody trusts that they stop in Hodeidah while they are being bombed in Hajra or on the Saudi border or anywhere else.
So to get a general ceasefire, you want to get, 8 to 10 of the top leaders around the table. Ibrahim, you said in your opening remarks, and it's a very powerful line, and I think morally we would all agree with you. You said, put the war criminals behind bars. Given everyone seems to be a war criminal in Yemen, who's left to negotiate?
That's the million-dollar question, right? I think we need to start internally speaking, and because the war is in Yemen and the Yemenis are paying the price. So the international community, along with the Yemeni society, needs to push for some sort of, like I said, a UN, like the UN Human Rights Council needs to establish a committee to investigate all these crimes.
No, I get the investigation of crimes. I'm wondering practically, who is left to come to Stockholm or Taif or wherever the next peace conference is and shake hands and sign documents if all those people, as you rightly argue, in some shape or form have blood on their hands? Unless you're going to accept the fact that whoever's in charge of Yemen is going to have some legacy of having committed war crimes.
So here is the deal. We need to focus on the people. We were able to, I know you need, we need to be able to bring people like we did during the national dialogue. So we brought the Houthis.
So like a parallel.
We brought the Houthis, we brought the Southerns, we brought youth, women, 500 national dialogue conference would all came out with an outcome
but
that
Nabil
would, that would put
10 people, not 500.
Well, the 8-10 people. That's who these people are. The Houthis and Saleh regime and people that are backed by the Saudi and the UAE. These are the problems. These are the individuals that need to be held accountable. So we need to find a third way. We cannot keep talking about the same problem or the same individuals because it keeps leading to the same issue. We keep going.
Briefly, Nabil respond and I'll bring in
two words really. It's called truth and reconciliation.
That's
It was-
technically 3 words.
it
but
wa-
I'm joking. That's joking.
You're
That was a bad joke.
You
Sorry,
are
carry on.
tough. It was tried in South Africa. It was tried in Tunisia, in Morocco, after the years of lead of King Hassan II. What you do is you wait until you have peace, and then you reveal all the crimes that were committed. You point and shame to the people who did them. And then you achieve national reconciliation and move on. If you focus too much, Mahdi is right. Everybody is a criminal, like Lebanese civil war. Who is left to run the government?
But that's exactly what we had in the national dialogue. We need to go back to that point where we have a peaceful, transitional.
I would like to say that women should bring peace. And a woman will bring peace, actually, because we have seen a lot of examples. I can give you a lot of examples from the ground where women has done a lot of grassroots peace, and they have done ceasefire on the ground. And these women are not on the table. And women has been very resilient. I have just mentioned how important women should be on the table. I'll give you one example of women has been supporting the aid transfer and distribution voluntarily. 75% of those women, they are the leaders of their communities. They are the future leaders. We should work with those people. We should work with those women. This is a new and a change in our culture in Yemen. This is, maybe I can say, the only positive thing that happened in this war is that woman has been empowered, has given some way that she is now taking the lead of many things, but she is not on the table.
I want to just expand on the point Ibrahim made about, holding people to account and liability. Even if we can't get people into a tribunal or behind bars, just in terms of acknowledging what is happening in Yemen from a moral political point of view, I'd like to ask all four of you, and I was interviewing Tawakkul just before this panel for my TV show, shameless plug, up front, coming soon with Tawakkul Carmen.
What time is
But it's a few weeks. But one question I asked her, which I want to ask all of you, is we know there are lots of parties to this conflict. We know a lot of them have committed war crimes on the ground. But if you have to single out a single party, whether it's a Yemeni group or an international organization or country, where does blame lie for this war? Is that too simplistic a question? Is there one group, one actor, one person, one country where we can say, if you could sort that out, you'd be able to get some headway in the Yemen war? Paul?
Wow, in most of the previous conflicts, Yugoslavia, you could point to the primary perpetrators. Rwanda, you could point to the primary perpetrators. Here, it's an all-in conflict. And this is why I think accountability is so important, because you're only going to erode the tradition of the elite political bargaining that has led to this conflict if you have a full court press on accountability and you aim to hold all of those actors. Now, the problem is, when you do that, the room is going to be empty until women, youth, civil society, and non-armed actors show up and fill that room in order to negotiate a durable
But
peace.
that's Yemeni society. As we know, this is not just a Yemeni civil war. This is quote-unquote proxy war between regional actors. How do you hold those regional actors to account? There was a report last year before last, I can't keep track of it anymore, where the UN wanted to put the Saudis on a list of countries that offends children's rights in Yemen. And the Saudis said, we will not pay you any money and we will not cooperate with the UN ever again. And the UN said, oh, sorry, that's fine. So how do you get past that as someone in that system?
You get past that by redoubling your support for institutions like the International Criminal Court, which, despite all of its flaws, has, in some instances, jurisdiction or could be given jurisdiction. You create a hybrid tribunal like Rwanda, Yugoslavia, Sierra Leone. You go for an international mechanism. Again, it's not a panacea, it's not a magic wand, but you want to invoke those mechanisms of international justice who do have the reach to do the investigations and to hold those culpable individuals liable for their crimes.
Ibrahim, do you think we will ever see the Iranians or the Saudis or the Emiratis in front of the International Criminal Court, realistically?
I think everything is possible. We have seen criminals before that, and I think we will have to see that again. When the people have the power and the will, every criminal has to be held accountable. Going back to you, question about the pressure and what needs to get done in order to bring people to the table, we've seen for the first time the U.S. Congress passed a resolution against the biggest ally in the Middle East, against Saudi Arabia. So people's pressure count. There are a number of countries who stopped selling weapons to Saudi Arabia. that builds a momentum and a pressure for peace. I think we need to build on that. I think the international community and people like you and me can build that momentum in order to at least stop the war, at least stop the bombing, at least lift up the blockade of the country, allow people to move in and out of the country without any problem. So these are the first steps to be taken, and we have seen it. I mean, the killing of Jamal Khashoggi created a momentum for Yemenis. CNN was not talking about Yemen for over a year until the killing of an individual actually sparked that kind of movement internationally. We've seen some real movement, and we need to capitalize on counting that. And I think at the end of the day, Yemenis have the will, but they don't have the support of the international community that really let them into the bus, exactly what's happening in Yemen today.
Nabil, is there a finger that you want to point in a certain direction?
Two fingers, actually. Very simple answer for your question. The war was started by the Houthis who took Sana'a in 2014 and overthrew the Hadi government. Number two, however, the Saudis jumped in and took advantage of that and fully exploited, boycotted, and hammered the hell out of Yemen for their own mirage of pretending, and the Trump administration fuels that they are fighting Iran in Yemen. They're not fighting Iran in Yemen. Iran physically is not in Yemen. So they're fighting a mirage for their own interests. And right now what you do is, rather than lay blame, is roll things back. You roll back the Houthi coup which took place by guaranteeing them whatever demands, legitimate demands they had at the beginning of this, before they took over Sana'a. And you roll back the coup. You roll back the Saudi Emirati invasion, and it is an invasion because they and their militias are all over Yemen. Now, they
would say they're invited by the legitimate government of Yemen.
Which is sleeping in a five-star hotel in Riyadh. That's the legitimate government. But they may have had legitimate security concerns. Fine. Deal with that, but roll back the invasion, get the Saudis, the Emiratis, and all their sundry militias out of Yemen.
Bushra, you mentioned earlier in your remarks, this is emotional for you. So when you look at what's happening in Yemen, where do you point your, we could talk analysis in a moment, where do you point your anger and passion? Where is your emotional energy directed towards? Against who, if I dare ask that question?
If I may, I think I would like just to make one small comment. I think there's one issue that people should make clear, that sitting on the table, on a negotiation table by all those parties, one important thing that the Houthis or the Hashemite, political Hashemite, should get rid of the supremacy notion, that they have the right to rule. This is number one. We have to be just on the table. After that comes everything, as Nabil said. I agree with him totally. And what makes me feel really, really devastated is how difficult the people of Yemen are having difficulties. They cannot move from one place to another. There is difficulties even, I worked with the private sector, I worked with the financial sector, I worked with the central bank. Every second, third day I was at the central bank working with them, helping them to bring in new tools. Today, the financial sector is not working. This is really, really devastating. And the financial sector is the core of the economy. The sovereignty of the central bank is the core of the economy. If we don't have a proper control of the monetary cycle then we don't know what's going on. Black market will go in. We will be having buying tourists. We have to I'm getting very emotional now. Money laundering can take place. And this is why I say the economy is very important. We have to strengthen.
You mentioned in your talk about, how do you support development? I mentioned that a UN official said Yemen looks like the apocalypse. When you have that level of destruction in a society which was already a poor developing society to begin with, how do you recover from that financially? What kind of time frame are we even talking about here? Let's say the war by some miracle were to end tomorrow morning. What are we looking at the day after that in terms of reconstruction?
Building the institutions' capacity of the government itself, bringing in back development and bringing in back resilience programs, and إعادة تسطير. إعادة تسطير.
To be an expert.
Yeah, bringing experts back to the country, and we have to deal with making sure that the central bank also is looking after all the money goes in through the central bank. This is important. When it comes to the areas where the Houthis are controlling, they have been making the private sector. There are a lot of arrests for the private sector. They're arresting the banking, the head of the banking sector, and they are looming and looting the telecommunication companies and the private sector with excessive taxes and etc. This is the center of the country, and if the remaining private sector working there get out of that place, then it's really a collapse of the economy in the highest population. So my point, I'm just saying that a stable and secure economy is not just good for Yemen, but it should be of interest locally, regionally, and internationally. Peace cannot be achieved if all parties have different interests, and this is what's happening now. Yemen's economy stability should be a unifying and uniting factor for the regional security rather than using the youth as a fuel of the war. Yemen should be providing security and stability to its neighboring countries. And finally, let me retire that women should be part of this solution.
Paul, in terms of the aftermath, if we can be optimistic and say the war comes to an end, what role, we talk about the cost of it, that's the financial cost of reconstruction. What is the political cost of reconstruction in terms of international community, UN getting people together to actually deal with a post-conflict Yemen?
So one of the bright sides, if there is a bright side, is that when you do move into the post-conflict situation or environment in Yemen, you already have the outcomes of a national dialogue. There's 1,800 outcomes, so it's a little unwieldy, but you did have a national dialogue process, which, as Bushra and Ibrahim have pointed out, highly engaged women, youth, marginalized populations. And when I was there during that time, you could sense that there was no going back on this. And so there is a point of conflict now, but I expect when the conflict ends, you'll still have those empowered communities that will be at the ready to re-engage on issues of governance, reconciliation, justice, devolution. They also have a blueprint, the 1,800 outcomes of the national dialogue, and they have a draft constitution. And the draft constitution has some issues, but by and large, it's a modern democratic constitution that could be picked up and moved forward. So you won't be looking at a blank slate in terms of a blueprint. The political infrastructure is as devastated as the economic infrastructure, but you have a Yemeni blueprint for the democratic transformation of Yemen.
Nabil, Ibrahim mentioned, just before I forget, the bill in Congress that's going through. If it ends up, I mean, you've worked in the federal government, you're based in Washington, D.C. at a think tank there. If this Murphy-Sanders-Lee bill ends up on Donald Trump's desk, President Trump has yet to exercise his veto in his 2 years in office. Will continuing the Yemen war be something he uses his veto to do, do you think, if you had to predict?
I predict that he will veto it unless they come to some sort of a compromise agreement. I think this initiative by Bernie Sanders and Ro Khanna, etc., is an excellent one, and it is one which shows Yemenis and shows the world that there is an American conscience and that there is a serious American attempt to stop this war. So I predict the bill will pass. I predict that Trump will veto it. And I think the chances are that Congress will be able to override the veto, although there's no guarantee here because of the play between Republicans and Democrats in the Senate.
One thing I always find weird, Ibrahim, in this debate about Yemen is prior to the Arab Spring and this conflict with the Saudis and Jamal Khashoggi and everyone talking about Yemen, the only time you talked about Yemen in the West was to talk about Al-Qaeda and drone strikes. That was the only time Yemen made it into the news. Now no one talks about that at all. It's become a kind of, do you think that's an interesting aspect of this story? Should it be played up? I mean, we see in reports from the BBC, from Reuters, that the Saudi Emirati coalition have actually allied with al-Qaeda groups on the ground. Is that a complication in all of this talk of reconciliation, the UN, peace talks, when you have a group on the ground which Western countries at one time were obsessed with and now kind of aren't so obsessed with?
I think part of the problem in Yemen is the mislabeling of the country when it comes to the Al-Qaeda, when it comes to even, I mean, you mentioned in your introduction that Yemen is the poorest country in the world. It is not.
In the Middle East.
We had, even in the Middle East, we had the corrupted regime in the world by the Transparency International group, and supported by the most corrupted, repressive regimes in the region. And that's part of the problem. So we keep labeling Yemen as the poorest, and that plays to, prolonging the conflicts. The other part of it, when it comes to labeling Yemen, we always, in every single newspaper in the West, that Yemen is the backyard of Saudi Arabia. When you have a corner store that oversees 2 seas and 70% of the world trades go through it, and you label it as the backyard of a desert, we have a problem here. Then the other problem here that people don't talk about is the international struggle for power. Yemen is one of the most important geopolitical locations in the world, and that's part of the conflict, and we don't talk about it. So that's a real issue that
So on the subject of geopolitics, Nabil mentioned in his opening remarks that this war will not come to an end until the region decides that it wants it to end. Do you see any evidence that the region wants the Yemen war to come to an end?
I don't think so. If you see what's happening in the south today, it's controlled by the UAE and Saudi Arabia, for example. There is a movement now within the southern that actually supported the beginning of the Saudi UAE-led coalition, just because they occupied every single island that Yemen has right now. And there is no Yemeni government presence in all of our islands. The seaports, airports in the south are controlled by the UAE. Yemeni ministers have to be checked by the UAE offices at their own airports. So we have a serious problem right now. They're only interested in that part of the country, and that's why they're letting the problem go right now, because they control the seaports, the airports, and the location they need to control right now and to maintain the problem inside Yemen. There is one interesting thing that we need to point out here, especially in the West, is that people keep talking about the Saudi-led strikes in Yemen, which they committed massacres and war crimes. But also, the Houthis are one of the biggest problems in the country. Is not different than the KK in the US. They think they are an elite group, a sectarian group, that have the right to control the future and the lives of Yemenis, and that's part of the problem. We don't talk about it here in the US because we think we don't care about it, because it's the US foreign policy. That's what we need to focus on. If your issue is about democracy, it's about accountability, then you need to support the Yemeni people, and you need to hold every war criminal accountable, whether they're Houthis or Saudis or UAE or even the Yemeni government. And that's what we need to discuss going forward. I mean, the Yemeni people have the will to do it. They need the support of the international community.
Do you think that, just one quick question, do you think that complicates the narrative? You talk about putting public pressure, which Paul mentioned, you mentioned, here in the West on outside powers. Does it complicate the narrative that there is no easy good guy, bad guy narrative? That you want to be able to say, I want to condemn the Saudis, and I want to be able to condemn the Houthis, and I want to condemn the guy sleeping in Riyadh, and I want to condemn all of them?
That's like the Al-Qaeda problem in Yemen. Yemenis have more weapons than we have people. During the Arab Spring, they came out peacefully. They didn't fire one bullet. So we cannot mislabel 27 million people because we have war criminals that's supported by regional powers and international powers. So we need to move from those kind of misconceptions that were created by some U.S. or world news agency that funded by certain groups that wanted to see some sort of system in the country. Yemenis for the past 2 decades Yemen is supposed to be a democratic society, and Saleh hijacked that system. Saudis don't want a democracy next door. So what is the Western values about democracy? What is the support for that? And I think we will overcome, like President Marzougui said at the end of the day, that we will overcome.
Okay, I want to come to the audience. Just before I do, one quick practical question that we didn't really get time to get into. Paul, the Stockholm Agreement, you mentioned it in your talk. I believe they didn't even sign it. They just shook hands. There was no actual signatures. Nabil mentioned it's shaky, but it's helped in the port. Has it been a net good or a net positive or a net negative in your view in the last couple of months?
It's been a distraction. It provides some principles, it provides some momentum, but if you can't even sign the framework agreement and you cannot begin to implement the ceasefire agreement, then that becomes the new norm. You're going to need fairly substantial strides in order to end this conflict, and baby steps. The next time around, it has to be a stride, and not a baby step.
Okay, let's take questions in threes. Can I ask for questions and not speeches? We'll go to the gentleman in the hat. Then we'll go to the gentleman here. Then we'll go to the lady in the glasses.
Hello, my name is Brody Elkins. I'm from New York University. I'm just a student doing some research. I have a question just for the panel. Do you believe Qatar and the Muslim Brotherhood al-Islah are playing a role in the Yemeni's crisis? And if so, does it alarm you that Ms. Carmen is shown to have direct ties to them financially?
Okay. Question there for the student. Gentleman here.
This panel discussed idealism versus realism, accountability without teeth, managing demand and supply without supply, layers of conflict that is basically controlled externally. How about the human resource? We have a generation that knows, or only knows the way of life is a weapon, AK-47. We also have a brain drain. For the last 4 years, all the brain have left the country and coming back.
I'm worrying this is turning into a speech. Is there a question?
No, that's it.
That's it? The point about human resources. Got it? Thank you. Lady in the glasses.
Hi. I want to ask about geopolitics. Why there has to be some major event to happen so the world could care? First, it was the Qatar crisis, and then Al Jazeera started to care about Yemen and report non-stop about Yemen. And then second, it was Jamal Khashoggi. Do we need another Jamal Khashoggi? Do we need another regional crisis so peace can prevail in Yemen?
Okay, do you want to take those? Who wants to take those questions? Do you want to deal with the first one? Since you're an advisor to the Tawakkul Karman Foundation, the gentleman who wanted to ask about Qatari, Islam, Muslim Brotherhood, financial ties.
There are a lot of interventions in Yemen. Everyone is trying to get a stake because, again, because of the geopolitical location of Yemen and because of the struggle for power between different GCC countries, including Qatar and the UAE and everywhere. In terms of the Muslim Brotherhood or the Islah Party in Yemen, which they consider a region of the Muslim Brotherhood, Yemenis, as long as you don't carry weapon and kill people, as long as you enter the system in a peaceful way, whether you're Houthi or Islahi, Yemenis don't have problem with that. As long as you carry weapons and trying to achieve political goals using violence, all Yemenis are against that, whether you are a Muslim Brotherhood or Houthi. So as far as a lot of people know, the Muslim Brotherhood is not engaged, and the Houthi-like sort of militias, they part of what the so-called legitimate Yemeni government until we see that. And that's why we called for an independent investigative party to investigate every crimes committed by all sides. We don't care who committed that crime, and we need accountability. So we can't just keep pointing fingers without finding solutions and holding war criminals accountable. But as far as going forward, Yemenis need political parties and any kind of groups to enter the political process peacefully without using any violence. And I think that's a huge agreement for Yemenis.
Okay, does anyone want to take the point about human resources and young people? Do you want to go with that?
Yeah, I think there's a very important point that the people, the region, and should understand that Yemen is very rich in resources and it's very rich in human resources as well. So we should start building a strategic relationship, not what's going on right now. The amount of money they put in the weapons, I think they should invest it in the people. And we have to, I was working with a project with USAID for supporting building the capacity of the Yemeni youth to work in the Gulf. And that was one of the programs that I was working on, and that was a very important program for employment. So this is one of how we can bring in strategic relationship and cooperation.
In your experience working with these organizations, whether it's USAID, whoever it is, do you think there enough attention and recognition is given to this gentleman's point?
No. Unfortunately, it has been a lot of speak about how could Yemen be part of the Gulf region, but never happened. Especially, we started talking about labor market, bringing in labor market, and then it didn't work out.
Okay, Nabil, do you want to take the lady's question here about events
Sure.
in the Middle East?
Yeah, Afrah Nasser's question, I think, on do we need another Khashoggi? Unfortunately, it's true that for Western media, particularly American media, once you could visualize it in the life of one person that was taken, it dramatized it, it brought it home, particularly someone who worked in Washington with the Washington Post. So it increased the media attention, the spotlight, and that to some extent has helped generate or speed up the movement in Congress. However, I don't think in the end that in itself and another individual crisis wouldn't be enough to resolve this problem. In the end, you need political action, regardless of how much media covers or doesn't cover. You need political action in Congress, essentially to simplify. The US turns off the tap, which has been fueling this war. The Saudis and the Emiratis in turn turn off their tap, which has fueled all these militias and mercenaries running around Yemen. And in the end, you get the Yemenis together. And frankly, the region is not all Saudi Arabia and UAE. You mentioned a question about Qatar. I think Qatar was a benevolent force in Yemen before this whole thing started. When I was still there and at the London Donors Conference, I encouraged the Qataris to lead a peace negotiation in the north between the Houthis and Saleh at the time. Because they truly could be a bit detached from the problem, unlike the Saudis.
But the lady's question about the spat between Qatar and Saudi Arabia, the blockade, how has that played into the Yemen conflict? Has it had a major role in that?
Well, essentially, Saudi Arabia has blocked Qatar's peace initiatives in Yemen for at least a decade now, if not more. And that, to some extent, got Qatar out of the GCC effectively. And so GCC became a force in one direction, rather than a force that could genuinely mediate. So yes, it contributed. It also contributed to intimidation. Qatar is out of the GCC largely because it wouldn't toe the line behind Mohammed bin Salman. And because they didn't agree to batter Yemen, as the Saudis and the Emiratis.
Although they were part of the original coalition. The Qataris were part of the coalition that
pulled out
bombed.
of that. They pulled out.
Okay.
And so it intimidates opposition. And
let's go back to the audience. Let's take the three questions. Lady here. Gentleman behind you. I'm just going to identify three people. And the young man over there with the beard.
Hi, I'm Dr. Bailey. I'm a physician from Connecticut. And I'm here after listening to this all day. I just had two questions. One is, if the country is so divided north and south, have you ever thought of just dividing it, which is what has happened in some African countries? And the second issue is that it sounds to me today that Saudi Arabia and the GCC has been involved in Yemen from the beginning of time. Those countries are not democratic. Why would any one of them want a democratic neighbor? So it doesn't seem like even if you end this war, you're really going to end Yemen's problems.
Okay. Gentleman, man.
Being that everybody agrees here, Zaid Naji, a Yemeni American activist, being that everybody agrees here that it is a proxy war, and all day to day, and especially in this panel, we've been hearing about advocacy to stop Saudi Arabia, which is fine, and anybody, we Yemenis who live next to Saudi Arabia understand that role. My question is any one of you guys advocate to stop the other part of this equation, Houthi and Iran? Did anybody advocate? And I'm going to end by saying this. Yemenis at the ground understand any effort that only stop one party is going to fail.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and gentleman there.
Bushra Nasser, I think you have mentioned that Somalia received 1 point something millions to improve the economy, and the economy did not improve. What do you think is the best solution to improve Yemen economy?
Okay, do you want to take that one first, briefly?
Yeah, actually Somalia received 55 billion since 91, and it didn't help anywhere. It ended nowhere. And even after the drought, they have been bringing in lots of funds, and they didn't help the farmers how to prevent our be protected from the drought. So this is not the solution. Solution is development. Solution is bringing in skills development, technology, upgrading the farmers, upgrading the people with the latest. And one of the solutions, I think, is bringing in technology, in financial technology, financial inclusion. And just to mention that the WFP has introduced the biometric system for ending the corruption, because corruption is like 60% of the aid is confiscated by the Houthis. So this is one of the major reasons of starvation. And then I have also the statistics that 70% of the aid is for operation costs. So what's left for the Yemenis? Nothing. And when the WFP lately, after Stockholm agreement or consultations, not yet agreement, after Stockholm consultation, he has been mentioning that there have been thefts. The Houthis are thefts for the aid. 7 landmines have been found in the silos. And they have bombed the storage of the aid of WFP. So these are violations, starvations for them, for the people. They don't care about starvations as long as they are achieving their goals. This is one thing we should understand. And when it comes to Somalia and Yemen, we are in the 21st century, so we can bring in technology and bring in better methodologies to administrate and operate.
Ibrahim, gentleman's question about focusing on Saudi, what about the Houthis? I'm pretty sure I heard you talk about the Houthis earlier. Do you want to expand on that earlier, about accountability on all sides, putting pressure on all sides?
I think, like I mentioned earlier, the Houthis are just another militia, and militia never wants to be a government, and they always achieve their political goals through violence, and that's not what Yemenis want. So they're another militia, sectarian militia, that I don't think the Yemenis will accept. And if it wasn't for the intervention of Saudi, UAE in the south and creating another militias, I think the Houthi would have died out by now. They're not targeting the Houthis anymore. They want the Houthis to control the south so they can control the most important strategic location and the Red Sea and the Arabian Sea, which most of the world trades go through. There are other points too. I found it cool here to talk about Somalia as a bad example. I think Somalia is doing better than Yemen today, and I don't think we should go there. There was a question also about divided the country, and maybe that's the right way to go. That was discussed through the national dialogue. Where we have a lot of grievances in the south and the north and elsewhere, people agreed to establish a federal system, a decentralized system. The problem in Yemen in the past is that we didn't have a system that actually delivers services to people and treat them equally. That was the core issue of all the wars in Yemen, is that one group controlled the government, loots all the rest of the country, like what happened after the 1994 war, where Saleh regime removed all the partners from the south from power, looted their oil and everything for his own family and region. And that's part of the problem. And that's why we want to move away from this kind of system and establish a democratic federal system, a decentralized system, that the main focus is to deliver services and good for the people, and actually ensure that the rule of law and justice is applied to all Yemenis, regardless of their background.
Nabil, separate the country, partition?
No, I mean, I think a free, independent, and unified Yemen is what makes sense, and for everybody. It's in the interest of everybody. I just want to say briefly on the proxy idea that, of course, there is Iranian influence in Yemen right now, if there isn't physical presence. But that influence is minuscule compared to the influence of Saudi Arabia, UAE, US, UK. And let me tell you a story. My first day of arrival at the US Embassy in Sana'a in 2004 was the first week of the war, the Saleh Houthi wars. We were pulled into the Ministry of Interior, their operations room, and we were told in no uncertain terms that this was Iranian provoked, and that because Iran is fighting Saleh, we have to be on his side. We asked our intelligence agencies to look into it from up, down, and sideways. There was zero Iranian influence in Yemen at the time. As the war continued, that influence started.
Became a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yes, exactly. And I sent that message after getting back to Washington. I sent that message to Saleh. And I said to Abdul Wahab al-Hajri, please take back to Saleh and tell him, he keeps saying the wolf is at the door, it's going to come to the door. They are beginning to get interested. And this really sparked up when the Saudis first bombed North Yemen in end of 2009. The Iranians' ears pricked up literally and said, there's something going on there. If Saudi Arabia is interested, we should be interested. And since then, that influence has grown to the extent that they could, because there's a very tight blockade around Yemen. And as a result, the leverage of Iran even now is not that great. But I think given that Yemen is not a priority for them it's Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, they would be interested in helping out. If you want someone to lean on the Houthis a bit, I'm sure they would welcome the opportunity.
Paul, the issue of partition was raised. The UN has been involved in some partition plans in different conflicts. Not all of them or most of them have gone according to plan. What do you think about partition in Yemen?
No, I think it's important that Dr. Bailey raised the prescription of division for Yemen, because it's out there in the global community. There's been 36 new states in the last 24 years. Sometimes it works out okay, like Czechoslovakia, East Timor. Sometimes not, like South Sudan, the former Yugoslavia. As was mentioned by Ibrahim, it was discussed quite extensively and had its own separate 8+8 channel of negotiations during the national dialogue. It will be back on the table. And if you're going to get to a unified, free, independent, democratic Yemen, you're going to need to come up with a way of navigating the tension between the North and the South, and between two parts of the South, and even with Aden City. It'll be heightened. It'll be doubled or tripled than it was during the CDC, during the national dialogue negotiations and the constitutional negotiations. And there needs to be some avenue to incentivize all of these multidimensional characters. And the only way to do it is to move the political elite, the guys with guns, off to the side and bring in the eclectic representation of those 27 million victims to design a modern Yemen.
We've got 5 minutes left. I'm going to poll the panel. Do you want to give closing remarks, or do you want to take 3 more questions from the audience?
Questions? Jazzed and
A good non-elitist answer. Let's hear from the people. 3 more questions. Lady there is waving, so she can have a question. Gentleman here has been waiting for a while. And who's the third and last question?
We need a woman.
Another woman. Where's another woman?
Right there.
Okay, there. With a hand up. With a hand up, obviously, is what I meant.
Hi, my name is Rabia Al-Thabani, and I'm a Yemeni American activist. I actually co-founded the Yemeni American Coalition for Change with Ibrahim. I just have, it's not sort of a question, Ibrahim, but it is more of a statement. I think we need to be really honest when we're talking about who is on the ground in terms of what groups are doing what. Al-Islah is definitely a part of the problem. Qatar, unfortunately, after what happened to Saudi Arabia, has become part of the problem, okay? And as Yemeni Americans, if we really care about this country, we have to be honest about who is involved. It's Qatar, it's Al-Islah, they all are. At the end of the day, they all need to go back to the table. We can't just say, oh, they're all criminals or we're not gonna, no. I believe that, yes, I'm so sorry, it's almost done. I just have to say this because I'm really passionate about it. Ibrahim knows that Al-Islah, Al-Salafiyin, Al-Houthi, they are all a part of this problem. So let's just be honest about it. And when people
But are you saying they're part of the problem, they also have to be part of the solution?
Definitely part of the solution.
Okay, do you want to pass the microphone to the lady on the left?
Hi, my name is Allison Keong. I represent a group that does syndication work between private industries and also governments and leaders in power. My question is about human rights and accountability. Specifically, how can we hold leaders accountable when we have people like the former Human Rights Commissioner Mary Robinson complicit in Emirati and Saudi regimes, as in the case of the Princess Latifah case?
Okay. And then who's the third? Yes, question here.
I know how the war will end. If we look back into Yemen's history in the 60s, there was a civil war that followed, the establishment of, the Republic of Yemen. It was called the Unknown War. And for almost a decade, Yemenis, fought each other and killed each other. And Saudi Arabia and King Faisal at that time was backing the royalists.
Yeah.
And Gamal Abdel Nasser was backing, the Republicans. Then, after what happened in 1967 with Israeli...
We're running out of time, so I can't take the full post-war history.
Last sentence.
Can we go on?
Gamal Abdel Nasser and Faisal talked,
Okay.
and they decided they're not going to get to fight anymore in Yemen.
Okay.
And then Yemenis were able to resolve things amongst themselves. So
you're saying the outside powers need to talk directly?
Well, they'll get exhausted or something will impact them or they get bankrupted. But, Egypt was in trouble and Faisal, they resolved it. And suddenly all the people they were supporting...
But this time, obviously, Saudi, Egypt are on the same side this time. You're talking about Saudis and, say, the Iranians talking.
Exactly.
Is that realistic? Do you believe that's realistically going to happen anytime soon?
I think, a similar scenario might happen.
Okay. Panelists, do you want to respond to that? Paul, we're going to go from left to right and we're going to finish now with these answers. Do you want to respond to whatever you heard? Take your pick.
You're not going to solve this conflict by going back and doing the old ways of business. You need a new way of business, and it has to be inclusive, and it has to look to a durable peace, not just getting the armed political elite to say, yeah, we'll put down our weapons, repause, pause, rearm, and repeat. It needs to be inclusive in order to be durable and effective.
Okay. Nabil?
Basically, I encourage Yemenis, and particularly Yemenis outside of Yemen, to put down their weapons, their rhetorical weapons, against one another. There are there are enough Yemenis killing one another in Yemen. You don't need to fight one another here. Be supportive. If you disagree, please be polite, be respectful. Don't launch these campaigns, particularly against women. I've seen it. Women journalists and women commentators. Take it easy. They're your brothers and sisters. And disagree respectfully. And ultimately, you're going to have to work together to resolve this disaster.
Thank you. Bushra.
Yeah. I'll just convey what Paul said, bringing in the grassroots or the civil society to solve the problem. The problem is that the voices of those people is not heard. Who is today with us coming from Yemen? Who is today with us coming from Yemen to Europe? None, zero. There is a ban. So how can we solve them? And then if we're going to solve them through the militia who are on the ground taken by force because we're going to listen to them, I believe that we should get back to the national dialogue and start from there.
Okay. And last but not least, Ibrahim, do you want to specifically deal with your colleague's point about at the table, not all just behind bars?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of bad actors, including all Gulf countries. The issue here, we have to have a difference between when someone is bombing your own civilians, like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, you cannot compare that to Oman and Qatar. It's like a complete different world. Running secret detentions, blockading the country, controlling the seaports and the airports is completely different than having... Okay,
so it's all interesting in the last 60 seconds.
Okay, so...
sorry, we're going to have to give the last word to the panelists. Go on. 30 seconds.
So I think what we need going forward is accountability. We cannot have peace without accountability. We need all actors and bad actors like Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iran out of the whole thing. I disagree with Khoury about Iran have zero influence in Yemen when the headquarters of the Houthis are actually based in Lebanon and their media propaganda, their machines, their support, what they're doing now in Yemen, going from door to door, trying to transform the society into a different sort of Iranian idealism that actually have nothing to do with the Yemen.
We're almost out of time. I'm going to give Bushra the last word.
Just one last thing. I believe that we should just streamline the role of Saudi Arabia and whoever is and the coalition. Because we see today the Hajur, and you just mentioned, they are bombing them with the ballistic missiles. So if the coalition didn't destroy the air jets, then the Houthis will be bombing Yemenis with airplanes. So this is also, we have to understand that we are talking with an ideology that we cannot talk to them.
Okay. We're going to have to leave it there. Let's just give one more round of applause to our panel of experts. And thank you very much to Tawakkul Karman Center and to Fordham Law for hosting this global conference. The conference continues. Thank you all.
Good job.
Thank you very much. Good to see you all. Thank you so much. Great hearing you all speak. Thank you very much. That was a great conversation. Got spicy at the end. Paul, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I was just wondering, nice to meet you. I'm doing a project about U.S. involvement in, I'm working with like 5 other journalists, specifically funding or providing the contracts for, Raytheon, Boeing, all of their involvement. Could I get your contact information to contact you later?
Yeah, I'm happy to, I don't have a card on me. Do you have a card on you, or I can give you my
Yeah,
details?
we can do both.
Okay, so my email is P. Williams, so first initial last name, at PILPG. PILPG.org. Yeah.
Great. Just to make sure.
P. Williams, Public International Law and Policy Group.org. Yeah.
Great. Here's my card, yes.
Okay, yeah, great. Just shoot me an email and I'm happy to
Absolutely.
chat.
Thank you so much.
Nice
Start from the other side.
Yes.
Professor Myers.
Hi, how are you? Oh.
But this is my real job. My adjunct job.
Okay. Okay, great.
I liked your comments. I didn't have a chance to listen to the whole thing. I was trying to get interviews, but
Okay, yeah, this is a great place for getting interviews. This is a great, yeah. Good, so you're based in Washington, D.C. then most of the time? Okay. Yeah, I teach at AU. You know that, right, as well? Yeah, so I only teach advanced international law, so I split between the law school and the School of International Service. So, yeah, it's a nice little niche appointment, so I enjoy it. So,
I teach energy regulation.
Okay, that's popular now, yeah.
Well, actually, it got a bit less popular in the last few years, and we're now skipping a year. So I had a sabbatical this year, which was nice.
Oh, sabbatical's nice. I'm going on sabbatical in the fall, and I'm really looking forward to it. It's been a while. So, good. But, yeah,
Keep in touch.
I look forward to that. Thank you.
So you want to be here, but then we'll go just 1 second, please.
Huh? Right now.
I think they're going to take a break. So you want to just here the background? That's great, Julia. Thank you. 1 second, please, Julia. Would you like to get in? I'll put you in also. Once more. All eyes on me. And can you guys hold off for 1 second because their eyes are over here? Thank you. All eyes on me, please. Can I try? Thanks very much. Hold, please.
Better now that I'm away. I don't care. I am a rebel.
Okay. Yemen aside, we have to stop. And let me hold you guys for 1 second.
you guys could take your seat, we're about ready to start our final panel. So please take your seat once again. Sure. How's that going to happen? How's that going to work?
If you could take your seats, we'd like to get started so we have as much time as possible for this panel.
No. If everyone can kindly take their seat. If everyone can kindly take their seat. If everyone can kindly take their seat, everyone in the back, if you can join us. I'm not sure. We'd like to get started to give our distinguished panel as much time as possible. If everyone can kindly find their seat. Everyone standing in the back, if you can join us up here. Okay. So that was your panel on possibilities for peace in the future. And after that, I think it's critical that we hear the voices for change. So allow me to introduce the last and final panel, Healing Yemen from War, Messages from Nobel Prize Laureates. I'm going to introduce our distinguished presenter for today. Ghida Fakhri, who you met a few minutes ago, is a presenter at TRT World. She hosts the network's flagship political program from Washington, D.C., Bigger Than Five. She's also the moderator for the Doha debates. She was previously lead anchor for Al Jazeera English, presenting the network's News Hour and award-winning program Witness. She has reported extensively from the United Nations, conducted interviews with heads of states and heads of government and international officials, and moderates high-level panels at the United Nations, the World Bank, and leading NGOs. She's a contributor to the Huffington Post, where she writes primarily on U.S. foreign policy and global affairs. Please join me in welcoming Ghida Fakhri.
Thank you very much indeed for that kind introduction, Dalia, and thank you all very much for being here. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to this session, the final session of the day, on Healing Yemen from War, Messages from the Nobel Peace Laureates. I'm deeply honored, actually, to be sharing the stage with these four distinguished Nobel Peace Laureates. Yemen, as we all know, and we've been talking about this all day today, has been called the worst humanitarian crisis in the world, an overwhelming humanitarian calamity, the worst place on earth for children. And these are descriptions that have been made by senior United Nations officials. Yemen has also been a place where the youth has been described as a lost generation, victims of violence, war, and famine. The war continues and the statistics continue to get worse. More than 20 million Yemenis, 2/3 of the population, do not have access to food. 14 million have been pushed to the brink of famine. 2.5 million internally displaced. 3 million Yemeni youth, perhaps many more, unemployed. And these numbers keep going up. And of course, let's not forget the victims of the ongoing military campaign that has been waging in the country for the past 4 or 5 years. The conflict has entered its 5th year, and there seems little sign of an end to it. But on this panel today, we want to try and explore some of the potential solutions. What needs to take place for Yemen to eventually make a transition to peace, justice, reconciliation, and reconstruction. We are indeed privileged to have with us 4 extraordinary women Nobel Peace Laureates. They are extraordinary, not because they are winners of the Nobel Peace Prize, but they have indeed won the Nobel Peace Prize because they are truly exceptional and truly special women who have all done a lot within their own countries for their causes and internationally as well. Strong advocates, strong activists who have each taken up a cause and made a significant difference. So I'm deeply honored to be here with you all today. And on the eve of International Women's Day, perhaps fitting to start talking about where women fit in nation building and peace building. Let me just very briefly introduce each one of the panelists, though you know them all very well. But to my right, Tawakkol Karman, who became the first Yemeni, indeed the first Arab woman, and the second Muslim woman to win a Nobel Peace Prize. She also was the youngest at the time, at the age of 32.
And now one of the oldest.
No, one of the oldest, not quite. Shireen Ebadi to my left, of course, the 2003 Nobel Peace Prize laureate, one of the first chief justices in her country, Iran, the first Muslim woman to receive the Nobel Peace Prize, and only the fifth Muslim to receive a Nobel Prize in any field. Lema Bowie received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2011 for her work in leading women's peace movements that brought an end to the Second Civil War in Liberia. She shared that prize with fellow Liberian Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and Tawakkol Karman, in fact. A pleasure to have you as well, Lema Bowie. And last but not least, Jodie Williams, who received the Nobel Peace Prize back in 1997 for her militant work to ban landmines through the international campaign to ban landmines. So a very important issue as well. At the time, Jodie Williams became the 10th woman and 3rd American woman in the Nobel's almost 100-year history. So well done to everyone, and a pleasure to be with you here. So as we were saying earlier, on the eve of International Women's Day, where do women fit on the spectrum of peace building in countries that have gone through conflicts? How do these 4 women, Nobel Peace Laureates, see the situation unfolding and continuing in Yemen? What do their different experiences offer in terms of ideas and solutions as Yemen tries to emerge from its current predicament? So let me begin with you, Tawakkol Karman. You, as everyone here knows, became the mother of the revolution in your native Yemen. As a human rights activist, as a journalist, as a politician, a senior member of the Al-Islah political movement, Al-Islah meaning reform, how do you assess the role women have and can play in the struggle for peace in Yemen?
Okay, thank you so much. If you want to talk about the role of women in Yemen, you should talk about 2 periods. Before the revolution and after the revolution. I don't want to talk about the history because we have a lot of history of the great participation, political participation of women in Yemen, especially we were ruled by the greatest woman queen in Peninsula, in the world, Queen of Sheba, you know, Bilqis, and Queen Arwa. So we have a great history with political participation of women, and we have a great history of political struggle in the women's rights and human rights. But let's talk about the woman rule under the tyranny ruling. And sorry for my English, by the way, if I did any mistake. So if I talk about the rule of women under the rule of the dictator, Ali Abdullah Saleh, and after the revolution. Under the ruling of Ali Abdullah Saleh, woman was played a very decor rule, as with every dictator in the region and with every dictator around the world. So they use women as a decor to make their image better. They said, okay, we include women in some seats of parliament or in some seats in the government, and we have just one woman in the government, and they say, oh, we gave woman her right. The same thing with her in the parliament, etc., etc. But the real rule, the real right for women in the legislations, in the constitution, in the law was absence, because the absence of the will of the dictator. And woman was playing a traditional role. If she play a good role in the society, so she should make it in the women environment. And there is a great woman, strong woman, who made it something exceptional. But in general, no. In the peaceful revolution, women in Yemen, as well as women in all Arab region, decided to play another role, which is to be leader, not victim. So when we talk about the hardest part of political participation of women, there is nothing hard to be part of the revolution against tyranny and to lead the street for freedom, justice, and democracy. And also to write the constitution. And that is what exactly happened in Yemen. When millions of women went to the street, struggled for freedom, justice, and democracy. And they faced the violence of the dictator Ali Abdullah Saleh with flowers, with singing. And that was the most important moment that transferred Yemen from an armed society to a peaceful society. So when we talk about war in Yemen and how we stop war in Yemen, you should know that women stopped war in Yemen when they decided to make peaceful revolution against the dictator Ali Abdullah Saleh. Because the peaceful revolution was our tools to save our countries from wars inside the country that the world didn't hear about it. Under the rule of Ali Abdullah Saleh, he waged tens of wars, between cities, regions, between tribes, but women did that a great way when they decided to tell her, to force him to resign. And the second thing, in the transitional period, she participated in the national dialogue. She was the most active one, and the best article was written by her hand. She participated in the constitution, and she wrote in the constitution she participated in the constitution on writing all the democrat things that we struggle for: women's rights, kids' rights, etc. Third thing, which is now women under the counter-revolution. Now women, also children, are the most vulnerable one not because of the peaceful revolution, because of they are targeted by the counter-revolution entities and countries.
And just bringing it up to today and what is going on, there have been meetings involving Yemeni parties in Stockholm under the aegis of the United Nations. But how do you see these prospects for peace and reconciliation if, one, the foreign powers that are fueling this conflict are not at the table, nor are the women?
If the foreign countries are not with us, are not feeding the conflict in Yemen, you will see Yemen something else. If I understand the question. So, if these foreigners let Yemenis alone, let women alone, you will see Yemen really go to be democratic country. Who won Nobel Peace Prize? Is the Yemeni people. The peaceful people who throw their weapons, and the women there who throw so the conspired from the international community and the regional make all this collapse. Now Stockholm Agreement is very important step for peace, for creating peace in Yemen. But unfortunately, there is many misleading things inside it. There is no really explanation from the United Nations about what is inside it. So it will collapse, and also there is no real implementation from the international community from one side and from the parties from Houthis and from the Saudi and Emirates.
Okay, Shireen Abedi, moving on to you, looking at the issue of transitional justice in Yemen. As someone who served as president of the City Court of Tehran in the years leading up to the revolution, someone who, as I said earlier, was the first Iranian woman to become Chief Justice, How do you see what is happening in Yemen, and how do you view the talks that we just mentioned taking part without the major foreign parties, whether it's Iran, Saudi Arabia, or others, and without women at the table?
سلام علیکم. خیلی خوشحالم که مسئله رو با یه موضوعی صحبت کردید، شروع کردید که اساساً به کل خاورمیانه مربوط میشه.
So good afternoon. I'm very glad that you opened on a subject that goes back to the whole of Middle East.
در سال 1979 یک انقلاب اسلامی شد که این انقلاب اسلامی در ایران تأثیر گذاشت در کل خاورمیانه.
In 1979, there was an Islamic revolution in Iran that impacted all of the Middle East.
و در حقیقت از اون تاریخ اسلام سیاسی به دنیا آمد.
So from that date, in reality, political Islam was born.
و از اون تاریخ می‌بینیم ما عملیات انتحاری چقدر زیاد شد در اون منطقه.
And from that date, we are witnessing how people kill themselves, meaning suicide bombers.
در سال 1979 اسلام سیاسی در ایران متولد شد و 2 سال بعد حزب الله لبنان تشکیل شد.
So in 1979, after the political Islamic being born in Iran, the Hezbollah in Lebanon was formed. This was only 2 years later.
شما تأثیر اسلام سیاسی رو در سوریه و در عراق و در یمن می‌بینید.
And you can now see the impact of political Islam in Syria, in Iraq, and in Yemen.
و همچنین فقط برای اینکه تز دولت ایران این بود که انقلابش رو صادر بکنه.
Because the thesis that the government of Iran used was to export its revolution.
من قبل از انقلاب رئیس دادگاه بودم و بعد به من گفتن که چون تو زنی نمیتونی رئیس بشی و من رو کردم منشی همون دادگاه.
So before the revolution, I presided a court in Iran. However, after the revolution, I was informed that being a woman, I could not preside over a court, so I was demoted and became the clerk of my own court.
و همینطور البته من قبول نکردم و آمدم بیرون و دفتر وکالت خودم رو دایر کردم.
Of course, I didn't accept that. I left the judiciary. I went back to private practice and started my own practice.
قبل از اینکه اجازه بدین به عنوان یک ایرانی از تمام مردم یمن به خاطر دخالت‌های حکومت خودم در یمن و کمک به حوثی‌ها که باعث تشدید جنگ شده معذرت بخوام.
First of all, I want to ask the pardon of all the Yemeni people, and I want to apologize to all of them because of the influence of my country on the Houthis who have actually set fire to the war going on in Yemen.
و همچنین از تمام مردم خاورمیانه به نیابت از مردم ایران معذرت میخوام که اسلام سیاسی رو ما ایجاد کردیم و سعی کردیم که صادر کنیم به بقیه کشورها و اونا رو خراب کردیم.
Also, I want to apologize to all of the people of the Middle East on behalf of the people of Iran, where we created political Islam and exported it to other countries and ruined their countries.
من مسلمان هستم و پراکتیس هم میکنم، به دین خودم افتخار دارم، ولی که اسلام بایستی در منزل باشه و اگر به قدرت سیاسی تبدیل بشود یک فاجعه است.
I'm a practicing Muslim and I'm proud of my religion, but religion has to stay at home. If Islam becomes the political power, it can be very dangerous.
در مورد یمن فقط بعد از انقلاب نیست که حکومت ایران دخالت میکنه، قبل از انقلاب هم ما در یمن دخالت میکردیم.
But it's not only after the revolution that Iran is intervening and meddling in Yemen. Even prior to the revolution, we did meddle in Yemen.
همونطوری که میدانید در دهه 60 میلادی یک جنگ داخلی یمن بود بین یمن شمالی و جنوبی و اون موقع دولت ایران به طرفداری از آمریکا وارد این جنگ شد و خلبان‌های ما وارد شدند.
So during the 60s, when there was a civil war going on between the North and the South, and unfortunately Iranian pilots got involved on behalf of the United States.
و بعد از اینکه انقلاب شد متاسفانه با تز صدور انقلاب اسلامی دولت ایران به حوثی‌ها کمک کرد.
And unfortunately, after the revolution, Iranian government wanting to export the revolution, they started helping the Houthis.
و عبدالمالک حوثی رهبر حوثی‌ها چندین سال در مدرسه حوزیه قم تحصیل مذهبی میکرد.
And Abdul Malik Houthi, who is the leader of the Houthis in Yemen, went to school in Iran, went to the Qom seminary and studied there for years.
و تعدادی از خانواده های رهبران حوثی اونا هنوز در اینا تو ایران اینا رو فرستادن ایران تو ایران زندگی میکنن.
And there are many Houthi families, leaders, families of leaders of Houthis who live in Iran now.
مسئله که باید اینجا ما روشن بکنیم این است که چرا همه مایل به دخالت در امور یمن هستند.
So what we need to talk about here today is why is it that everyone wants to intervene in Yemen?
عربستان و امارات مرتکب جنایت شدند.
Saudi Arabia and the Emirates have committed crimes.
ایران دخالت میکنه.
Iran intervenes.
و علت چیه؟ آیا یمن یه تیکه جواهره؟
So why is it that Yemen has been picked for that? Is it a piece of jewelry?
همیشه تو این کشور جنگ بوده. این علتش چیه؟
So why is it that there's always a war going on in this country? Why?
علاوه بر این که یمن از قبیله های مختلفه که به هر حال جنگ رقابت سیاسی رقابت قدرت بین اون قبیله ها هست.
In addition to the fact that we know there are tribes in Yemen and they may be fighting for power,
یمن موقعیت ساق‌الجیشی بسیار مهمی داره و اون تسلط بر باب المندبه.
But the fact that Bab al-Mandab is located there and geopolitically that's extremely important.
و میدونیم که نفت اون منطقه از دو تنگه هرمز و باب المندب به اقیانوس راه داره.
So we know that both the Straits of Hormuz and the Strait of Bab al-Mandab are used for oil exports from that region.
تنگه هرمز در خاک ایران و دولت ایران بهش مسلطه.
So the Hormuz Strait is in the land of Iran and Iran has control over it.
بنابراین دولت ایران بسیار علاقمنده که از طریق حوثی‌ها باب المندب رو هم داشته باشه.
And the government of Iran is very likely and very loves maybe the control of Bab al-Mandab, which is another strait that's used for the export of oil.
و الان جنگ حدیده که خیلی به شدت جریان داره برای این است که حوثی‌ها مسلط بر باب المندبند و می‌خواستن عربستان می‌خواست اینا رو بیرون کنه.
And we know that the city of Hodeidah has been under the control of the Houthis and the Saudi Arabia is trying to get them out of there. So the war is going on in a very critical shape there.
و عربستان سعودی و ائتلاف به شدت اونجا رو بمباران کردن و مردم غیر نظامی زیادی کشته شدن.
And although Saudi Arabia and the coalition have bombed there many times, many civilians have been killed as well.
اما موفق نشدن.
But they haven't succeeded.
و هنوزم بر باب المندب تسلط کامل ندارن.
And it looks like they cannot control Bab al-Mandab completely.
و کشتی‌هایی که میان به یمن بایستی از اون طریق از غذا و اسلحه برسونن.
And that's how boats and ships bring weapons and food to Yemen.
و متاسفانه حوثی‌ها سازمان ملل گزارش کرده که حوثی‌ها این بعضی از این بسته‌های غذایی رو فروختن و به مردم ندادن.
And according to a report of the United Nations, it looks like the Houthis have taken and confiscated the food and or sold it to other people without giving it to the ones who are in need of food.
و به عنوان حرف‌های نهایی بایستی بگم که یمن متعلق به مردم یمنه و سرنوشت یمن رو مردم یمن بایستی تعیین کنن، نه دولت‌های خارجی.
So I have to say that Yemen belongs to the people of Yemen, and the destiny of Yemen should be made by the people of Yemen, not foreign governments.
آمریکا، عربستان، امارات، ایران همشون باید گمشن برن بیرون. لعنت الله علیهم.
America, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Iran have to get lost. Damn all of them.
آمریکا بایستی فروش اسلحه رو هم به عربستان و به منطقه ممنوع بکنه. اونجا شده انبار باروت و داره دنیا رو با آتیش میکشه.
America has to stop selling weapons to that region. That region has become a bomb. It's going to explode.
و آخرین حرف.
Last word.
طبق قطعنامه 1325 در مذاکرات صلح بایستی زنها شرکت بکنن.
Based on the 1325 of the UN Security Council, women have to participate in peace talks.
تا الان در مذاکرات صلحی که بوده یه دونه زن شرکت نکردن و همش مردان نشستن حرف زدن، مردایی که فقط دعوا کردن بلدن.
Up to now, no woman has participated in any peace talks, and it's only been men who, the only thing that men know is how to fight. They've been on peace tables.
لطفاً مردم پاشن حالا زنا بشینن که حرف بزنن.
So let's ask men to stand up and leave and let women sit down.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Abedi. I have a whole bunch of follow-up questions for you, but I will just hold it until a little later, and we'll talk about what kind of justice you think should be best served in the case of Yemen. You've mentioned all the culprits and all of the different players involved. But let me move on, if I can, to Leima Bowie first. Leima, talk to us, if you can, about the responsibilities of civil society. We've been talking about these cultures of violence, of men being involved in the decision-making, the peacemaking, women not being quite as present. How important is it for you, do you think, to have the civic and political engagement of women, and what kind of lessons can we glean from the Liberian context if we look at what's going on in Yemen, even though the conflict is hugely different, of course?
Thank you so much, and congratulations, Tawakkul, for pulling this off with the Fordham University family. And you rightly said it, the context that I come from is totally different from what is happening. But what I also know is that whilst contexts of wars may be different, the content, the experiences, and some of the solutions are similar. Humanitarian catastrophe has no border. So rape is rape, killings are killings, hunger is hunger, internal displacement and refugee lives are all the same, whether it's in Africa or it's in the Middle East or it's somewhere else in the world. So whilst the context may be different, the humanitarian catastrophe that the people of Yemen are facing now is the same that we faced several years ago in Liberia. You cannot overstate the involvement of civil society. The previous panel talked about people-centered, and there is no way we can have peace in any region of the world if the peace is without the involvement of the ordinary people. The analogy that I would give is, for example, this is a house where you have a father, you have a mother, and you have your children. And the house catches on fire. And then you're saying, let's just sit and wait for the outsiders to come and pour water on the fire. Or the outsiders are saying to the father, mother, and children in the house, don't get involved, don't touch anything until we try to figure out where the fire came from, how it came from. What is going to happen to that house is that it's going to burn. That's the first thing. The second thing is you can't start to deal with that fire if you have 5 daughters and 2 sons, and you're saying to the sons and the father, you be the ones to put the fire out. First thing first, the daughters, you need their hands, you need their intellect. So that's the case for involving women in the entire process. So civil society involvement is very key. Liberia, as you know, went to war, and we stayed at war for 14 years. When we went to war, we were about 3.2 million people. That was our population. Almost 10% of our population was wiped out as a result of the war. We lost 250,000 people. 1 million went into internally displaced camps, and 500,000 were refugees in different regions across Africa. We signed many peace agreements, maybe over a dozen. And every time the warlords would come back to say, oh, sorry, yes, I signed, but that was not my actual signature. During the entire process of the Liberian War, there was never women's involvement on the peace table. In 2003, not only did the women decide to launch a nonviolent action, but there was a conglomeration of civil society actors who decided it's about time for all of us to join hands and get involved in the peace process. So we came to peace, but the caution that I want to give the Yemeni people is that when we're talking about war and finding solutions to war, we're so focused on ending the violence that we never really try to do any form of strategy for nation building. So right now, everyone is just focused on, let's just end the war, which is well and good. But I think there needs to be a group of people in one room sitting down and saying, how do we redo Yemen after the guns have been silent? You need that kind of strategic thinking. Because then these people have clarity. The mistake we made when we're looking for peace in Liberia was that we're only advocating for peace and not really thinking about the involvement of the youth, the involvement of the women. So yes, we came to the place where we had Africa's first elected female president. But the sad news is that we never really got the kind of parity in government that we should have had. That's the first thing. The second thing is, what would peace look like for the people of Yemen? Someone on the last panel talked about Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and I was laughing because that is the general package that everyone tends to figure along with the UN that will unveil peace to nations, peace talk, Peace and Reconciliation Commission, disarmament, demobilization, elections. And what we've seen time and again is that these formulas should not be a one-size-fits-all as the rest of the world tend to see it. First thing first, you need to ask the people in Yemen, is Truth and Reconciliation Commission really the way forward at the end of the war? Remember, you have ethnic crisis. Every valiant in the north is a hero to his people, and every hero in the south is a valiant in the north. So when you decide that we're going to have a Truth and Reconciliation Commission or a war crimes court, remember that there would always be a clash because one warlord is seen as the hero for his people, while on the other side. So how do we find something that everyone agrees with? That's the first thing. The second thing you need to recognize as we talk about engagement, I like the fact that everyone says R-E at the end of war. Reintegration, rehabilitation, reconciliation, everything RE stands for we're doing it over. So the question now is, as you're doing it over, what are those things that you're already fast-tracking in this peace process or in the process of looking for peace that is different from the old ways? For example, the involvement of women. I must say it was a really fantastic panel, the last panel. But I have to be a bit problematic to say that when there was the mention of women, the moderator, who did a very good job, was quick to pass over that. I don't know if I was the only one because I'm a feminist, no if, no buts, no whatever. You know, but he quickly passed over it when I thought that was the opportunity to really question the men on the panel, how they saw the involvement of women. Saying women should be involved is not enough. Getting the men to say this is something that we really think is necessary. If you have 51% of the population outside of a process, that process will never work. If you have gender-based violence as a key part of some of the reasons for war in the first place, you need the voices of women to come and be a part of it. Finally, when we say we're engaging women, we really need to start to think about what power they bring. If you go into Yemen today, I'm sure like Liberia, in communities, it's the women who are keeping it together. And the questions we need to ask now is, in the midst of crisis, how are you doing it? How are you harnessing your power? Once we find that, or how do we engage that power and continue to involve these women in the process of peace building? When we talk about transitional justice and the other panelists talk about we need to lock them up, let's be very realistic. The World War I and II ended years ago. They're still arresting people. Timing is very key for justice. No one is saying impunity, but let the whole strategy for justice be timed in a way that it is working alongside peace. One of the mistakes that we make, those of us coming from the global south and from different parts, is that we look at what happened in Europe and America and try to use it as a yardstick for solving our problems. Context is different. Content is the same. Humanitarian catastrophe has no borders. But let's be very wise as we try to unveil peace to our people. Thank you.
So lots of very interesting concepts there that you mentioned, Lema Bowie, that I would like Jody Williams perhaps to touch on and expand. Just a quick mention, Jody Williams, that since your protest against the Vietnam War, all the way back then, you've been quite a strong peace activist, trying to reclaim the meaning of peace, which you believe, I suppose, goes way beyond the concept of just laying down your arms and absence of armed conflict. So taking what you've heard here today and keeping in mind that there seems to be quite an extent of apathy, indifference in the West, in many parts of the world, about what's going on in Yemen, despite the incredible numbers of killed every day and the destruction that the country has suffered over the past 5 years. What do you think is missing? When we talk about the responsibility of regional powers in starting the war in Yemen and perpetuating it, how do you stop this war? And do we somehow need some kind of a Jody Williams campaign to spur outrage, to get us all out there? Or are governments starting to get it? Are they starting to get it? There is some pressure on the British government and on the US government as well to stop the arms sales at least. Where do you see this heading?
My first response about the regional powers would be echoing my sister Shirin Abadi, but I would say it a little more harshly because I am a harsh person. Throw the bastards out. You know, and then let the people of Yemen figure it out. That's one part. But a couple of things have stuck in my mind as I have listened to everything. And you are correct, I was radicalized by the Vietnam War. I woke up to the fact that my government is a military oppressor. And in various ways, I have fought against the United States military interventions and oppressions ever since. I had a lot of experience in Central America during the 1980s when the US was training and supporting death squads and fun people like that. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. But it was Dr. Dahlia, if I destroy your name, I so apologize. Fahmy, is that right? Near the end of that second panel, she asked a question that to me was fundamental and critical. And it was, okay, you can bring peace, but how do we address the culture of violence? Nobody answered it. That's a tough one. And then in the previous panel, there was the discussion of at some point all wars end, or the point being made, and that's true. But then there was another point, which was how. And I think in various ways, all of us on panels have been addressing parts of the how. It is fundamental to achieving sustainable peace that the how is deeply thought through, as my sister Lema just said. When I think of the culture of violence, that is another layer that was alluded to yet not touched upon when we were talking about the layers of the US and the UK and Iran and Saudi Arabia and the UAE. It's the layer of men thinking that they're the only ones who know how to do it, right? Voices of women are not important. The men carry the guns, ergo, women have nothing to say in peace. And that has to be addressed in some way, and I'm not saying in the context of solving the issue of Yemen, but women, as we are seeing over and over and over again, are increasingly sick of having to ask men if we have a place at the table. And everybody who has talked about the how, in a meaningful way, in my view, has recognized that if you do not involve all segments of society in some meaningful way in the dialogue, discussion, implementation of peace, you will not have peace. Ultimately, you will return to war. In my experience in El Salvador, it was a proxy war between the Soviet bloc and my country, it was Ronnie Reagan drawing the line against communism in Central America before they entered Harlingen, Texas, and took over America, which was ridiculous. There was only one operating elevator in Nicaragua at the time. I mean, how they were going to intervene and invade us was beyond my comprehension. Finally, the war came to an end, not because anybody won, but because the Soviet Union collapsed and the US didn't need its proxy war anymore. So the peace agreement in Salvador, and of course, some gentleman said you should just sit down the 8 most important dudes with guns. He didn't say it this way. Dudes with guns, and let them sort it out. That's what they did in Salvador, essentially, and I think they've done it in most peace agreements, right? You bring all the men who have waged the war together so they can figure out how they're going to divide power. Let's take away I have a little more power than you, so I'm taking more of your guns, the whole shtick. So 3/4 of the document of the peace accord of El Salvador was how you do that. How do you get the opposition guerrillas into camps? How do you then take away their guns? How do you try to retrain them to be wonderful citizens of a war-torn society? And the other elements, and they said this essentially in the last couple of pages, all those other socioeconomic, trauma questions, we'll deal with that after the peace. Because you can't really talk about those peripheral issues if you don't have peace. As long as you see the participation of women, youth, civil society, men who are not interested in shooting each other, if you do not include them in the process at the time you're negotiating it, I believe you are really setting up the situation for a future conflict, sooner or later. Peace is not, as you said, the mere absence of war, and any of us who work in war know that. The absence of war is the precondition for the possibility of sustainable peace with justice and equality. And that, don't waste time. Thank you.
I just want to touch on an issue, but very quickly if I can, because I do want to move on again. But another thing that you believe is that peace should be defined by human security, not national security. I just wonder how realistic that is, given the context of today's realpolitik and the U.S. relationship, transactional relationship to many governments around the world, shall we say.
You know something? If you believe you cannot bring about change, you will not bring about change. I believe that when people come together with a common vision, we together can change the world. It may not happen in my lifetime because I am old, but I am willing to participate in the process so that someday it will be different. I think people are fed up with the notion that national security is the most important form of security, right? In my own country, if I go to the parts of the country that are ravaged by the collapse of the manufacturing sector, they have no future, their children leave because there are no jobs, and I say to them, are you feeling secure? They're not going to say, oh God, I'm worried about North Korea and their nukes. They're going to say, I can't feed my, what's left of my family. My children had to leave because there are no jobs. If I get sick, I die because I have no insurance and I have no money to pay for health care. That is real security. And if you want a stable society, you have to provide for the basic needs of the people of your country. And then, people get pissed off and do stuff, but it will not be the disenfranchised, the disempowered, the jobless, revolting against an elite few who have billions while I have 50 cents.
Yeah.
That's human security versus national security. Let's spend we spend 57% of the US budget on the military. And that does not include nukes, which is hidden in the Department of Energy. I could go on.
Yeah.
Imagine what we could do with that money.
And to add to that, in the last 2 years, apparently, according to the State Department, the U.S. has made $27.9 billion of foreign military sales to Saudi Arabia alone. And when you consider what's going on in Yemen, you wonder how much pressure can be brought to bear to change course. But talking about that human dimension, human security, Tawakkul Karman, we talk about women and children often being the first victims of conflict and war. How do you pick up the pieces? How do you make sure that society as a whole is able to deal with this normalization of violence? How do you create a lasting peace in Yemen, in other words?
Okay, again, and I will not feed up from repeating this. Remember the early 2 years of Arab Spring. Remember the millions of people, the peaceful people that was demonstrating in the street against the dictators and against all the violence that they faced. They just was, just singing, chanting, being killed in the street while they raise the voice of peace. Why I'm saying that? I'm telling all the world, from here, from this stage, that peace is very possible in Yemen. Yemeni people throw more than 70 million of weapons, piece of weapons. And they faced all the kind of violence of dictator Ali Abdullah Saleh with peaceful way. President Munsaf al-Marzuqi said that he was very afraid about, oh my God, how is the revolution will be in Yemen? It's an armed society. How will they do? It will be a civil war. But the opposite happened. It was 100% of peaceful revolution. We didn't attack any police station. We didn't kill any soldier. So that is a very important evidence to the world that this armed society can create the peace. And also another evidence, inside, it was really, really a big challenge that to create a peaceful revolution in an armed society that has decades of revenge between tribes. And inside the revolution, in the camps, the tribes that has a lot of wars between each other, decades of wars, they came to the same square. They live under one tent. They eat with each other, sleep with each other, and died with each other. And this is bring a big evidence of Yemen want peace. And in transitional period also, we did the great work, and it was a really successful story. Even with Houthis, we called them, the peaceful revolution leaders called them, throw your weapons and come to us, demonstrate with us peacefully. They said, okay, they came. But now what is the problem? The problem that, and you can't imagine this, and this is, gave the solution. The problem became that they want Saudi Emirates first, and then Iran. And I agree with the people that then Iran. Because I blame Iran with all the problems in the region. I blame Iran with the problem even in Yemen. But I blame Saudi and Emirates first. Why? Because they are the one who encouraged Houthis to carry the weapons again, because they want to destroy the democracy in our country, and they want to influence their hegemony, and they want to occupy Yemen. Then Iran take the benefit. Oh my God. And this is the stupidness of Saudi and Emirates, the Arab leaders in general. They gave her a gift. And she was very satisfied, very happy, and started to support them. Now, what is the solution in Yemen? First, you should know that Yemenis is willing to create peace, and they will not just create peace. They will also, not just in their country, they will create peace in the region and in all over the world. How? It's very important those countries, United States, Europe countries, Canada, that they said, stop the war, okay, stop supplying Saudi and Emirates with weapons. You want to stop the war, stop supplying them with weapons. This is very, very important. And also, stop Iran from exporting weapons to the Houthis. This is number one. So we should withdraw. Saudi and Emirates should also. When we talk about stop the war, it is not just stop the missiles, stop the bombers. That's very important, but also is withdraw from Yemeni cities. So Saudi and Emirates should withdraw from all Yemeni ports, airports, and lands. They occupy my country under the pretext that they came to protect the legitimacy, while they weakening the legitimacy, and they prevent our president from return to Yemen. Our president now is under house arrest, not kind of house arrest in Riyadh. So they said, we are supporting him while he is denied to return to Yemen. So they have to withdraw from Yemen. So Houthis, they have to hand over their weapons and all militia. That is very important. So we, Yemeni, can't sit together in one table. So all the militia has to hand over their weapons. And we need, because you're talking about my vision or our vision as Yemenis, a lot of people sharing that, for sustainable peace. We need to form a national government from all the parties. This government has a lot of tasks. The first task that she has to do is to put the draft of constitution into the referendum, and also to organize the election, and form لجنة عسكرية, an army military commission that withdraw the weapons and also rebuild the new army. Transitional justice, 3 points for sustainable peace, because we are talking about how to create sustainable peace. This is the map.
Well, let me ask you a quick question on this, if I can, because since you talk about sustainable peace, I wonder where justice fits within this. Should immunity be envisaged or even granted for major war crimes? War crimes, crimes against humanity have been repeatedly swept under the carpet in so many different conflicts around the world and in conflict resolution initiatives. Is it necessary, do you believe, to sacrifice justice for peace in some cases? Can a lasting, sustainable peace be achieved without justice, especially in a situation like Yemen's with civil war, even though I realize that you say that all parties are to blame, and UN experts themselves have said that possible war crimes have been committed by all the different parties, including the Houthis, but the fire is really, and the spotlight is really shed on the Saudi-UAE alliance for the indiscriminate killing of civilians in many instances.
I always believe that who sacrifice justice for peace lose them both. There is no peace without justice. And we have in Yemen the experience. We gave the dictator Ali Abdullah Saleh immunity. And we told him that, okay, yes, peace for revolutionary people, we refuse this kind of immunity, but okay, we agreed, okay, let's make the agreement go. The agreement in general was good, except the giving Ali Abdul Saleh the immunity. So they give him the immunity without anything in replace. Give him the immunity with all money with him, and with allowing him to play political rule, and he used this immunity to destroy the country. He made alliance with the Houthis. He made alliance with Saudi, with Emirates, so he used that. So here, the 4 point of sustainable peace, transitional justice. It's very important, transitional justice. And we should put the method to compensate the victims and to guarantee these crimes will not be repeated. The last thing is economy. Economy is very important. One of the most important things that make the transitional period collapse, in addition to the conspiracy, that the international community promised the Yemenis that they will support the transitional period economically. But in fact, they didn't support it. They made the transitional authority alone, while they are, yes, corrupt, but they didn't do anything in the supporting the economy. So reconstruction, and compensate Yemen. This is very important now. Compensating Yemen with all the, because Saudi and Emirates should be the first one who compensate Yemen of all the collapse, of all the damage that they cause of Yemen. Thank you.
And the paradox is quite interesting, because the main players, the main actors who are actually perpetrating the violence in many instances are the ones who are putting up the money for humanitarian aid. So an interesting paradox there. But picking up on your point,
it should be something they give it as it's right of Yemen. It's not just gift
but who gives it? That's the issue. To you, Shireen Ebadi, who can compensate Yemen for what has happened, the destruction that has taken place? And I know you've been very critical, obviously, of the Iranian government, who you say seeks to export the revolution in many different places of the Middle East. You also mentioned that blame can be spread all around. You did mention the responsibility of the UAE and Iran, but can the actions of either side really be equated when you've got that sort of targeted killings of civilians, school buses, funerals, weddings, hospitals? And the other point I want to ask you about is, were you today an international prosecutor? Who would you like to see in the dock? What form of justice do you believe would be best for Yemen's stability and social cohesion when the guns are silenced?
ببینید وقتی که ما میگیم جبران خسارت، این خیلی ایدئاله که کشورهای متجاوز مثل عربستان و امارات و ایران و حتی آمریکا به خاطر فروش اسلحه بیاد خسارت بده.
So when we speak about compensation, well, it's very easy to say countries like Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Iran, and also America for having sold weapons should compensate.
اما مسئله مهم مکانیزم حقوقیشه. آیا مکانیزم حقوقی وجود داره در این زمینه که بشود یک کشوری رو محکوم کرد؟
But the more important thing is the legal mechanism. Does such legal mechanism exist?
باید بگم که ضمن اینکه این حرف بسیار زیباست، ولی که هنوز مکانیزم های حقوق بین الملل خیلی ناقصه.
Although this may sound very well, but the mechanisms that international law recognizes are not that complicated.
برای اینکه ما در حقوق بین الملل یه اصلی داریم به نام حاکمیت ملی و هر چیزی، و این متاسفانه خیلی گسترده است و هر چیزی که به اصل حاکمیت ملی برخورد بکنه حقوق بین الملل ناتوان میشه.
Because we have a theory under national sovereignty, and whatever conflicts with national sovereignty cannot be resolved easily.
بحث‌های حقوقی که در این زمینه ممکنه وجود داشته باشه خیلی تخصصیه و من میترسم شما خسته بشید. اما من الان میخوام یک مسئله دیگری رو در زمینه عدالت مطرح بکنم.
So we're not going to get into legal discussions because that's very specific, but I want to speak about justice now.
وقتی که ما صحبت از عدالت میکنیم، یک مسئله مجازات مجرمه و دیگری جبران خسارت قربانیان.
So when we speak about justice, we're speaking about punishment of the criminals and also about the victims and compensating the victims.
در مورد مجازات افراد مجرم بایستی یک لیمیتی قائل بشیم که تا چه حد از اعمال و تا چه افرادی می شود اینها رو مجازات کرد.
So when we speak about punishment, of course, there's a limit. Who and how are we going to bring the punishment to these people? And who were the people who were involved? Up to which level?
نظریه های حقوقی بسیار متفاوتی در این زمینه هست که من خلاصش رو میگم که میگن در بالاترین رده رو میشه مجازات کرد، ولی کن بهتره رده های پایین تر رو عفو کنید برای اینکه جامعه آرام بشود.
So in brief, there are some people who think that the people at the high level should be punished, but we cannot punish everyone so that we can bring stability to the society earlier.
و در شرایط یمن قبل از هر چیزی بایستی همونطوری که گفتم همه کشورها برن بیرون و دیگه دخالت نکنن و بعد تازه این بحثا شروع بشه.
So regarding Yemen, all of the countries have to leave, and once they're gone, we're going to have to speak about justice.
Okay.
Thank you. I was waiting for you to finish on that. Okay, well, a couple of more questions to either one of the panelists furthest to me. To you, Lema Bowie, I just want to ask you this. I know that you trained as a trauma counselor and worked a lot with child soldiers, and we know the devastating impact the Yemen war has had on children particularly. What advice do you give? How does a society actually deal with the traumatic effects, the psychological effects of a war like this?
I think one of the things that we have to be very mindful of, and I draw from our Liberian experience, immediately after the war, we came to the World Bank, and we had a whole list of issues that we wanted the bank to help us focus on. We were looking for resources for education, healthcare, and we had a long list, including ex-combatants care, trauma healing, all of these different things. And once we handed it to them, the first thing we heard was, go back and prioritize your priorities. So we had come with probably 20 priorities or 20 thematic concerns, and they told us to go back and cut it down to 3. The first thing you need to imagine is, when in cutting down, the list you're weighing now problems that has been created during the war against each other. So if you're looking at rape, and then you're looking at care of ex-combatants, which are you going to take? These are the people who raped these people. Should we prioritize their care against the care of this group of people? You know the answer is definitely no. So as we continue to prioritize over the years, we've seen the whole issue of ex-combatants come down, 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 to the point that we've never really tackled 12, how many years after our war, almost 14, 15 years after the war, we've never touched the whole issue of trauma healing for ex-combatants because we're busy dealing with the harm that they created. So these are things that we need to really be mindful of. The other thing that we need to be mindful of is that when you're looking at solutions for peace, we always never really consider the issue of diasporan versus those who stayed. Our ability to train and work with those who stay in country is key to the future leadership of the country. Because if you fail to prioritize education, healthcare, trauma healing, all of these different things, people outside, all of you fancy Yemenis sitting here with your Georgetown degree and Harvard degrees are thinking, after the war, I will go back in my suit and tie. And when there is a political process, people will definitely be anxious and they will be impressed with my credentials and they will want to vote for me. Think twice. Because there will be this conversation of those who stayed and supported us, who understand our issue. And then, so if they're choosing a leader who is half educated versus a leader who is educated, but if this half-educated person is the person in their opinion who stayed and understand their issue, they're definitely going to be voting for that person. So in terms of dividing or trying to find solution, let's prioritize those in their trainings, job market, what else can you do for them, education. The other thing that I want to talk about is nation building. Many years ago, when South Sudan was not a country, many of us outside were advocating for them to split apart. South Sudan, like Yemen, had one common enemy, North Sudan. Like the Yemeni people now have the North and the South. Once South Sudan came out of the Northern Sudan, everyone was talking about infrastructure development. We need roads, we need hospitals, we need schools. No one thought about nation building. These people had weapons in every home. Where they did not have a common enemy again, no one foresaw that they were going to turn on each other. So there is a need, as people talk about peace, and I have to say this, and I apologize and pardon my ignorance, but I think all of the conversation I've heard this afternoon since I came back, everyone is trying to shift the blame of the problem in Yemen as a proxy war. The question you must ask yourself, if you take out Saudi Arabia, if you take out Iran, if you take out all the Emirates, all of those who are participating, will the Yemeni people still have a problem? And I guess yes. Okay. So as we consider proxy war, I'm sorry, let's also consider how do we as Yemeni take responsibility, those in country, those in the diaspora, because it's only by seeing clearly that you all will be able to start that dialogue that will lead to nation building.
Very interesting thoughts here, Lemak Bowie. I will put that to Tawakkul Karman, but just in a second or two, because we are wrapping up. I'm sorry that we weren't able to open the floor to questions, but your thought, Jody Williams, because as you just heard here your colleagues say, we look at outside forces, but we should also look internally. Internationally, I know you know one thing or two about international campaigns with impact. What needs to happen to really bring this issue to the fore, to the consciousness of the global community? I mean, could you think of starting, the four of you, a campaign of let's stop the Yemen war? What sort of campaign can you think of?
Tawakkul would have to lead that one, logically.
What do you think needs to happen, in a nutshell?
I mean, meetings like this, conferences like this, discussions like this in the US, so people really begin to understand what's happening and the role of our country in it. Fighting very hard to get people from Yemen here to talk about what they're living. The panel of all women, which I really appreciated, by the way, talked about that a lot, that it was really difficult to not have people from Yemen to come and tell their own story. That's critical. The survivor, in the Landmine campaign, it was the survivors who were powerful advocates, and those living through the crisis, those struggling, the women struggling to keep their communities alive should be here telling people. They should be talking in Congress, all the things we know.
Okay. Well, so much more talking and acting. So to you finally, Tawakkul Karman, as we wrap up in the last minute or so, how much can Yemenis on their own, left to their own devices, actually solve this problem?
They will. Yemeni people can create peace, can build peace, sustainable peace, but the foreigners should take their hands from our country. And I want to say the final words that Yemen is facing, like another Arab Spring countries, an ugly counter-revolution. We are paying the price, high price, for gaining our freedom, democracy, and rule of law. We will not give up. So with all this war that happens as a result of the counter-revolution, Yemeni people will not give up. Yemeni people knows very well what is the meaning of revolution. This war is kind of the counter-revolution, and one day, very soon, we will win.
On this positive note, Tawakkul Karman, thank you very much. Lemak Bowie, Shireen Ebadi, and Jody Williams, thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
So,
thank you so much.
Before we go, just a few words in closing. First of all, I want to thank all of the people who put this together. You cannot imagine what this took and how fast we did it. And so from the Tawakkul Karman Foundation, Tela Vitale, Mani Lofti, and Maya Al-Jazara, sorry if I said those names terribly, and from the Center on National Security, Julia Tedesco, Jennifer Indig, and all of the students who helped us out, and most of all, Ibrahim Katabi.
Yeah.
A few takeaways I just want to you have on your mind. These are the words that should come to mind when you think about this conference, in addition to all these wonderful people. Number one, pessimistic optimism. Think about that one. We can come back in a year and talk about it, but it's one of the takeaways. Number two, justice versus security. Can't we have both? Number three, the role of women. And last but not least, and it's what I want you to go home with, the children. This is about the children now and tomorrow. Thank you. Thank our panel.